Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly.
Bonjour les libéraux. How are you this morning? OK, so on va commencer par faire des exercices. Please stand up, mettez-vous debout. Un petit peu d'exercice. Je sais que tout le monde a fêté hier soir. A lot of you went out, party. So now we need to stretch before starting. Alors, la première chose que je vais dire aujourd'hui comme information, est-ce que vous savez qu'il y a la traduction? So people who need translation, they have translation at the back, so there's somewhere outside where you can get translation if you need. Donc les personnes qui ont besoin de traduction, il y a des, je sais pas comment on dit ça, des appareils pour écouter la traduction dans l'autre langue. So, you can sit down now that you are ready for the day. On va commencer aujourd'hui la plénière. As you know, we are going to vote for all those resolutions. Et je voudrais aussi profiter pour vous dire que à partir de 2 heures, parlez à vos amis. You have to get back into the room starting 2 o'clock because as you know, we have a special guest today. And I want the room packed. Donc, je voudrais vraiment vous voir de retour à l'intérieur de la salle entre 2 heures et 2 heures et demie pour que la salle soit bien pleine pour l'arrivée de notre invité spécial. Alors, écoutez, passez une merveilleuse journée. Le congrès a été extraordinaire. I think we had a great time. Did we have a great time? Okay, so now let's go to serious matters. Je vais annoncer donc mes collègues Margaret Sun et Mona Fortier, who will be chairing the plenary session. Merci beaucoup, bonne journée tout le monde. Oops.
Good morning, everybody.
I don't think they're
It's
up,
nice
Mark.
to see so many
Try
people
again.
here bright and early in the morning.
Bon matin, tout le monde! Ah, merci. Excellent.
My name is Mark Gerritsen, Member of Parliament for Kingston and the Islands. I thank you very much. There must be some people from Kingston in here. We are happy, Mona and I, to chair over the Constitution and Bylaw amendments.
Bon matin tout le monde. Alors, nous sommes très heureux d'être ici avec vous. Mon nom est Mona Fortier. Je suis avec la circonscription d'Ottawa-Vanier-Gloucester. I also have friends here. Alors, je voudrais que vous sachiez que nos conseillers juridiques et constitutionnels, Prachi Shah et Jess Spindler, qui sont membres du Conseil national d'administration, sont également des nôtres. Et les conseillers juridiques et constitutionnels sont responsables de toutes les délibérations pendant cette plénière. Et pendant la séance, nous allons vous demander de vous prononcer sur l'adoption des modifications apportées à la Constitution du parti, ainsi que sur les modifications apportées à certains de ses règlements. Et vous allez voir que les propositions vont être projetées à l'écran. Elles seront également disponibles à libéral.ca FR documents ou en balayant le code QR sur la diapositive que vous avez avec vous. Alors, Mark, tu veux continuer sur les règles de procédure?
Thank you, Mona. So for some of the rules today, first we need 100 registrants in the room for quorum, and I believe that we have that. So we can already check that off the list. I'm just going to go over the rules really quickly to amend the Constitution. So moving the proposal, a representative from the group sponsoring the motion will be asked to move the proposal. The mover will have 2 minutes to explain the proposal. The microphones will be cut at the end of 2 minutes. A second representative from the sponsor group will be asked to second the motion. The seconder will not have an allotted time to speak, but will be asked to state their name and affiliation when called upon. And we ask that presenters be ready at the floor microphones, one of the two microphones, prior to the resolution being presented, just so that we can move as expeditiously as possible. The debate.
Alors, pour maintenant, quand la proposition va être présentée, ensuite, on va voir s'il y a un débat. Lorsque la motion a été proposée, nous demanderons à vous, les participants, si celle-ci doit être mise aux voix sans débat ou, à moins que 50 participants inscrits admissibles indiquent qu'ils souhaitent un débat, la résolution est immédiatement mise aux voix. En cas de débat, les intervenants peuvent prendre la parole pendant un maximum d'1 minute chacun. Un intervenant ne peut se prononcer qu'une fois sur la même proposition et les intervenants doivent être reconnus par la présidence, donner leur nom et celui de leur circonscription, de leur commission ou toute autre affiliation ou statut. Et le débat alternera entre ceux qui sont en faveur et ceux qui sont contre. Le nombre d'intervenants débattant des motions peut être limité à 2 en faveur et 2 contre celle-ci. Et on va être très strict là-dessus. On va seulement discuter ce matin jusqu'à 2 en faveur et 2 contre celle-ci. Tu peux parler du scrutin?
And for the voting, folks, voting will be conducted using the cards, so please make sure that you have your voting card. You must be in the room to cast a vote. You cannot hold up a card for a friend. You can only hold up one card. We have people monitoring this. A 2/3 vote is required to adopt the amendments to the Constitution. And a majority vote adopts bylaw amendments. So, with that.
You can start. No, go ahead. I don't have to.
Okay. So we will begin with the constitutional amendments. Once again, amendments will be adopted with a 2/3 vote. Our first amendment relates to the preamble of the Constitution. It's sponsored by the Indigenous Peoples Commission. It will be presented by Jesse McCormick, co-chair of Indigenous Peoples Commission. Jesse, you're up.
Where's Jesse?
Right
There we go. Hello, Jesse.
Jesse McCormick in Dishnakaj, Deshkan Ziving in Donjaba. My name is Jesse McCormick. I serve as the male co-chair of the Indigenous Peoples Commission. We are proud to bring forward this motion. to amend the preamble of the Constitution of the Liberal Party of Canada. La Commission des peuples autochtones représente et fait valoir les intérêts des membres autochtones du Parti libéral et encourage la participation active et à part entière des autochtones à tous les niveaux de la structure du parti. The proposed change would demonstrate our commitment to upholding inherent treaty rights and to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It is a small but important change to our Constitution. It confirms that we as Liberals are dedicated to the project of advancing reconciliation. During a time of political uncertainty, it is important that the Liberal Party of Canada remain a steadfast and prominent voice in favor of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. This change will also show Indigenous peoples and all Canadians that we see reconciliation as an integral part of building Canada strong. We kindly ask for your support for this proposed amendment to the Constitution of the Liberal Party of Canada. Miigwech.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. We'll now look for a seconder for the amendment.
Sigo Nathaniel Youngyat Kanyang Gehaga ici. Good morning. My name is Nathaniel Sukdeo. I'm from Esquimalt Saanich Suk. I'm a member of the Indigenous Peoples Commission, and I second this motion.
Thank you very much. So unless we have 50 individuals that indicate that they would like to debate this, the resolution will immediately be put to a vote without debate. Okay. Is there a request to debate this? If you would like to debate this, please raise your cards. No. I don't see 50. Okay, so we will put it straight to a vote then. All those, and please, I would ask that you keep your cards in the air until we instruct you to lower them, just because we need to make sure that there are at least 2/3. So all those in favor of the resolution, please raise your voting cards at this time. We do have counters, so please just keep your hands raised. You do the next one. You do. Okay, I see all the counters are now moving over to the tabulation table. All those, so I would now ask all those opposed to please raise your voting cards. All those opposed? And just as a formality, I do have to ask if there are any abstentions. None? Okay, great. And I will just wait for those results.
While we're waiting, I'm wondering if I could raise a point of order.
Okay. So a point of order has to be about a question as to whether or not the rules are being followed.
Well, it's to help with the rules, I think. Namely,
what's the question?
Would it be open to the chairs when the outcome of the vote is rather obvious by eyeball to bypass the counting and making our arms hurt?
That is a very reasonable question.
And
we will consult with the legal advisors next to us.
and on the second one, I didn't hear, is there a for and against microphone for when we do debate?
If there's a debate, yeah.
Yeah, when we do the debate.
Which is which?
Well, if we do the debate, as it was indicated, there will be, we'll take 2 people that want to speak in favor, 2 people against, and you can do it at either microphone. Okay.
It was just
The
a
legal
practice,
advice has been that that
making
was
sure.
very obvious, so therefore that one is considered adopted. Congratulations.
Bravo. Alors, vous avez bien compris comment ça fonctionne. Le prochain amendement est en lien avec la section 7 de la Constitution. Il est proposé par le Conseil national qui est présenté par Marc-André Vien. Alors, je ne sais pas si Marc-André Vien est dans la salle. Je le vois bien. Tu as 2 minutes pour présenter ton amendement.
Merci beaucoup à tout le monde. Bon matin. Marc-Étienne Vien de Québec Centre. Je suis le président du Parti pour le Québec et je suis membre du Conseil national d'administration. Donc, l'amendement qui est devant vous aujourd'hui est un amendement constitutionnel qui vise à modifier les critères qui permettent de devenir un libéral inscrit. Donc, on vient limiter la possibilité de devenir un libéral inscrit aux gens qui sont soit citoyens canadiens, résidents permanents, ou les gens qui ont un statut en vertu de la loi sur les Indiens. En fait, on vient mettre en œuvre un changement qui a été fait au début de l'année 2025 par un amendement réglementaire et ça vise à s'assurer qu'on ait des processus robustes et transparents au parti. Je vous soumettrai qu'on a eu beaucoup de succès lors de la course au leadership là, qui a eu lieu en application de ces nouvelles règles et la modification constitutionnelle vient rendre permanent ce changement-là. Donc, évidemment, le parti vise à demeurer le plus ouvert et inclusif possible, mais ces changements-là nous apparaissaient nécessaires dans le contexte géopolitique du début de l'année 2025, qui, je vous soumettrai, n'est pas différent maintenant. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, est-ce que nous avons un co-motionnaire pour cet amendement?
My name is Maureen. I'm from Saskatchewan, Liberal Party of Canada, and I so second this motion.
Maureen, can I have your full name, please, so we can
I'm
record
sorry,
it?
Maureen Clank.
Thank you. Merci. Alors, merci. On a un co-motionnaire. J'aimerais maintenant voir si on a une volonté d'avoir un débat. Donc, ceux et celles qui voudraient un débat, levez votre carton rouge pour qu'on puisse voir s'il y a 50 personnes au minimum qui veulent un débat sur cet amendement plus particulièrement. Alors, levez votre carton rouge si vous voulez un débat. Ne voyant pas une demande de débat, je vais procéder au vote. Alors que toutes les personnes en faveur de cette résolution lèvent leur carton de vote. Nous avons besoin de 2/3 de la salle pour lever votre carton très haut. Comme ça, on peut commencer le compte. Et il nous faut 2/3 des voix. Donc, nous allons demander aux gens de compter. OK. Alors, je vais maintenant demander ceux et celles qui sont contre. Contre, levez votre carton rouge. Et ensuite, abstention. Voyant que la résolution a reçu 2/3 des voix, cette résolution est acceptée.
Merci beaucoup.
Our next amendment relates to Section 10F of the Constitution. It is sponsored by the National Board of Directors. Liam Olson will speak for up to 2 minutes on this.
Good morning, everyone. Bon matin à tout le monde. My name is Liam Olson. I'm the president of the Young Liberals of Canada. I'm a proud resident of North Vancouver Capilano and also a proud ex-president of Liberal McGill. I want to tell you briefly about my friend Peter. Peter was from England when I first met him at Liberal McGill. He was just 19 and he'd already worked on several campaigns in the UK, and he was a student coming to Canada. And he wanted to run for a position with our club executive, and he wanted to get more involved. And we said yes, and he's gone on to run a constituency office. He's become a great asset to both our party and our government. Now, I want you to imagine if I had to said no, you can't join because you are not yet a permanent resident. It would have been a loss for our party, would have been a loss for our government. And so that's why this amendment strikes a balance. It's a balance between making sure that we're protecting our party from external interference. That's why I support the PR and the citizenship requirement to become a party member. But for clubs, for our young, ensuring that they can still join and contribute to invest in the future, that's why we need to allow people who are not yet PRs and citizens to participate at the campus level. Not the national level, not the provincial level, but the campus and the riding level. So I hope you support this amendment. I know it's supported by the National Board of Directors, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Liam. And do we have a seconder for this amendment?
Yes, Kara Levis, resident of Calgary Confederation, member of the National Board of Directors as the PTB Director for Alberta.
Perfect. Thank you. So once again, I'll ask if we would like debate on this. I'll need to see 50 cards. If you would like to debate this, please raise your cards. Okay, definitely don't have 50. So I'll move to the voting. All those in favor of this resolution, please raise your voting card at this time. All right, I would ask you to lower your cards now, and I'll ask for all those opposed to raise your card. Okay, so I will declare that carried, as there was, oh, sorry, and are there any abstentions on this one? Okay, so we will declare that resolution carried.
OK, ça va bien. On est rendu à la quatrième proposition. Alors, nos prochains amendements ont été regroupés ensemble. Ils ont été sponsored, ils ont été proposés par les conseils provinciaux territoriaux de la Colombie-Britannique, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Nouveau-Brunswick, Nouvelle-Écosse, l'île du Prince-Édouard et les territoires du Nord-Ouest. Ceci est en lien avec les sections 15G et 20G de la Constitution et elles seront présentées par Maureen Clank. Alors, Maureen, vous avez 2 minutes pour présenter cet amendement, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, my name is Maureen Klink, and I am from Saskatchewan, proud to serve from Saskatchewan. Let me start with something we all know, but don't always say it loud. The prairies and north are where the Liberal Party has some of its greatest growth potential. Not theoretical, but real winnable growth. In Saskatchewan alone, we can realistically compete for 4 more seats in the next election. But here's the problem. We're trying to do that with the least organizational capacity in this country. Fewer staffed constituencies office, fewer organizers, fewer people, full stop. This proposal is about providing those same people with an organizational structure to move us forward. If organization is how we win, then an organization secretary shouldn't be optional. The organizational secretary is the structure that connects people, shares best practices, and makes sure that we're not reinventing the wheel in every province and territory. Much like the policy secretary who organizes the robust and policy process. This is not about creating bureaucracy, it's the opposite. It's about making the work we're already trying to do locally connect up the ladder to the national board. We've heard concerns about cost. This is a low-cost structural change, and in return, better organized campaigns, more seats, more finances. If our primary goal as a Liberal is to elect people and to win elections, then not having a dedicated organization function at the national level is denying that primary goal. Because winning doesn't happen by accident.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Alors, est-ce que je peux avoir un commotionnaire pour ces amendements?
My name is Ray Wan, LPCO Board Chair, London Centre. I enthusiastically support this motion.
Merci beaucoup. OK, alors maintenant, nous allons procéder à l'évaluation pour voir s'il y a débat. Levez votre carton rouge si vous voulez avoir un débat. Il faut 50 mains levées pour avoir le débat. Alors, en regardant la salle, je crois que nous avons 50 personnes qui veulent un débat. Nous allons donc procéder au débat. Vous pouvez descendre vos cartons. Alors, pour procéder au débat, je vous informe de nouveau que seulement 2 personnes pourront parler pour et 2 personnes pourront parler contre. Ce sera 1 minute pour chaque intervenant. Alors, je vais commencer à ma droite, donc à votre gauche. Madame, vous présentez votre circonscription et ensuite dire pour quelle vous allez soutenir.
Thank you. Rebecca Alty, the Northwest Territories, and I will be voting for the motion.
You have a minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm supportive of the motion, particularly to reiterate all the points I won't do, but they're really important in rural, remote, northern, and indigenous communities. We really need to have organizing led up to the national level. We have it all at our province territorials organizations, and we really need all of that incredible data to be getting up to the national level. As mentioned, organizing is how we win. We need to win bigger, stronger mandates in the future to be able to do the bold things that we want to do as a party. And it's with the local intel being fed up to the national level that we'll be able to do this. So stronger coordination, better election readiness, and making sure we have that sustained support between elections. Again, it's particularly important for those small, rural, remote communities where we don't have a full-time field organizer. So I am...
Right now. Yeah. The next one has to be a no. OK. Pour la prochaine personne, il faudrait que ce soit une personne qui n'est pas en faveur. Alors, allez-y, madame, vous avez 1 minute et merci de vous présenter au départ.
Merci beaucoup, Elisabeth Damour. Je suis la vice-présidente acclamée au sein du Conseil national d'administration. We all share the same objective, a stronger, more coordinated and election-ready party. But I know that we can deliver on this today with the people and the resources we already have. The 2 national VPs are already elected with a national mandate and are the best positioned to take on this work. As VP, I'm fully committed to launching the National Organizing Committee now, in April. We don't need to wait 2 years to elect someone to this role at the next convention. The committee would meet monthly, would be a space for real exchange and real two-way conversation. Many PTB org chairs also agree this is the best path forward. On finances, every dollar allocated to a new position is a dollar not spent on campaign tools or on a field organizer. This role would cost about $20,000 per year. Resources that should be allocated directly to the front lines where it matters. This is not the best option because it's cost effective, which it is. This is the best option forward because it's the most effective way of achieving this very important.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, la prochaine personne pourra parler en faveur. Est-ce que vous parlez en faveur?
Hi, I'm Matthew Powell from Burlington. I am supportive of the proposal, but it may be more a point
There's
of
no
order.
buts.
It's a
It's
concern
either
with the
you're
wording.
for or you are not.
Okay, I will count myself as for and suggest a friendly amendment here.
There's no amendments. It's pass or fail on this suggested text. So you have an opportunity to either speak in favor for 1 minute or not for 1 minute.
Okay, in that case, I'll have to speak against.
So you'll wait. I need the next person to speak needs to be in favor. Can I have somebody at the mic that will speak in favor?
Bonjour.
Bonjour, allez-y.
Mike Morrison, London West, and the National Policy Secretary. I'd like to speak in favor of this from my own personal experience. For 5 years, I've chaired the National Policy Committee, and I've been able to see the value of bringing policy chairs together from across the country. We mentor one another, we boost one another. I do believe that it is incredibly important to have a dedicated person with sole responsibility for organization to get the job done like we do on policy. Our existing national board members already work dozens of hours a week, and we want to have somebody who is committed to this. We all agree on the goals we're trying to achieve here. We want to make sure it's someone who's dedicated, accountable, and has the mandate to actually get this done. It will unleash thousands of new volunteer hours and help raise us millions of dollars. And I would invite you all to support that here today. And I guarantee that if we do support it, we'll have wished we had this 10 years ago.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, la dernière personne qui peut parler, c'est pour parler contre et aura 1 minute. Est-ce qu'il y a une personne au micro qui veut parler contre la résolution, monsieur? Vous avez 1 minute. Présentez-vous et vous avez 1 minute.
My name is Jack Siegel. I'm a former national organization chair of the party and constitutional co-chair, and I oppose the resolution. Many years ago, when I was national organization chair, LPC employed 0 staff to support organization. If a field organizer existed at all, it was paid for locally by the PTAs, as they were called. I fought to change that. LPC hired field workers, and we never looked back. We professionalized what needed to be done not by volunteers, but full-time staff. We no longer needed a national organization chair, certainly not as a volunteer. This amendment brings back an unnecessary position. 10 years ago or more, we eliminated the bloat of a national executive that was close to 60 people and replaced it with a smaller, more agile national executive, saving tens of thousands a year. This amendment would start us back towards the same old bloat and
Alors, merci. Vous avez déjà passé votre première minute. Alors, pour la prochaine étape, nous allons nous diriger tout de suite au vote. Je vous rappelle que nous devons avoir 2/3 des voix pour que la proposition soit adoptée. Alors, je vais commencer. Que toutes les personnes en faveur de cette résolution lèvent leur carton de vote. Alors, je vais voir si on peut voir avec la salle. Ceux et celles qui sont contre, veuillez lever votre carton de vote. Alors, voyant que c'est très difficile de prendre une décision en regardant la salle, on va recommencer et là, on va être obligé de compter les voix. Je demanderai aux gens qui sont pour la proposition de lever très haut et on va prendre les nombres avec les bénévoles qui vont compter. Donc, ceux qui sont pour, levez votre carton de vote.
So we just...
For, please, if you are for this resolution, please lift your card. We need 2/3 of the vote, and we have volunteers counting the votes at this time.
Originally, when Jack proposed not holding your hand up for a long time, we thought we would just gauge. And based on our gauge, it's unclear if there was 2/3 in favor of it. So we're going to actually get a real count now, so keep your hands held. Okay, it looks like all the counters are moving back to the table now, so you can lower your hands, thank you. And we will just give them a second to give their results before we call the noes.
Yes.
People like to figure out where to line up. Yeah. But
Okay, why don't you?
They said we need to text.
Yes, you need to find out, and you need to put abstentions just to be absolutely sure. Yes, they seem to have done the tallying, so I think they just need to be back on the floor so they can do the counting.
Okay, so we're waiting for the volunteers to line up again, so we can call the next vote, le prochain vote. Alors, si vous êtes contre cette résolution, levez votre carton et nous allons commencer à compter. If you are against this resolution, please lift your card. And we're going to let the volunteers count the vote.
Mona, j'attendrai, il y a encore quelqu'un qui semble compter là-bas.
Oui, je vois là-bas.
It looks like the counters are all walking back now, so I think you can lower your hands.
Alors, vous pouvez baisser votre carton maintenant. Je vais attendre qu'il aille donner le résultat. We'll just wait a few seconds.
I was going to ask you that.
Do we have any abstentions? If you abstain, please lift your card. Si vous vous abstenez, levez votre carton. Alors, les bénévoles vont compter les abstentions également.
Nobody told Mona and I we needed to brush up on our fractions before we started this. So hopefully the counters will let us know if that's 2/3 or not.
That's why I need coffee this morning.
Okay, so they're just double checking the numbers. We'll have that.
We have 2/3.
Thank you, Jessica. For texting.
They're triple checking their count.
They're now triple checking.
Quelle participation ce matin. This is great. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui participent. Good job. Alors, nous avons le résultat des voix. Merci beaucoup. Alors, malheureusement, nous n'avons pas atteint le 2/3 des voix pour adopter la résolution, donc la résolution est rejetée. Unfortunately, there weren't 2/3 of voters that voted for, so the resolution is not passed.
So we'll now move to the next bundle of resolutions. There's a number that are bundled together. They're sponsored by the National Board of Directors. They are related to the following sections of the Constitution: S44D, subsection D, subsection 2, or II, Section 44I, Section 44J. They will be presented by Elizabeth Damour. Elizabeth?
Bonjour tout le monde. I was very proud to serve on the board during the 2025 leadership process and also had the privilege of contributing to the Leadership Vote Committee. Les règles actuelles en matière de chefferie ont été rédigées en 2016 et supposaient que les courses à la chefferie dureraient plusieurs mois. La course de 2025 nous a montré que parfois, la situation politique requiert d'aller un peu plus rapidement en fonction du calendrier électoral. On a besoin de règles qui s'adaptent et demeurent équitables et transparentes, mais qui peuvent aussi s'adapter rapidement si on en a le besoin. These three amendments work together to make our leadership election timelines more flexible. Voici la proposition en 3 volets. Premièrement, minimum contest lengths of 70 days. The first item is about setting a general minimum of 70 days for a leadership race to ensure potential candidates have enough time to organize and decide whether to run. The second is exception for urgent situations. This allows the National Board to shorten contest below 70 days or change a previously announced vote date, but only with a 2/3 vote of the board. This is for exceptional political circumstances, not for routine use. The third is adjusting administrative deadlines. So if the vote date does change because of urgent political circumstances, the Leadership Vote Committee and the Leadership Expense Committee can adjust administrative timelines. For example, candidates' deposit deadlines. In summary, these amendments update our leadership rules so they stay fair and transparent while giving us the flexibility to respond to real-world political conditions. Think back to the circumstances in 2025. While they were different from any leadership race our party has faced in recent decades, it was precisely the flexibility to adapt to a shorter timeline in those exceptional conditions that allowed us to succeed. Without it, we may not be where we are here today as a party. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Elizabeth. Is there a desire to... Oh, sorry, I need the seconder, please, if the seconder could identify themselves.
Hello, David Monroe. I'm the chair for the Northwest Territories EDA and the director for the Northwest Territories PTB, and I second this motion.
Thank you, David. So at this point, we'll see if there's interest in debate. If you're interested in debating this, please raise your card. We'll look for 50 cards. Yeah, I would say that we have 50 in the room. So we will now go to 1 minute, 2 people in favor, 2 people against. We've amended our rules. We should have taken Jack's suggestion in the beginning. We'll take if you're in favor, I give you credit, Jack. If you're in favor, please go to your left microphone. If you are, in favor, your left microphone. Against will be the right microphone. So first, so we're going to have 4 people speak, a maximum of 4, 1 minute per person. The first person can identify themselves, and your 1 minute starts right now.
Rebonjour tout le monde. Marc-Étienne vient de Québec Centre. So I'm the EDA chair for Quebec City, the LPCQ chair. I was also the Leadership Vote Committee co-chair with past President Susan Cowan, and we really need to introduce flexibility in the Constitution to be able to adjust to our circumstances given the need to put on a leadership race. So these changes might seem technical, but they're very important. And we created some flexibility in 2025, and that allowed us to achieve great success. And we need the same level of flexibility, I'd argue even a little more, to be in a position to achieve the same success in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we'll take one person that is against for 1 minute, please.
Good evening, Carter, Mississauga Streetsville. I'm against this motion because it allows, from my understanding, the board to retroactively change the period of the leadership vote, and that may risk preventing new candidates from more diverse parts of the party from expressing their views and having a proper debate in the party so that we can be the representatives of the majority of Canadians. But if we don't have that ability to have that debate, we risk becoming an ever smaller portion of the population and representing smaller parts of the Canadian electorate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we'll go back to the left microphone for 1 minute in favor, please. And please identify yourself.
Jack Siegel from York Center. I've run more than 1 or 2 leadership votes in my time and a leadership review. You need flexibility. The notion that you are locked into a timeline and then something happens, like a non-confidence vote, and all of a sudden we're on the verge of an election, you need to adjust. If I had my preferences, I would have said 70 days is too short to do a leadership properly. I ran one several years ago on 90 days and nearly had a heart attack as a result. But this is a minimum. I would encourage any future national board to go longer than that, but you need to adjust to an electoral emergency. It's plain and simple.
Thank you, Jack. And for our final person speaking against.
Okay, Neil Pittman from Compton Sansed. So I'm not sure I'm going to vote against this, but I do have a concern, and that is making things too easy without enough controls on them. Okay, so I understand from last year we had a crisis and we had to move on that. I also know from Quebec Liberal Party we had a crisis there, and we need to be flexible. But it concerns me to just take away or give too much flexibility without enough controls. Okay, so that's all I want to leave with people with.
Thank you. So we will now go to the vote on this. I'm going to do this quickly at first, and then if we have to, we'll go back and count. So all those in favor, please raise your cards. Okay, all those opposed? Do we have any abstentions? Okay, we're going to have to count this one as well. So I'm going to go back to all those who are in favor. Please keep your card raised so that the counters can count them. Okay, you can lower your cards now. We'll just wait for the counters to return to the table or return to the table. You too. Okay. Is this like, what's going on? Recounting?
It might just, the volunteers are doing it by section. So their section might have said, you guys, just hang on.
Okay. Okay, I think we're done with the yeses. I will get everybody who is opposed to please raise your card.
Yeah, so that we just
There are still counters out there, so please keep your hands raised. Okay. Okay. I think we're good. I'll now ask for.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Excuse me. Ray Wan, LPCO organization chair. Respect for the organization secretary vote.
We're in the middle of a vote right now, so we're going to have to conclude this and then we can address that. So
Thank you.
I'm now looking for the abstentions. If there are any abstentions to this vote, please raise your card so that the counters can count them. Again, just for abstentions, please keep your hands raised.
We don't have a rule saying that. Our rule just says it needs 2/3 of the office. So I think we can just say we have wait.
Okay, we will just wait for the table to give us the results. Just so folks know, so you know what's ahead, we have 3 more constitutional amendments to deal with, and then after that we'll take a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we will start on the policy stuff.
We have the bylaws.
And the bylaws. We have the bylaws in between there too. But
That's like, we're going to go right into that,
Yeah.
and it'll be faster.
Yeah.
It's 50%, it'll be easier.
Yeah.
When do we start 50%?
Okay. I know, I might just say,
Alors, merci pour votre patience, tout le monde. Nous allons avoir les résultats sous peu.
Okay, so that resolution does have 2/3, so that one passes.
Point of order.
Well, we had Ray Warren.
Yes.
Point of order.
We actually have
Just
2
we
points
have
of order.
2.
We had one in the
I
middle.
think they're the same. Let me help you, Ray.
Go ahead, Jack.
Might I suggest to the chairs that the convention is entitled to know the numerical results of any vote that's taken?
Jack, we're just checking the rules.
No, but regardless, if the rules are silent, might I encourage the chair to announce the results because we should be able to know what we did.
Okay. Okay, Jack, the legal counsel has sided with you again. Yeah. So on the resolution that we just dealt with, it was 80% in favor, so it passed the threshold, and Mona can give you the results from the previous one.
Alors, pour l'autre résolution que nous avons fait plus tôt, M. Wan, nous allons donner les résultats. C'était 52 qui avait été atteint et non le 2/3 des voix. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'elle a été rejetée.
52%.
52% for.
Jack, that's why I love you.
You have translation if you want to also listen to the results in English.
Are you ready?
Alors, la prochaine résolution, nous sommes rendus à la 6e résolution. Le prochain amendement est en lien avec la section 45 de la Constitution et il est proposé par le Conseil national d'administration. Donc, je vais demander à Susan Cowan de présenter sa résolution. Susan?
Hi. Hi, good morning. Suzanne Cowan, past President, Liberal Party of Canada. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this today. I also had the privilege last year to be the co-chair for the National Vote Committee. And I think I want to thank everyone on the committee and everyone who participated. I think we ran a great process and obviously had a wonderful result. This is just a minor amendment that allows the vote committee a little bit more flexibility. So what we would be doing is we'd be removing the 90 days before a vote and allowing the Rules Committee to establish a deadline and giving them a little bit more flexibility rather than being beholden to the 90 days. In conjunction with this, I just want to point out that everyone on the National Rules Committee signs a declaration of neutrality. So everyone who would be involved in deciding what the timeline is for the 90 days is designated as neutral, and I think that allows the comfort for others to understand that we would establish a timeline that was fair and just for all contestants, and there would be no bias implicit in that. So I would ask that we vote in favor of establishing a little bit more flexibility, removing the 90 days, and allowing the vote committee to establish a timeline that works with the process. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, est-ce que nous avons un co-motionnaire pour cette résolution?
Yep, Liam Olson, président des Jeunes libéraux du Canada.
Merci, Liam.
Merci.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Alors, est-ce que je pourrais maintenant voir si on veut débattre de cette proposition? Levez votre carton très haut. Il nous faut au moins 50 voix pour débattre de cette résolution. Ne voyant pas de débat demandé, nous allons aller directement au vote. Alors que toutes les personnes en faveur de cette résolution lèvent leur carton de vote. Ceux et celles contre. Les abstentions. Alors, j'ai pu voir qu'il y avait 2/3 des voix qui ont voté pour. La résolution est adoptée.
All started. Okay, next up is amendment relates to sections.
Apologies, folks. I just want to make a point of order. The way and manner in which these amendments are being presented. By the way, my name is Damien O'Brien. That's my name.
Well, if you have a writing, you can also add your writing.
I am from Hamilton Mountain. I'm just concerned because we see these on the screen. They're in both official languages. That's excellent. But when I looked online in terms of how they're presented, it's not necessarily clear the order in which they're being debated. It's difficult to prepare.
Well, sir, there is provisions to ask for a debate.
No,
Nobody wanted a debate.
Okay.
I didn't get the 50 cards.
I know,
so.
that's not what I'm, respectfully, that's not what I'm just
So
pointing
I
out.
can
There's
answer your
there's not
question
a
for you.
package of the amendments in the order they're being debated. It's difficult to know what's going on if it's not in front of us. I appreciate that. I'm making a point. Thank you very much to everyone up there. You're doing a great job. Going forward, though, can we have this fixed, please? Thank you.
So just so everybody knows, they're going in order, numeric order of the Constitution. So that's why we're on 47B now. So if the one that you're here for is after that, then it's coming. So our next amendment relates to section 47B of the Constitution. It's sponsored by the National Board of Directors, and it will be presented by Kasser Dar. saw that.
Thank you. My name is Castor Dodd. I'm a chair of Ontario for the Liberal Party of Canada. I respectfully like to withdraw that amendment.
Okay, so we do have a process for that. Okay. So okay, so unless there are at least 50 people that would like to see this continue on, it will be withdrawn. So if you would like to see this not be withdrawn, please raise your card.
I know, but
Sorry, point of order? Point of order?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, could you put the motion up? Please explain exactly what's going on.
Sure. Okay. So I will explain that. The mover came up, and the mover asked to withdraw his amendment. So the rules state that in order to withdraw the amendment, to allow him to withdraw the amendment that he's put forward, that at least if at least 50 people would like to see it continue on in order to debate it and ultimately vote on it, 50 people need to indicate that now. So are there 50 people who object to it being withdrawn? If so, please raise your card if you would like to debate this. If you object to it being withdrawn. See, now I'm seeing some cards go down. So again, if you object to this being withdrawn because you would like to actually vote on it and debate it, please raise your card.
But now we're only 50 cards to debate. We'll get the debate.
Thank you for keeping your cards up. Please keep them up. They're just being counted. Yeah, and especially. Okay, we do have 50, so we will proceed with this. So as the mover, although you did indicate that you wanted to withdraw, that was your presentation portion. So now we move to the 1 minute in favor and 1 minute against. So those who are speaking in favor, like last time, we'll start over here for 1 minute if you're speaking in favor at this microphone.
Go to a mic.
You have to go to a microphone if you'd like to speak. So if you're speaking in favor, please.
Mr. Chair, with the greatest respect, the motion hasn't been seconded, so it's not on the floor.
Thank you for that point of order. A perfect point of order. Well done. Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this?
Kara Levis, Calgary Confederation, PTB Chair for Alberta.
Thank you for seconding that.
Oh, you need another?
Okay. We're just taking a moment to review some stuff, so please bear with us.
Who made the motion and withdrew? How do you jump to a seconder?
He's moved it, so they just haven't allowed him to withdraw.
There's no debate.
Gotcha.
We're going directly to vote.
A point of order, please. A point of order.
Can you please just wait? We'll come to you in a second. We just need to review the rules to make sure we're following the right rules. So give us just a minute, please.
So
the motion hasn't been moved.
It's automatic. You can feel free to put your.
Okay, so we have reviewed the rules, and now that we've had 50 people indicate that they objected to that, our responsibility now is to put it to a majority vote as to whether or not we proceed with the debate and the vote on this. So Again, this is a simple majority vote, not on the amendment, but on whether or not we proceed to discussion and debate on it. This is being read straight out of the rules. I got this verbatim.
Point of order.
Yes.
This should be a debatable motion. You should be able to have for
It's
and
not, though.
against whether the majority vote, how people might want to vote on the majority vote.
No.
We can't just go to a vote without any information.
Okay, we're not voting on the constitutional amendment. What we're voting on is whether or not we're going. Well, we're reading the rules, and the rules say that you don't, and that might be a great constitutional amendment for next time. But the reality is that this is the place that we're at. So if
maybe you could help us by reading us or showing on the screen what the rule says.
we can
Thank
read
you,
it.
Jack. You're very helpful this morning. Thank you so much. I want to reiterate. So there are two steps to this process right now. The first one is we need to decide if we are going to go forward with discussing this amendment. So this is what we're going to be voting on. Then, if it passes, we will go to the next step of discussing the current amendment that is on the board. If it is not passed, then we will not continue on that amendment on the board.
Okay. And Jess is going to read the actual words from our rules.
There you go.
I don't know if this mic is working.
Here, use mine.
Is this mic on?
Is this mic on?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, it is. I'm actually going to go back to this original slide. If you, actually, that's not going to be helpful. We're just going to read it.
We'll just
Good idea.
For those who would like to pull it up on your own device, on the convention website, the rules of order for this session are posted. Rule 4.2 addresses the situation we're in right now, so I'm going to read the rule in English, and Prachi will read it in French. Rule 4.2 says, if the sponsor of a constitutional or bylaw amendment wishes to withdraw such a proposal, an authorized representative of the sponsor may make a request to the chair to that effect of the Constitution and Bylaw plenary session. The chair of the Constitution and Bylaw plenary session may ask eligible registrants at the session if the proposal may be withdrawn. We've done that part. Unless 50 eligible registrants indicate they want to object to the withdrawal, the proposal will be withdrawn. So we had people indicate they don't want it withdrawn. If 50 eligible registrants do so object, which we have had occur, the question of withdrawal will be put to a vote without debate, and the proposal will be withdrawn on a simple majority. So our next step is going to be a simple majority vote on whether to withdraw the motion or keep it going. If it keeps going, there could be a debate followed by another vote that would need to pass by 2/3.
Thank
I'll
you.
have Prachi repeat that in French.
Donc, est-ce que vous m'entendez? Oui, OK. Donc, je vous réfère aux règles de procédure pour la séance plénière sur la Constitution et sur les règlements où nous trouvons aujourd'hui. Article 4.2. Si l'entité parrainant la modification à la Constitution ou au règlement souhaite retirer la dite modification, l'un de ses représentants autorisés peut demander que le président de la séance plénière sur la Constitution et les règlements la retire. Ce qui s'est passé aujourd'hui. Ce dernier doit alors demander aux participants admissibles présents si la dite modification peut être retirée, à moins que 50 participants admissibles ne s'y opposent, la modification est retirée. Si par contre 50 participants admissibles s'y opposent, la question du retrait est mise aux voix sans débat et réglée par une majorité simple. Donc cette dernière phrase, c'est là où nous nous trouvons en ce moment.
Okay, so I am now going to call for a vote on withdrawing this amendment as proposed by the mover of it originally. All those in favor of withdrawing this amendment, raise your cards. This is just a simple majority. Please keep that in mind. And all those opposed to withdrawing, please raise your cards. Okay. There's definitely a majority to withdraw. That one's withdrawn. Now it's your turn, Mona.
All right.
I have a point of order.
Bonjour.
Amy
Go ahead.
from Calgary Centre on the board of Calgary Confederation.
There's been a couple times where you've moved very fast. A counter in front of me was in the middle of counting when you had us pull our cards down. There was another time where it was re-explained to re-put up the cards in French, but not yet in English, and counters had already started counting right away. So if we could move a little slower and aligned, that would be helpful.
Oui, parfait. Alors, on va faire encore plus attention. Je veux vous rappeler qu'il y a aussi l'interprétation simultanée. Vous pouvez aller chercher les appareils pour entendre l'interprétation. There are some devices for interpretation if you would like to also have the opportunity to follow in both official languages. Je vais poursuivre avec le prochain amendement proposé. Alors, le prochain amendement est également mis ensemble. Ils sont soutenus par le Conseil d'administration national et il est en lien avec les sections 51 à 66 de la Constitution et elles sont tous expirées en termes de provisions transitionnelles. Alors, cet amendement sera présenté par Cara Levis. Cara Levis.
Okay, so point of order. Okay. Hello, Wayne Guy, Northwest Territories. I just have a point of order. Some of us don't have translation, so for votes, could you please
Alors,
indicate...
je vous informe, there are monitors for the translation. And for this amendment, I will repeat it in English, but you can still have the devices that will give you the both official languages interpretation.
Understood, but when the votes are being called for, against, I think that should be noted. It's a very short interjection, but it really creates clarity. Thank you.
Alors, je veux revenir à la proposition que nous discutons présentement. Est-ce que Cara Levis voudrait présenter sa proposition?
Merci. Cara Levis, Calgary Confederation, Director of the PTB for Alberta and a member of the Constitutional Review Committee for the National Board. I'm presenting this constitutional amendment as a housekeeping measure. It deletes a number of transitional provisions that were in place from the adoption of the 2016 Constitution. All of these have expired by their terms, and this is simply to remove them from the text of the official Constitution. Thank you.
Merci, Cara. Est-ce que j'ai un co-motionnaire pour cet amendement?
My name is Gassadar. I'm a chair of Ontario, and I second that proposal.
Merci, Kassir. Alors, veuillez, maintenant, on va discuter si on a un débat sur cette proposition ou non. Donc, veuillez lever votre carton si vous voulez un débat. Il nous faut 50 voix pour pouvoir procéder au débat. Please lift your voting card if you want a debate. We need the 50 cards to proceed to a debate. Not seeing any cards, we will now go through voting the resolution. Alors, nous allons voter pour ou contre la résolution. Tous ceux et celles qui sont en faveur de cette résolution, veuillez lever votre carton de vote. If you are for this resolution, please lift your card. Again, reminder, 2/3 of the room to go through with this resolution. Those against, ceux qui sont contre cette résolution. Les abstentions, abstentions. Alors, comme vous avez pu voir, la résolution est adoptée. On a 2/3 des voix. The resolution is now, approved. And we have passed this resolution. Wow, we've done this part. And now we are going to go to the bylaws. Do you want to explain in English?
Point of order, just quickly, Mona, before we leave.
Sure.
I just want to ensure for the next convention, the constitutional amendments, the bylaw amendments, are easier to access and clearer. They were not on the convention website. You had to go to the party app's website to access the documents and to see the amendments. The app, which we are all happily able to download for this convention, which has all the policy resolutions there, did not have the constitutional amendments. I want to know if it was completely accessible.
I want to thank you for giving us some, we'll take this back. I know that the information was given to all delegates, but we will take it back to look at how we could be more clear on the next constitutional amendments we'll discuss at the next convention, but we'll take it back. Thank you very much.
This is the most important document the party has. Sure. This needs to be done better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
OK. Maintenant, nous allons procéder aux amendements qui sont pour les bylaw amendments. And for this, we only need 50% plus one, so a majority. We don't need 2/3 at this time. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that this part of the session, we will be ratifying with 50% of the vote. Alors, our first bylaw amendment relate to Schedule A of Bylaw 4, and it will be presented by Marc-Étienne Vien. Alors, Marc-Étienne, est-ce que tu es dans la salle?
On a.
Ah, te voilà. Alors, vas-y, s'il vous plaît, tu as jusqu'à 2 minutes pour présenter ton bylaw, ton règlement.
Merci beaucoup. We need this room to ratify an amendment passed bylaw number 4 last January, just before the leadership process started. So that's how the Constitution is designed. We voted earlier to make those amendments to the bylaw official by amending the Constitution. So I'm submitting that we should agree with ourselves and ratify the exact same changes that were made to the bylaw over a year ago. Donc, les changements visent à modifier et limiter qui peuvent devenir des libéraux inscrits en limitant les personnes qui ont la citoyenneté canadienne, le statut de résident permanent ou un statut en vertu de la loi sur les Indiens. Donc, ça vise à s'assurer qu'on ait des processus au parti qui sont robustes et transparents. On a eu beaucoup de succès l'an dernier alors que ces changements-là étaient en œuvre et on demande à la salle de ratifier ces modifications de façon à être cohérent avec les modifications constitutionnelles qu'on a fait un petit peu plus tôt aujourd'hui. Et en tant que président du Québec, j'aimerais m'assurer que tout le monde dans la salle se sente à l'aise de s'exprimer uniquement dans la langue officielle de leur choix. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, vous avez présenté votre règlement. Est-ce qu'il y a un commotionnaire qui voudrait soutenir cet amendement?
Maureen Klink from Saskatchewan, I so second.
Merci beaucoup. Maintenant, on va procéder à savoir s'il y a un débat ou non. Encore, la procédure, c'est d'avoir un minimum de 50 cartons levés pour qu'on procède à un débat. Alors, je vais vous demander de lever votre carton si vous voulez un débat. Please lift your card if you want a debate. We need 50 cards to proceed to a debate. Seeing no cards, not 50 cards up, we will go directly to the vote. And a reminder, this is a majority vote. We need 50% to get it through. Alors, je vais vous demander, tous ceux et celles qui sont en faveur de cette résolution, veuillez lever votre carton. If you are for, please lift your card. Those against, ceux contre. Les abstentions. Alors, clairement, vous pouvez voir que ce règlement est passé. This
Merci beaucoup.
bylaw has passed.
Okay, moving on to the next bylaw.
Relates to sections 2 and 3 of Bylaw 4. Will be presented by Kara Levis.
Hello, Kara Levis, Calgary Confederation, Chair of the PTB for Alberta. I am forwarding this adoption of the changes to the registered Liberal bylaw in order to update and modernize the way that registration as a Liberal is conducted. Today, Bylaw 4 includes detailed rules about when an application is received, whether it's by mail, courier, or hand delivery. In practice, almost every single application to be a registered Liberal comes through web forms. And although paper forms are still available, only 1 or 2 are received by the national office every year. So these changes ensure that online registration is the default process, and it keeps paper forms available for those who need them. The amendments clarify that registration is considered complete once the online form is submitted and reviewed for completeness, and as part of that review, the system sends an automated email asking the applicant to confirm their address, just like when you sign up for any online service or newsletter. This ensures that each registration is tied to a real person and prevents the party from storing invalid or inactive email addresses. Overall, these changes bring our registration process in line with how people actually join the party today. It's simple, modern, and secure. So I ask that this be adopted as it has been adopted as a bylaw by the National Board.
Thank you very much. Is there an interest in debating this? We'll need 50 people. Oh, sorry, I keep skipping that part. The seconder, please.
All right, cast the dot again for Chair of Ontario for the Liberal Party of Canada. I second the proposal.
Thank you, Kasser. If there's an interest to debate this, we'll need 50 people to indicate. So if you'd like to debate this, please raise your card. I don't see any being raised, or there might be one back there. All those in favor of this, please raise your card. And all those opposed? Any abstentions? And that carries.
Excellent. On continue avec le troisième changement proposé. Alors, notre prochain amendement est en lien avec la section 10.4 des règlements numéro 8. Il sera présenté par Kassir Dar. Kassir, you have 2 minutes to present your
Thank you.
amendment.
Thank you, Cass Adjar, the Chair of Ontario for the Liberal Party of Canada. So this amendment is related to the role of the PTB in the Election Readiness Committee. Previously, we realized there's very limited role for the PTB chair when it comes to the PTB key role in our electoral success across the country. Creating a formal avenue for PTB participation in election readiness will enhance alignment and strengthen overall campaign preparation. We also believe the PTB has the knowledge and the practical experience. We look forward to contributing to expertise and on-the-ground understanding of the PTB chair. So with that, I propose this amendment.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que nous avons un co-motionnaire pour cette résolution?
Kara Levis, Calgary Confederation, PTB Chair for Alberta. I second this motion.
Merci, Kara. Alors, nous procédons maintenant à savoir s'il y a débat ou non sur cette résolution. Est-ce que j'ai 50 cartons pour procéder à un débat? If you want to debate, please lift your red card and we'll see if we have 50. Not seeing 50 cards, we will now proceed to the vote on the amendment. Alors, ceux et celles qui sont pour cette résolution, veuillez lever votre carton. Those for, please lift your card. Against, contre. Abstention, abstentions. Alors, la résolution est adoptée. The resolution has passed.
Okay, moving on to our final amendments that are bundled together. They relate to expired transitional provisions in bylaws 1, 2, 4, and 8. Specifically, they are sections 13 of bylaw 1, section 11 of bylaw 2, section 8 of bylaw 4, section 14 of bylaw 8. The presenter to this will be Jesse McCormick.
Bonjour encore tout le monde. Mon nom est Jesse McCormick. I'm from Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola. I'd like to commend this group on all your hard work this morning. I'd like to thank the chairs and the legal secretaries for helping to advance this work. I am a member of the National Board, and the National Board has sponsored this amendment. This is to repeal outdated transitional provisions in the LPC bylaws. It's a straightforward housekeeping proposal. Basically, what we're doing is removing provisions that were put in place after the constitutional change in 2016. They were transitional rules that were added at the time to support the shift to a single unified framework. Those transitional rules have now expired and are no longer necessary, so we're cleaning up the documents because they have no legal or practical effect. So this proposal simply cleans up the bylaws. It removes outdated transitional clauses to ensure the bylaws reflect current party operations and good governance structures.
Thank you, Jesse. Do we have a seconder for the amendments?
Kara Levis, Calgary Confederation, PTB Chair for Alberta.
Thank you. Is there an interest to debate this? Please raise your card if you would like to debate this. Okay, we'll move to the vote. All those in favor, please raise your card. Opposed? Abstentions? And that is carried. And that is all for our constitutional and bylaw plenary. Thank you for your participation.
Alors, ceci conclut notre séance constitutionnelle. Nous allons donc prendre premièrement, remercier tout le monde de votre grande participation et nous allons prendre une pause de 5 minutes pour que l'on puisse changer à la partie maintenant de la séance des politiques. We will now take a 5-minute recess to change to the policy session, which will be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone, for participating to this session. Merci.
I'll be around. Like, just text me if there's something.
Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. La séance est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The session will begin shortly.
Okay, we are going to get started on the policy side of things, folks. So just a quick reminder, if you do require a translation device, please go and seek one out in the back. They might just be in the hallway there. If you need a translation device, because we will not be able to translate everything, both French and English.
Alors, bonjour tout le monde et bienvenue à la session des politiques. Je vous présente mon collègue Mark Gerritsen et Mike Morrison. Mike Morrison, merci. Thank you, Mike. You are still the policy secretary, and we appreciate all the work that you've been doing. Mon nom est Mona Fortier et je suis très contente que nous pouvons procéder maintenant à la session des politiques.
So we're going to go over the rules, and we will go over those quickly, and then we'll get started on each resolution. This plenary requires a minimum of 100 eligible registrants to satisfy quorum, which we have. The top 24 resolutions submitted by registered Liberals and prioritized through regional, provincial, and national comment and prioritization periods will be presented. Please note that no amendments to the presented policy resolutions will be permitted. Again, no amendments can be made on the floor. Each policy being debated will be displayed in both official languages on the screens. You can also find physical copies of the policies at the back of the plenary hall. You can consult them on your mobile device as well by scanning the QR code found on the screens. During this session, the sponsor or an authorized representative of each resolution will move the motion to adopt the resolution and speak for up to 2 minutes. One eligible registrant must second the motion. Seconders may only say their name and writing.
Alors, nous demandons que les présentateurs se tiennent près du microphone numéro 1 ou du microphone numéro 2 avant la présentation de leur résolution. Nous vous demandons de ne pas lire la résolution mot à mot et vous rappelons que vous n'êtes pas tenu d'utiliser tout le temps qui vous est alloué. Veuillez utiliser uniquement le temps dont vous avez besoin pour présenter l'essentiel de la résolution. Sachez que les microphones seront coupés au bout de 2 minutes. Si la marraine ou le parrain de la résolution souhaite retirer sa proposition, un représentant autorisé du parrain peut faire une demande à cet effet. À moins que 50 participants admissibles ne s'y opposent, la résolution sera retirée. Si 50 participants s'y opposent, la question du retrait sera mise aux voix sans débat et sera réglée par une majorité simple. Lorsqu'une motion a été dûment présentée et appuyée, on demandera aux participants admissibles si celle-ci devait être mise aux voix sans débat. À moins que 50 participants inscrits admissibles indiquent qu'ils souhaitent un débat, la résolution est immédiatement mise aux voix.
Debate will alternate between those in favor and those opposed. We will take those in favor on your left microphone, those opposed on your right microphone. The number of speakers debating motions will be limited to 2 speakers in favor and 2 speakers opposed. Those speaking will be limited to 1 minute each. After the conclusion of the debate, if any, the resolution will be put to vote. With the rules of order now established, let's begin the process.
Alors, maintenant que les règlements ont été partagés, nous allons commencer le processus. Alors, nous discuterons maintenant de la résolution numéro 59284, intitulée « Remédier à la pénurie de professionnels de la santé au Canada en reconnaissant leur titre de compétence étranger ». Et le représentant autorisé de la résolution pourrait-il se nommer et présenter la résolution? Corey Fletcher, are you in the room?
Or a representative? Is Corey here to present, or a representative on Corey's behalf?
Please go to a mic. Corey.
Yes,
Thank
this is
you.
Corey Fletcher.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Bon matin tout le monde. My name is Corey Fletcher, organization chair of the Vancouver Kingsway. Je m'appelle Corey Fletcher, président d'organisation d'ADC Vancouver Kingsway. Je suis tellement heureux de pouvoir présenter cette résolution à Montréal, à quelques minutes de Sainte-Catherine-la-Main, où l'histoire d'un immigrant qu'on appelait Reine a inspiré une belle chanson de cowboy fringant. So this resolution is about thousands of people who who could be a great asset to our society, like the Reine in that story, but who are not currently held back by a system, and that because of the system does not allow to contribute. Today, one of Canada's greatest needs is in healthcare. We urgently need more doctors, nurses, and other medical professionals. Yet only 58% of internationally educated healthcare professionals in Canada are actually working in healthcare. Too many highly trained professionals are unable to practice because the process of converting their foreign credential into Canadian license is too expensive and take long. We need them in our healthcare system now, but at the same time, we must maintain the quality of care. So simply bypass the process is not an option. That's why this resolution calls on federal government to provide the provinces and territories with the tool they need to speed up the credential recognition, reduce the financial barrier, support more standardized process, and explore the way to internationally educated healthcare professionals.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a un représentant autorisé pour soutenir ou appuyer cette motion?
Good morning, Mayor Rose Gregorios. Very enthusiastically seconding the motion.
Merci. Thank you very much. Now we will proceed to see if we have debate on this resolution. On va procéder à savoir s'il y a un débat. Alors, levez votre carton si vous voulez avoir un débat sur cette résolution. Levez votre carton si vous voulez un débat sur cette résolution. Ne voyant pas 50 cartons, je vais maintenant procéder aux voix. Alors, toutes celles et ceux en faveur de cette politique, veuillez lever votre carton. Those for, please lift your card. Those against. Abstention. This carries. This resolution carries. Cette proposition est adoptée.
Thank you. All right, everyone. So I will call the next presenter of a resolution. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir la personne qui will move the resolution appliquer la loi canadienne sur la santé face à la privatisation, défendre les soins de santé universels? Ça, c'est résolution 48-052.
Hello.
Yep.
Okay. Lucia Stachersky. I'm chair of the St. Albert Sturgeon River EDA, vice chair of the PTB for Alberta. Thank you. Today, our universal healthcare system is under coordinated threat. Across the country, there is a shift toward for-profit clinics that divert federal transfers away from public care and, in many cases, bill Canadians out of pocket for insured services. We cannot allow a two-tier healthcare system to become the Canadian norm. Right now, operating rooms in our public hospitals are underused or completely closed because staff are lured away to private clinics. This is worsening the wait times that provincial governments claim they are fixing. For example, an orthopedic surgery center has been closed for 642 days so far, and patients are being moved to private centers where they do fewer, less complex surgeries and charge the province more. Wait lists are getting longer, not shorter. Recently, Alberta passed Bill 11, allowing physicians to work in both the public and private sectors, laying the groundwork for a two-tier health system, disadvantaging the most vulnerable in our society and advantaging the wealthiest. A legal opinion analyzing Bill 11 states that Bill 11 erodes those core protections and purposes of the Canada Health Act. Even the Canadian Medical Association has spoken against it. Last year's Bill 25 allows individual privately owned hospitals to decide remuneration of medical professionals in direct contravention of the Canada Health Act. If this is allowed to go unchallenged, other provinces will also take similar measures, and our valued universal health care will no longer exist.
A little point of order, the motion doesn't show on the screen.
Wait.
No, it's out.
They had the time.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un that can second the motion?
Lenora Brown, St. Albert Sturgeon Ribbon, EDA.
Thank you. And are there 50 cards that wish to debate the resolution? 50 delegates that wish to debate the resolution. Okay, not seeing 50. We'll proceed directly to a vote. So all those in favor? Okay. And all those opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
The resolution has been adopted.
So we will now move to our third resolution, resolution number 71261, Achieving Healthcare for All Canadians, a 21st Century Restructuring of the Healthcare System. I would invite at this time the mover or representative to come forward and speak for 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Judith Quinn with the National Women Liberals Commission, as well as the Lac St. EDA. Our healthcare system evolved to focus on delivering care through doctors and hospitals and originates from a time when we were treating more people with acute as opposed to chronic ill conditions. Today, the healthcare system is failing many people, and it is very expensive, inefficient, and inequitable. About 6 million Canadians don't have a primary care physician in a system where primary care physician is the gateway to accessing healthcare. In 2024, Dr. Jane Philpott, a previous Minister of Health, published a book arguing that we need, in her words, disrupt and design health systems in Canada to prioritize providing primary care home for every Canadian. Primary care homes are local health centers where each Canadian can be seen in a timely manner by the healthcare provider that most meets their needs, be that a doctor, nurse practitioner, physiotherapist, psychologist, or so forth. The health professionals function as an integrated team in delivering care. This focus on access to primary health care homes exists in other countries, and there's a lot of evidence that countries with strong systems of primary care get the best outcomes for their populations at the most affordable cost and in a way that is equitable. The federal government has the power to make this happen through laws and regulations and federal spending power. This resolution adopts Dr. Philpott's recommendations and suggests legislation in the form of a Canada Primary Care Act that requires provinces and territories to develop and implement systems of universal access to a primary care home. As she says, just as every child has the right to a public education, every Canadian has the right to a primary care home.
Thank you. And I would now ask for a seconder to this.
Yep. Hello, my name is Prabjot Sangha from Brampton South, and I second this motion.
Thank you very much. Is there an interest to debate this? If you would like to debate this, please raise your card. We need 50 people. Raise your card if you would like to debate this. Not seeing 50 cards, I will go to a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? And I declare the resolution carried.
OK, maintenant nous procédons à la prochaine résolution, numéro 46067, intitulée « Développer la capacité de formation de médecins pour résoudre la crise des soins de santé au Canada ». J'aimerais avoir le représentant de la résolution, Ian Jones, pour nous présenter celle-ci.
Good morning. My name is Ian Jones. I am from Winnipeg South Centre. I am the newly elected EDA chair there. I'm also a retired associate professor in the Max Rady Faculty of Medicine at the University of Manitoba. Delegates, I'm asking your support for policy 46067. More than 6.5 million Canadians woke up this morning without a family doctor. Not because they made a bad choice, but because we did. The wait for a specialist is measured in months, and that's because the system is stressed, and it's going to get worse. Manitoba alone reduced training seats from 100 to 70 in the 1990s, costing us the equivalent of over 800 physicians. We are still paying that debt in emergency rooms, waiting rooms, and in lives shortened by delayed diagnosis. In 2023, Canada trained only 7.5 physicians per 100,000 people. That's roughly half the OECD average. Every other comparable country outpaces us. This is not a funding mystery. It is a training gap, and it has a solution. This resolution asks for the Government of Canada to do 4 achievable things. Fund more seats in medical school residency programs with the needed infrastructure, build a national strategy aligned to actual population needs, tie Canada health transfer dollars to measurable training targets, and cut through the red tape that keeps qualified international trained doctors from practicing. None of this requires new machinery. The funding channels exist. The constitutional justice is clear. What has been missing is the nationals' will to act. Delegates, this crisis was made by policy and can be
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Jones. Est-ce que nous avons un co-motionnaire pour cette résolution? Madame?
Hello, I'm Vicki Rempel from Manitoba, Winnipeg West, and I second this motion.
Merci. Merci. Alors maintenant que nous avons un co-motionnaire, je voudrais maintenant vérifier dans la salle si nous voulons débattre de cette résolution. Do we want to debate this resolution? Please lift your cards, and I need 50 cards to debate this resolution. Not seeing 50 cards, we will go directly to the vote. Alors, je demanderai...
Can we see the resolution on the screens, please?
Okay, so just a reminder to everybody, the resolutions are available on the convention website, and there are some hard copies at the back. It's important that we allow those that are speaking to know how much time they have left. That's why when they start speaking, that screen flips to the time. So if you would like to get a copy of the resolutions, I'd encourage you to use your mobile device, go to the convention website, or look for a hard copy at the back.
So I'll just say that you can go to 2026.liberal.ca and you can click on the 2026 open policy process. You can find the resolutions there. There were also policy booklets that were passed out earlier, and there may still be some left at the back. They're all out. Okay, well, that's a sign of the success of this plenary and how many people are here.
Hey, excellent. Alors, vous allez voir aussi qu'il y a des copies, peut-être vos voisins. Vous pouvez travailler avec vos voisins pour vous assurer que vous pouvez lire la résolution. Vous la voyez maintenant sur l'écran, mais sachez que c'est disponible en ligne également.
And if you see somebody with one, we're all friends around here,
Oui,
so
c'est
just
ça.
feel free to share them.
Exactement, on travaille ensemble. Alors, maintenant, je vais passer aux voix cette résolution 46067. Alors, ceux qui sont pour, levez vos cartons. Those for, please lift your card. Contre? Against? Abstention? Abstentions? Alors, clairement, cette résolution passe aux voix. Donc, elle est adoptée. This resolution has been adopted.
Okay, so now we will go to Resolution 10220. Ça, c'est vieillir chez soi, le rôle des municipalités. Is there, do we have the mover here? Okay, so that is Mark Lambswood.
Hi, Mark Lambswood from Long Range Mountains in western Newfoundland and Labrador. Massive Montreal Canadiens fan, very excited to be here. This motion is coming from Newfoundland and Labrador and just recognizes that there can be and should be a municipal role where the rubber hits the road on healthcare transfers to provinces. Municipalities have the ability to further consider when it comes to healthcare, zoning, transportation, recreation, food systems, housing strategies at the municipal level, and that the federal government would be able to have that lens when you consider healthcare hitting the road at the grassroots level. So thank you for considering this motion, and go Habs go.
Okay, do we have an individual to second the motion? All right. Speak.
Yep. Hi, it's Mark Duggan, St. John's East, Chair of the Newfoundland and Labrador Provincial Territorial Board, and I second the motion.
Thank you. Est-ce qu'il y a 50 délégués qui veulent débattre la résolution? Are there 50 delegates who wish to debate the resolution?
Yep.
Okay. So seeing none, we'll proceed directly to the vote. All in favor? Okay, and all opposed? Abstentions? All right. The motion is adopted.
Perfect. Okay, so just before we go to the next one, for those that are still looking for them, if you go to 2026.liberal.ca, and if you're doing it on your mobile device, click the 3 lines for the menu, then go down to the 4th from the bottom, which is 2026 Open Policy Process, and it is also available in the app if you've downloaded the app. So,
Donc, vous voyez qu'il y a une application aussi qui a été créée cette année pour la Convention, pour le Congrès. C'est également disponible si vous allez dans la question de programme. Au temps d'aujourd'hui, la séance plénière sur les modifications apportées, il y a un document que vous pouvez accéder qui est le document de politique, la résolution de politique. Alors, disponible sur l'application également.
so
Marc, prochaine résolution.
We'll now move to the 6th resolution that we'll be discussing, resolution number 70027, entitled Canada Strong Healthcare. I would ask for the mover or a representative to come to a microphone. Identify yourself, and please, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm Hilary Williamson. Bonjour, mes amis. This is deja vu for me because I presented SLC healthcare resolution in Halifax in 2018. What I said then still holds. Canadians care deeply about healthcare. Les Canadiens sont très attachés à leur système de santé. Universal public health care isn't just social policy, it's economic policy. Lower costs than in the US make our workforce more competitive. Strong health care drives productivity and growth. But here's the reality. We've fallen far behind on wait times, access, and efficiency. We warned in 2018 that the system was in crisis. La pandémie a amplifié la crise. Our Liberal government has taken important steps, but the hard truth remains. Wait times have tripled from 9 weeks to 29. Behind those numbers are real people living in pain, facing complications, even avoidable deaths. The Canada Health Act was visionary in 1984, but we can't solve today's problems with yesterday's tools. Experts have long agreed that incremental change isn't enough. We need coordinated national reform. National benchmarks for timely care, transparent reporting, faster adoption of standardized digital health, pan-Canadian licensure so professionals can serve where needed. Practical steps to make care faster, fairer, smarter, just what the doctor ordered. If we want Canada's strong economy, we need Canada's strong healthcare. Nous sommes à la croisée des chemins. Let's choose to modernize and strengthen universal healthcare before we lose it. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this policy resolution?
I'm Eva Eras, Dr. Eva Eras, and I'm from Ottawa Centre, and I strongly endorse this resolution.
Thank you very much. Is there an interest to debate this? If you would like to debate this policy resolution, please raise your card. Again, we would need 50. I'm not seeing 50, so we will go to the vote on this. All those in favor of the resolution, please raise your card. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that is carried.
Merci. Alors, merci. Prochaine résolution. Nous discutons maintenant de la résolution numéro 74312, intitulée « Protéger les jeunes Canadiens contre les dangers des médias sociaux ». Est-ce que nous avons une proposeur pour cette résolution?
Oui, bonjour Madame Fortier, Rachel Bendayan, députée d'Outremont. Pour trop de jeunes, les réseaux sociaux sont devenus une source importante d'anxiété avec un impact réel sur leur santé mentale ainsi que leur sécurité. L'approche que nous présentons aujourd'hui est claire et concrète et 75% des Canadiens sont en faveur des mesures en ce sens. Cette résolution provient des militants de mon comté, des parents, des grands-parents, des enseignants, même des jeunes, et c'est le fruit du travail de notre association libérale d'Outremont, et je tiens à remercier Jonathan Nuss et Catherine Zécry en particulier. Right now, the most powerful social media platforms in the world are shaping the daily lives of our children with little to no accountability for the risks that they create. The evidence, including from court proceedings, shows an intentional design choice to target children, and for far too many young Canadians, this comes at a cost to their mental health, their brain development, and their personal security. The research shows that the period of highest vulnerability is between the ages of 11 and 15. Youth on TikTok and Snapchat show higher signs of suicidal ideation than the national average here in Canada. Cyberbullying is linked to a threefold increase in suicidal thoughts in this country. Our approach is straightforward. Establish 16 as the minimum age for the creation of social media accounts. Require platforms to implement effective age verification. Reduce the addictive design features and strengthen protections against cyberbullying and against deepfakes. Over 3/4 of Canadians support this kind of measure, according to a recent poll. This is not a fringe idea. It is mainstream expectations. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que nous avons un co-motionnaire pour cette résolution?
Jonathan Nuss, EDA Chair, Outremont Federal Liberal Association. Jonathan Nuss, président de l'Association fédérale libérale d'Outremont. I second this motion. J'appuie cette motion.
Merci.
Fortement.
Excellent. Merci beaucoup. Alors, voulons-nous procéder à un débat? Levez votre carton, ceux et celles qui veulent procéder à un débat. Il nous faut 50 cartons pour procéder au débat. Je pense que je vais demander un compte aux bénévoles. Donc, laissez votre carton levé si vous voulez un débat. Please lift your card if you want a debate. I need to have 50. I now see 50. We will now proceed to debate. Nous allons procéder au débat. Alors, je vous rappelle les consignes. Pour pouvoir parler en faveur de cette résolution, je vous invite à aller à ma droite, donc à votre gauche. et nous allons donner la chance à 2 personnes de parler en faveur. Si vous voulez parler contre, vous allez aller au micro à ma gauche, mais à votre droite, et nous allons laisser 2 personnes discuter contre cette résolution. Vous avez seulement 1 minute pour le faire. You only have 1 minute to do it. I would start on my right. Please name your name, your riding, and then you have 1 minute to discuss for this resolution. Allez-y.
Loïc Saint-Pierre, Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Moi, je viens témoigner en tant qu'enseignant. J'enseigne ici à Montréal, à la salle, à des jeunes de 12, 13, 14, 15 ans. Et l'importance d'avoir une loi comme ça, c'est vraiment aidant pour les enseignants. Puis je vais faire le témoignage. Au Québec, on a, depuis septembre, plus le droit d'avoir de cellulaires dans les écoles. Et à quel point ça a aidé les enseignants de dire, bien, c'est pas ma décision, c'est la loi. Ça coupe les arguments, ça aide vraiment les enseignants. Fait que cette motion-là, merci, ça va aider les enseignants, évidemment, les parents, mais surtout les jeunes. Fait que, s'il vous plaît, votez en faveur de cette motion. Merci.
Merci. Alors maintenant, je vais aller à ma gauche. Vous avez 1 minute pour faire votre plaidoyer contre. Allez-y.
Hello, my name is Amtal Jupel from Ville-Marie. I recognize the good intent of this resolution, but I'd like to raise 2 concerns that I have with it. First, while also recognizing that our caucus is putting a lot of emphasis on privacy, Canadians will still associate this with sending their driver's licenses to Facebook, which may still leak. They may associate it with sending their face scan to Twitter, where Grok AI was creating child sexual imagery. And while I do recognize caucus wants a national, sovereign Canadian way to verify this information, we don't know what that looks like yet, so we don't know how this data will be handled by these companies. Furthermore, I am concerned by the impact on free expression. Canadians will have their ID linked to their profiles, and some may not feel comfortable with that. We're going to see a decrease in online whistleblowing. Some Canadians may not have ID, and many are just going to be uncomfortable sharing their political opinions online. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, le prochain intervenant à ma droite, veuillez vous nommer votre circonscription. Vous avez 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Catherine Zickery. I'm a policy chair of the Outremont Federal Liberal Association. I would like to remind that along with the proposal, there is a committee of experts that would be working on protecting children in terms of confidentiality and the like. So we have an obligation to protect our children, and this policy does just that. It focuses on protections around addicting design features, unsafe interactions, and deepfakes and synthetic images. This is also a timely moment to take this action, with recent discussions starting to frame some of these issues in terms of platform designs that are harmful to minors. As the mother of 2 young adults who have been victims of these design flaws, sometimes intentional, I'm comfortably say that this policy is about a broader sentiment you hear from a lot.
Merci beaucoup. That was a minute. I know it goes fast. La prochaine intervention à ma gauche, à votre droite. Allez-y, 1 minute.
My name is Maria Omar. I'm a policy chair for National Women's Commission who proposed safe alternative, which was reviewed by Cory Doctorow and Yoshua Benjur and not a Band-Aid. What we have today is 30 years since social media exists. Every single platform has child mode that parents can use. There are no comprehensive studies except the one called Manchester study released just in January this year. 25,000 children were served, and they say that there is no correlation between mental health and and social media use. I myself, autistic, and I have child with autism, and I have 3 children that are raised, and I'm also a postdoctorate fellow in artificial intelligence. I know that those platforms and age verification is not gonna work. In Australia, 75% of children already got around it, and I got slapped by UNESCO, and United Nations Child Rights stated that Commentary 25 has been broken, which is the right of children for digital environment and education. We are away.
Merci beaucoup. OK. Alors, je vais maintenant aller de l'avant avec la résolution, les voix. Alors, en faveur, veuillez lever votre carton. If you are for this resolution, lift your card. If you are against, vous êtes contre, levez vos cartons. Abstention, ceux qui s'abstiennent. Et cette résolution est adoptée. This resolution passes.
Alors, nous discutons maintenant la résolution 70049. Ça, c'est titre équité fiscale pour les aînés célibataires.
Excuse me.
Yep.
May I have a point of order? On the last motion, there was not enough input with young people on a motion that would significantly impact the way young people interact with democracy and politics.
This is unfortunately not a point of order, sir. We have strict rules we have been repeating since this morning. In this session, we are allowed to have 2 for, 2 against. We had this, and we did go to the vote. If we want to make changes, we have to make changes to the rules, which we're not doing today. We can do that, if you wish, with the convention at a later date. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right, so do we have the mover of this resolution? So this is tax equity for single seniors. Sheila Bryan.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Bryan. I'm from the wonderful riding of Mona-Fortier, Ottawa, Vanier, Gloucester.
It's fixed.
And I am the president of the Ontario Liberal Seniors Commission. It will come as a surprise to many of you that single seniors, that includes widows and widowers, and those who separated or divorced or who never married, pay significantly more income taxes than their people who are a couple with the same income. And that's because individual seniors, as a member of a couple, benefit from pension income splitting with their partner and a tax reduction option not open to single seniors. Yet singles and couples often have the same expenses, things like rent, mortgages, property taxes, internet, etc. And yes, it's true that other single Canadians besides single seniors also pay more income taxes. The difference is that not all seniors receive eligible benefits because of their marital status. Benefits like income supports or pension splitting are available to senior couples, but not to single seniors. Many believe that Canadian seniors do very well financially, and in fact, 1 in 5 older Canadians live in poverty, and single seniors are 4 times more likely to live in poverty than senior couples. Data indicates that about 62% of single senior women live in poverty. That's twice as much as senior men. And that's because their lower income earnings resulted in smaller government pensions. As Liberals, we're sworn to the values of fairness, equity, and inclusion, and this issue flies in the face of those values. And that's the reason that this policy resolution asks the Government of Canada to recognize single seniors as a distinct citizen stakeholder group with tax equity disadvantages, and to rectify it by considering improvements to federal tax policy. And that's why we're asking you to vote for this policy to begin to address that single seniors tax polity inequity.
All right, is there an individual to second the motion?
Yes, Elizabeth Brown, Willowdale, EDA.
Very much. All right. Merci. Y a-t-il 50 délégués qui souhaitent débattre sur résolution? Okay. Je vois pas 50. Alors, on procède directement au vote. Tous en faveur?
Thank you. Wait, what is that?
Okay. Anyone? Okay, all against? Okay, la résolution est adoptée.
We will now move to Resolution 60186, titled Resolution for Increasing and Indexing the Northern Resident Deduction. I would ask a representative of the motion or the policy to come forward and state your name, and please speak for 2 minutes.
When I first wrote this resolution in 2024...
Sorry to interrupt. We will restart your time. Can you start with your name and
sure.
writing? Thank you.
My name is Carrie Johnston. When I first wrote this resolution in 2024, I calculated that $11 in 2016 would have been $13.56 in 2024. But in just 2 short years, inflation's already pushed that number to $14.17. And that's exactly the problem we're here to solve. The cost of living in the North doesn't stay still long enough for policy to catch it. I live on the traditional territory of Champagne-Anahuac First Nations in beautiful Dakwakata, Haines Junction, Yukon. I'm the secretary for the Yukon PTB, and this is the fast-track resolution from the territories. It was jointly affirmed and fast-tracked by all 3 territories during the last major policy process in 2024, and we're here to bring it back today. The strength of Canada's Arctic, our sovereignty, and northern security depends on the people who live there. And yes, that means infrastructure. It means military bases and drones, but it also means supporting the foundations of northern life, the families and households who have always lived there, those who choose to stay, build, and invest in our communities. And that's where the Northern Residency Deduction comes in. The NRD helps offset the high costs of living in the North, and those costs are real. What gets missed in our rural and remote territorial communities, the ones only reachable by air and winter road, is that construction costs run almost double our territorial capitals, which are already 30 to 100% more expensive than down south. But we know that the long-term answer isn't just subsidies. It's about building our economies and local industry, and we need the Northern Residency Deduction to do that. So we're asking for you to please increase it and index it, because you don't secure the North with military bases and drones. You support it by supporting the...
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Is there a seconder?
Peter Tomilty, Iyunga. I'm seconding this motion. I'm the policy chair for the territory of Nunavut. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there an interest to debate this policy? If there is, if you're interested in debating the policy, please raise your card. Not seeing 50, I will move to the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Thank you so much!
Hey.
Okay.
Are there any abstentions? Okay, I declare the resolution carried.
OK. Alors, nous sommes rendus à la 10e résolution. Ça va très bien, tout le monde. Nous allons maintenant procéder à la résolution numéro 24360, intitulée « Restreindre l'accès à l'intelligence artificielle et aux robots conversationnels pour les enfants et les adolescents ». Alors, est-ce que je pourrais avoir le représentant de la résolution pour la mettre de l'avant? Allez-y, monsieur.
Bonjour tout le monde, Steve Labarbera, je suis le président du comté Ville-Marie. Bienvenue à Montréal. Thank you all for coming. Just to be clear, in spite of its title, this resolution is about AI chatbots only. I invite you to read the full text online or in the printed copies. There are trillions of dollars being spent right now on developing AI, particularly in the US, but also elsewhere. Sam Altman on December 27th tweeted, "The potential impact of models on mental health was something we only saw a preview in 2025. 2 months ago, Anthropic's senior safety researcher resigned and said in his resignation letter, "The world is in peril." While there are some business cases for AI, these chatbots have become quite dangerous. All around the world, we've seen AI chatbots telling young people to hurt themselves or even end their lives. This technology has helped teens plan attacks on their schools and acquire weapons in the US, all over Europe, and here in Canada as well. I'll point out the shocking events of Tumbler Ridge earlier this year. We know that AI played a role in the tragedy and that representatives of OpenAI were summoned to Ottawa to ask why they hadn't flagged this behavior to authorities. Multiple studies have shown AI chatbots provide a synthetic relationship to young people, an easy fix for loneliness when no human friend is available. Having this has having a significant negative impact on the mental health of young Canadians, leading directly to a range of harmful behaviors, sometimes violent or even sexual in nature. These technologies have also been shown to limit desire for interaction with peers. A number of advanced countries are already taking action on this, and I invite my fellow Liberals in the room to do the same. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Laberbera. Est-ce que vous avez un co-motionnaire pour cette résolution? Veuillez vous présenter et donner votre nom et circonscription.
Bonjour, good morning. Ruby Roy, j'appuie de Papineau. I agree from Papineau. Merci.
Merci. Alors, nous procédons maintenant à voir si on veut débattre de cette motion. Veuillez lever votre carton si vous voulez débattre cette motion. If you want to debate, please lift your card. I need 50 to have a debate. Clearly seeing 50 cards, we will now proceed to debate. Alors, nous allons avoir le temps de débattre. J'invite ceux ou celles qui veulent débattre de la motion. À ma droite, vous pouvez parler en faveur et à ma gauche, vous allez parler contre. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a des gens qui veulent parler en faveur de cette proposition? Je vais aller au micro à ma gauche et vous pouvez procéder si vous voulez parler contre. Vous avez 1 minute. You can proceed on my left to discuss against. I have now somebody on my right to speak in favor. Alors, vous pouvez parler en faveur. Vous avez 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Faith Wright. I'm from Moncton Dieppe in New Brunswick. And I would like to reiterate my support for this proposal because, I mean, the AI situation, it's kind of like the Wild West. And as a young Liberal who has largely abstained from using artificial intelligence in her life, I am very concerned about my peers, my contemporaries that are supposed to be the future of this country. And I do wonder just how many, brains are getting dissolved into goo by these frigging chatbots, and I'm quite terrified, really, because am I going to be one of the few people who actually has a mind and who isn't completely dependent on these things for everything? I'm kind of terrified about it, really. So this policy's great.
Merci. Alors, I will now proceed on my left. À votre droite, you can speak 1 minute against this resolution. Please state your name and your riding.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Wu. I'm from the Richmond Center Marple EDA. I'm the policy chair. And as a 15-year-old, I want to say that AI has played an integral part into our studies and to our learning, and I don't see why we cannot regulate this AI chat box instead of restricting it, as AI will be an integral part into our future, and if our future cannot be educated and cannot learn how to use this tool, how will we manage to use it in the future when it will be necessary? So this is what I want to say as a youth, as someone who does use AI to study and uses it on a bright side and not on a bad manner. I want to say we can regulate it instead of restrict it. Thank you.
Merci. Alors, la prochaine personne qui va parler en faveur, vous avez 1 minute. N'oubliez pas de présenter votre nom et votre circonscription. Allez-y.
Hi, my name's Lily Meakin. I'm with the Queen's Liberals, and I just want to say I really support this bill. As a university student, I've seen the impacts of AI. There are students in high school who are not being taught how to research. They're just doing all of their research and checking on AI. It's really impacting people's critical thinking and understanding. Teens and children need to learn how to figure out bias and need to be able to learn how to research and critically think before they can be introduced to chatbots who have bias and who impact critical thinking that these children will not be able to identify if they're not taught in the first place. So I really support this bill. I've seen how it has impacted universities and high schools, and it's negatively and it's horrifying. We need to put children's minds first before the value of AI. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Et la dernière intervention contre, allez-y, à ma gauche, à votre droite.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emma Tegtonlip from the Toronto St. Paul's Riding. So we also agree that AI needs to be regulated. Right now, there's no current regulation in Canada, but a blanket ban is just not the solution. So what you're doing is not protecting the kids, but actually silencing some of the most vulnerable, like kids with disabilities that use AI chatbots and assistants all the time, or for educational purposes, kids that don't have access. And also, even if you're proposing exceptions, which you are in areas like customer service, which no kid is on, like a customer service place. So we, instead of doing all these exceptions, just have a more regulatory framework around it instead of doing this blanket ban, which is not resolving the issue. Thank you. Yeah, glasses for kids with disabilities, and this like translates it.
Your minute is up. Yeah. Merci beaucoup. Alors, nous allons maintenant procéder à la mise aux voix pour cette résolution. Je vous rappelle que nous avons besoin de 50% des voix pour que cette résolution passe. Alors, je vais vous demander de lever votre carton si vous êtes en faveur. Please lift your card if you are for this resolution. Please lift your card if you are against, si vous êtes contre. OK, alors je ne suis pas capable de prendre une décision avec ce que je vois, donc nous allons recommencer et je vais demander aux bénévoles de faire le compte. I cannot see if we have majority, so I will ask for a count, and we will now ask everybody to lift their cards if you are for and keep your hand up so we can count the vote. Alors, veuillez garder vos cartons levés si vous êtes pour que nous puissions compter ce vote. Keep your hand up until I let you know that you can bring it down. Veuillez garder votre main en haut pour, et on est en train de compter. Il y a beaucoup de bénévoles. J'attends qu'ils se rendent en avant pour donner leur compte et ensuite, nous procéderons à la prochaine étape. Okay, gardez vos mains levées. Keep your hand up. We're almost done the count. Okay, now we're going to proceed. If you're against, please lift your card. Si vous êtes contre, veuillez lever votre carton. This is for against the vote, against the resolution, contre la résolution. Gardez vos mains hautes. Please keep your hands up.
I think it's going to be very
It's
close.
close. Please keep your hands up. We're almost done counting. OK, maintenant, nous allons procéder aux abstentions. Abstentions, please lift your card if you abstain. Si vous vous abstenez. OK, alors là, vous pouvez attendre patiemment. Please wait patiently. We will get the results in a moment. Soyez patients. On va avoir les résultats dans quelques instants.
Yeah, they're going to send it. That was just Sam saying how awesome you guys are, which I also share.
Nous allons avoir les résultats bientôt. Soyez patients. Let's be patient. The results are coming. To the table over there. To the table over there, please.
I know. This is always a little bit of a rude awakening.
While we wait for the results, let's give a big hand of applause of all those volunteers taking care of this session today. Un grand merci à tous les bénévoles qui travaillent à la session aujourd'hui. Merci pour toute votre aide. C'est tellement important.
Yeah.
I can do that for policy.
She said.
I can do it for policy.
Mike, you're good to share
So good news, I'll be able to give you the actual count for the policy session. Yes. Donc, je vais donner le compte exact des votes pour cette partie de la session des politiques, qui était différent de tantôt.
I chatted with Mike the whole time. He didn't know what was going on. Yeah, it's good to see how it works. Yeah.
OK, alors, nous avons un résultat. We have a result. Alors, c'est 411 pour, 411 for, and 327 against, 325 contre. La motion est adoptée. The motion has passed.
I'd just like to add that those numbers are absolutely phenomenal. Mona and I were up here 3 years ago at the last convention, and the amount of people in this room is, I don't know if it's a record, but it must be pretty close because we're very, very pleased to see that many Liberals here to debate policy.
Good job. Mike, you're next.
All right. Okay, so the next resolution is c'est résolution numéro 47189. Le titre est Suppression de l'obligation du visa pour les citoyennes et citoyens ukrainiens. The representative for moving the motion is Lee Rainey. Is Lee Rainey here? Okay. All right, Lee, if you want to begin.
Yes, my name's Lee Rainey. I'm from Canada's most improved riding in Saskatoon University. Yeah, so it's my privilege to introduce the most popular policy in Saskatchewan, which is eliminating the short-term visa requirement for Ukrainian citizens. So look, we come from the home of your Grey Cup champions, the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So we like to think that we know a thing or two about winners, and this policy is a winner. So there's 4 things that I want you to remember about the policy. First, it's proven. Second, it's safe. Third, it's beneficial to Canadians. And fourth, it's the right thing to do. So this policy is proven. Europe did this policy 9 years ago. They did it during the war in Donbass without any security incidents. And since the full-scale invasion by the Russians in 2022, the policy is still in place. There's been no security concerns regarding the short-term visa requirement. What this policy introduces is that we treat Ukrainians the same as our European allies. They come over here, they need an ETA, electronic travel authorization, the same as anybody from Norway or Portugal. That's what this policy does. This policy is safe. When we introduced the QAT program after the Russian invasion in 2022, nearly 1 million Ukrainians applied for a Canadian visa. 300,000 came over to Canada. 1 million people got the visa. 300,000 came. There's about 150,000 left here. So Ukrainians aren't staying. They just come over and they go home. Third, there's going to be over $500 billion worth of reconstruction in Ukraine at the end of this war. Right now, Ukrainian drone companies, whoever else, can go to Germany, visa-free, just for the weekend. They need to apply for a visa here. And fourth, it's the right thing to do. Canada was the first country to recognize Ukrainian immigration, and we're a decade behind our European allies on this policy. So I ask you to support this policy.
Okay. Are there 50 individuals who wish to debate this resolution?
You need a seconder.
Oh, sorry, yes, seconder, yes. Seconder, sorry.
C'est d'accord. Mon nom est Émile Robichaud. Je suis de la circonscription du Vancouver-Granville, puis j'appuie cette résolution.
Merci. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a 50 délégués qui souhaitent débattre cette résolution? Okay. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir un compte? We have a count of, see if there's 50.
You have 50. You do.
Okay.
I just
Okay.
counted 50.
Okay. Okay, so we have 50. All right, so we'll have 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against. If we could have the first speaker in favor. Okay.
Hello, Matthew Powell, Burlington. What this does is it's described as eliminating visa requirements, but what it's really doing is adding Ukrainians to ETA, the electronic travel authorization. Now, as Canadians, we don't generally interact with this very often, but it is an electronic standard form. It's very common around the world that we adopted several years ago that balances security and convenience. It makes it easier for the citizens who qualify for it to visit Canada. It eliminates the bureaucracy and red tape and having to visit an embassy or mail your passport. But at the same time, it allows us as Canadians to pre-screen people who want to come visit our country. So this adds Ukrainians to that system that already exists, is already proven. It balances security and ease of access and convenience, and it's the right thing to do for an ally. Thank you.
Okay. Merci. Alors, est-ce que le premier intervenant contre la résolution peut se nommer et faire valoir ses arguments?
Bonjour, Richard Audin, Le Pays d'en haut. I understand the Ukraine is at war, and there is a lot of countries in this world at war. The visa requirement is a politic of the government. I don't think we should remove visa requirement for anybody who wants to come to this country. Nous avons un processus bien rodé de visa, de ETA. Je comprends parfaitement la sensibilité, mais le visa, il est là pour faire le screening nécessaire. Thank you.
Merci. Est-ce que le deuxième intervenant en faveur de la résolution peut se nommer et faire valoir ses arguments?
Hello again, Amy Robichaud from Vancouver, Granville. I think it's important to recognize that we're talking about eliminating short-term visa requirements, not changing the entire immigration process for Ukrainian citizens. I also think it's really important to recognize the economic and business potential of this, not only as an ally, but as Lee referred to, there is about $650 billion potential dollars in reconstruction business from Ukraine, and to require short-term business visitors who would like to come to Canada, a country where they already have strong relationships, to bring that business to Canada for reconstruction is an own goal. We want to facilitate the admittance of Ukrainian business to this country, to work with our industries, our businesses, our entrepreneurs. And so I think that's absolutely critical that we facilitate that economic mobility so that we can support reconstruction and support the Canadian economy.
Okay, merci. Can we have the second person to speak against?
Hi, I just wanted to support this resolution. There's no much further comments. That is all. So again, I endorse this resolution.
Yeah. Is there another person who wants to speak against this resolution? Okay, yeah, because that.
Give your name and writing.
Yeah, name and writing, please.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Kamal Jain, and I'm from H Ward, Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas. And in principle, I'm for as much exchange of visitors and stuff as possible. I just say that this policy should not be just looked at for our Ukrainian friends. We should be looking at all the countries that don't have that privilege, and case by case, we should make that decision. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll proceed to the vote. All in favor? Okay. All right. And all opposed? Okay, the resolution is adopted.
Okay, We're now moving on to Resolution 12. We're officially at the halfway point here. Resolution 12 is 48085, Protecting Canadian Rights to Canada Pension Plan. I would invite someone to come forward to speak, to present it, and state your name.
Thank you very much. My name is Lucia Stachersky, Chair of the St. Albert Sturgeon River EDA and Vice Chair of the Alberta PTB. I'm very proud to present this resolution, which was fast-tracked from Alberta. Last year, the Alberta government surveyed Albertans about creating their own Alberta pension plan, which would require the CPP to hand over a large amount of funds over to Alberta to manage. In spite of almost 70% rejection of this idea, Alberta is proceeding, claiming a large portion of CPP. If Alberta is successful, other provinces would follow suit, putting one of the world's best public pension plans at risk. This resolution recognizes that we can't prevent the Alberta government from proceeding with this. However, we urge the government to protect those citizens that are already receiving it and those who have already contributed to it by giving them the option individually of staying with the CPP and not moving their funds to the APP. My CPP, my choice. In the past, Alberta has taken over teachers' pensions, and that plan is not doing as well as the CPP. Many Albertans would leave Alberta in order to remain with the CPP if necessary, and that would cause economic havoc across Alberta and other provinces. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm looking for a seconder. Please state your name and your writing.
Matthew, Richmond Center Marple Organization Chair. I support this motion.
Thank you. Is there an interest in debating this resolution? If there is, please raise your card if you would like to debate this. I do not see 50 cards, so I will proceed to the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? And I declare the resolution carried.
OK, nous passons rapidement. La fenêtre de temps se réduit, alors nous passons rapidement à la prochaine résolution, le numéro 73438, intitulé « Améliorer le transfert de technologie entre les établissements de recherche canadiens et l'industrie privée ». J'aimerais avoir le proposeur au micro, s'il vous plaît. Vous avez 2 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. My name is Ethan Carley. I am from Kingston in the Islands, and I am the Policy Director of the Queen's University Liberal Association. C'est avec grand plaisir que je suis ici aujourd'hui pour appuyer la proposition des jeunes libéraux du Canada visant à améliorer le transfert de technologie entre les établissements de recherche canadiens et le secteur privé. Canada produces world-class research, but too often those ideas never make it beyond the lab. Weak links between our universities and industry prevent Canadian innovation from reaching the market, holding back our country's productivity and growth. Canada is home to world-class research and talent in fields like artificial intelligence. Many researchers behind today's leading AI companies were trained at institutions like the University of Toronto. But too often, the economic benefits of that innovation are realized elsewhere. The consequences are clear. American universities license patents at 3 times the rate of Canadian institutions, and Canada ranks last in the G7 in patents per capita, meaning missed opportunities, fewer jobs, and slower economic growth. Cette résolution propose une stratégie nationale pour renforcer la collaboration entre la recherche et le secteur privé. It calls for 1, stronger incentives for private sector partnerships in research and development, and 2, better support for institutions in patenting and commercializing Canadian innovations. Un meilleur transfert de technologie signifie plus d'innovation, plus d'investissement et une économie plus productive pour les Canadiens. Je vous invite à soutenir cette résolution. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Merci. Est-ce que nous avons un commotionnaire? Allez-y.
Hi there, Samit M. Wanamaker, president of the UBC Young Liberals. I strongly endorse this and I
Merci
strongly
beaucoup.
second it.
OK. Do we want a debate? Est-ce qu'on veut un débat pour cette résolution? Levez votre carton si vous voulez un débat. Ne voyant pas 50 cartons, nous allons directement au vote. Alors, ceux qui sont pour, those for the resolution. Against, contre, abstention. Cette motion est adoptée.
Alors, on va à résolution 35198. Ça, c'est élaboration d'une stratégie nationale sur le service ferroviaire voyageurs. And I want to call up Ethan Carley and congratulate you on having 2 resolutions here that you authored.
Merci beaucoup. Now I'm pleased to speak in support of the policy proposal sponsored by the Ontario Policy Section for a national passenger rail strategy. Since Confederation, Canada's Liberals have believed in a connected, forward-looking country. Our early railways didn't just carry passengers and goods. They carried the ambition to build a stronger, more united Canada. Today, we face a similar challenge. Nous devons assurer que tous les Canadiens, d'Halifax à Vancouver, peuvent accéder à un réseau ferroviaire fiable, durable et moderne qui renforce nos collectivités et soutient la souveraineté économique du Canada. For decades, Canada has grown increasingly dependent on automobiles, which account for roughly a quarter of our greenhouse gas emissions. Many Canadians who rely on rail transportation experience delays and unreliable service, including in Kingston, where I go to school. The government's commitment to the Alto high-speed rail project is an important step, but it's just a first step. To fully meet Canadians' needs, this resolution calls for a national rail strategy that explores additional high-speed rail and regional rail projects, prioritizes green infrastructure, including electrification and low-emission technologies, and ensures new rail development integrates with existing transportation networks. Un réseau ferroviaire fiable signifie moins de congestion, moins d'émissions, et plus de possibilités pour les Canadiens d'un océan à l'autre. If we're serious about reducing emissions, easing congestion, and connecting Canadians to opportunity, we need a clear national plan. Je vous invite vivement à soutenir cette résolution politique. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion?
Yes, Ryan Curzon, Chair of Kingston and the Islands. I second the motion.
Thank you so much. All right, do we have 50 individuals who wish to debate this motion? Those who wish to debate, okay. Not seeing 50, we'll proceed directly to a vote. All in favor? Okay. All opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the motion is adopted.
We will now move to Resolution 13304, Maritime Railway Corridor. I'd invite the mover to identify yourself and speak for 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Francis Giboy. I'm from Moncton, Dieppe riding. First off, I'm Romanian. I grew up working and living around rail. Went to doctors, went across country into multiple rural jurisdictions by rail for a cheap price without carbon emissions. And when my family and I moved to Canada, we lost that service. We had to drive an hour to the doctor, across the border to Halifax, and over to St. John for other governmental services. This policy would enable Maritimers and eventually broader Canadians to be able to get to their doctor's appointment, if they're disabled, move to a different community, and live a better life. So to remedy this problem we have, I am proposing a regional rail network from St. John to Halifax initially, and to eventually connect all of the Maritimes, over 2 million people, for less than half the cost of the current ram extension up to the airport. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder, please?
My name is Tamara Nickel. I represent Moncton Dieppe.
Thank you very much. Is there an interest to debate this? Please raise your card if you would like to debate this. I do not see 50 cards, so I will move to the voting. All those in favor of the resolution? All those opposed to the resolution? Are there any abstentions? Okay, I declare that resolution carried.
OK, nous procédons maintenant à la résolution numéro 46014, Loi canadienne sur la gouvernance et la transparence en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Est-ce que j'ai proposeur sur le plancher? Allez-y, vous avez 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Maria Omar. I'm a policy chair for National Women's Commission. This resolution was written by Manitoba and Thompson and National Women's Commission myself. Artificial intelligence offers incredible opportunities, but it also brings serious risks, such as privacy erosion, worker exploitation, and dangerous concentration of wealth and power. Canada still has no comprehensive binding AI law, while European Union has already acted. We cannot afford to fall behind the world. This resolution calls on our government to enact the Canadian Artificial Intelligence Act, modeled on European Union Artificial Intelligence Act. It's calling for AI that is safe by design and safe for everyone to use. The act would advocate for real transparency while allowing Canadians to break free from digital locks and build the next generation of Canadian innovation. It will help people with disabilities transform healthcare and education, all while protecting our fundamental rights and Canadian sovereignty. It provides risk-based regulation, high-risk systems in healthcare, policing, and justice must prove safety before the deployment, clear AI labeling and mental privacy protection, truly independent oversight with provincial and territorial voices, scientific expertise, and industry kept at arm's length. Strong protections, banning unacceptable uses, not users, like social scoring, sex bots, updating privacy and labor laws to protect all workers, including platform workers, informing a strong antitrust rules and limiting government AI use with full transparency, innovation and interoperability in supports, deploying accessible multilingual AI assistance for government and legal services, supporting disabilities and diverse users, providing tax incentives to entrepreneurs and regulatory sandboxes and international alignment to support responsible growth and expand markets, and tough enforcement.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, est-ce que nous avons un appuyeur? Do we have a seconder? Please state your name and writing.
Hello, my name is Tawhid Elahi. I'm from Ottawa, Vanier, Gloucester, and I enthusiastically second this motion. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Okay, do I have 50 cards to go forward with debate? I do not. I will go straight to the vote. Je vais aller au vote. Alors, ceux et celles qui sont en faveur de cette résolution, levez votre vote if you're for. Against, contre. Abstention. La résolution est passée. Motion is adopted.
Okay, so we're going to move to Resolution 74292. Le titre est Élever les mesures d'efficacité énergétique au rang du projet d'intérêt national. And Eric St. Pierre is here to move the motion.
Oui, bonjour Ramona, Marc et Mike. Je suis Eric Saint-Pierre, fier député d'Honoré-Mercier. Thank you. So Mark, you might be wondering, what is energy efficiency? It's basically about wasting less energy. Think about LED light bulbs, heat pumps, geothermal insulation, high-performance windows, smart thermostats, or efficient appliances. What is energy efficiency as a nation-building project? Basically, this policy resolution is about elevating energy efficiency as a top priority for the Liberal Party. Why? First, it's an affordability measure that reduces the cost of living. The cheapest energy is the one that we don't use. It saves Canadians money. Second, it's excellent for Canadian jobs and our economy. It employs 500,000 Canadians and money that circulates in local economies, and it benefits all 343 Canadian ridings, even conservative ones. Third, it ensures equity. We can try to eliminate energy poverty, where 2 million Canadian homes would benefit the most, and supporting Indigenous, rural, and northern communities. Fourth, it's a question of comfort and quality of life. Fifth, it also reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Buildings account for about 18% of our emissions. And lastly, it's about energy sovereignty. So more self-reliance on ourselves and less dependence on other countries. So Canada is actually behind most European countries, and this resolution is a call for Canada to catch up and become a global leader. Specific solutions that could be considered: first, setting a national goal or target to eliminate energy poverty. For example, we can expand grants for low-income retrofits through a Greener Homes Affordability Program. Secondly, we can scale investments. The focus is on repayable capital, not grants. For example, the Canada Infrastructure Bank could provide concessional loans. We can work with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to help scale PACE financing programs, or we can partner with the private sector to massively scale commercial energy efficiency projects. Thank you.
Do we have an individual from the sponsor group to second the motion?
Bonjour, je m'appelle Samia Hossein. My name is Samia Hossein from the riding of Honoré-Mercier, de la circonscription d'Honoré-Mercier. Merci.
Okay. Do we have 50 individuals who wish to debate the motion? Okay. All in favor? Okay. All opposed? Okay. Motion is adopted.
We will now move to resolution number 35356, 50+1 electoral reform. I would invite the mover to come to the microphone. Oh, I think we did.
No, we didn't. We're on 19.
No, I have the wrong resolution. I apologize. I was one ahead of myself. It's resolution 12212, and that is titled Expand and Diversify Canada's Trading Relationships. Seamus, coming forward, please, your name and 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Seamus Tobin. I'm from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, based in the most beautiful province in all of Canada, Nova Scotia. The motivation for this policy is clear. 1 year ago, Liberation Day took the world by storm, and we realized Canadians and Canadian businesses were relying too heavily on one customer for all of our exports and our imports. We need to change that. Instead of resting on our laurels, we need to be able to expand and diversify our trade so that way we're not relying on just one trading partner who can, at a whim, throw our economy into a tailspin. We want to be able to expand and diversify our trade so that way no one jurisdiction is responsible for more than 50% of our international trade. We want to do this by promoting new free trade deals in underrepresented jurisdictions, such as those in South America, Africa, and the Indo-Pacific. We want to do this to support Canadians, to support Canadian businesses, and make our economy more resilient and more secure for generations to come. Thank you very much.
And do we have a seconder for this one?
Yes. Matthew, Richmond East, Steveston. I second this motion.
Thank you, Matthew. Darren Fisher, you'll have to be a little faster if you want to get to that microphone, okay? I will now see if there is a desire to debate this. Please raise your card if you would like to debate this resolution. I don't see 50, so I will move to the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstained? And I declare the resolution carried.
OK, nous procédons à la prochaine résolution, numéro 35356, réforme électorale 50+1. Est-ce que je peux avoir le proposeur au micro, s'il vous plaît? Can I get the resolution holder at the mic? What do I do if he's not there? I just pursue? Do I have somebody else that wants to bring forward the resolution number 35356?
He's there.
Okay, sir,
Yes,
can you go
thank
ahead?
you. I'm Ron Bradley, and I'm with London West on the Board of Directors. This resolution is to, oh dear me. I'm wasting my time. Anyhow, the resolution was to establish an alternate form of voting in favor of or against first past the post. We would like to move that we adopt a voting system requiring candidates to receive 50% plus one vote to be elected. This may be achieved through a ranked ballot system or alternately a runoff election. If a candidate receives less than 50 on the first preference count, they would be subject to a recall or subsequent vote within a year. Whereas the current system of first past the post does not meet the needs of the majority of Canadians, whereas we require candidates receive at least 50% plus one would ensure the winner has stronger democratic legitimacy, whereas a voter turnout may increase when electors can rank candidates, allowing them to vote for their true preferences, and they may rely on a second choice support. Whereas the proposal reduces the number of wasted or dead votes, especially in ridings where one party consistently wins. This is particularly important in rural areas where there are a lot of people that don't vote because they know that their vote does not count. Be resolved that whereas ballots reduce the need.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, est-ce qu'on a un co-motionnaire pour cette résolution? Do we have a seconder for this motion?
Would you like to
Okay,
second
can
it?
you second
Sure, why
it?
not?
Okay, your name and writing?
Paul Krause, Vancouver Granville.
Thank you.
I so
Can-
second.
Thank you very much. Do we have a debate? So 50 cards if you want to debate this motion. As I see 50 cards, we will now ask up to two speakers for and two speakers against. Alors, je vais commencer à ma droite. Allez-y, madame. Vous avez 1 minute pour parler en faveur. La minute commence maintenant.
You're speaking to me?
Yes.
Hi, Peggy Hutchison Gray, Bruce Gray Owen Sound. And I would like to speak against this.
This is for in favor. Is that mic? If you want to speak against, it's
Oh.
on the left mic. Est-ce que j'ai un...
I'm
une
sorry,
per-
I was sitting over there and I thought this was...
We've been pretty clear that for is on this mic and against is that mic. Do I have anybody to speak in favor? If so, I will take the first speaker. I don't see any. I will go to the person against on my left. Please. Well, there's nobody in front of us, a microphone. Okay, go ahead now.
Hi,
if
ma-
you're there. 1 minute.
Je m'appelle Meng. I'm from Edmonton Center. I would like to speak in favor of this motion simply because there are liberals living in Battle River, Crowfoot that could use a representation, and same way that a conservative voter living downtown Montreal could have the same representation. Electoral reform was part of our policy for many, many years, and we would like to carry this forward. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. On my left, go ahead, please.
Hello, I'm Réal Laverne with Ottawa Vanier Gloucester. I encourage delegates to vote against this resolution. If we're going to fix the problems of our voting system, we have to deal with the fundamental problem, which is the use of single-member districts. It's this feature of our voting system that leads to the strange sorts of distortions that we observe both federally and provincially. This resolution would keep this dysfunctional function in place. It's time we recognize that this measure alone won't solve the problems of our voting system and would not be accepted by any other political party. A properly designed PR system in Canada would give you everything this sort of ranked ballot promises, but would go further by eliminating the distortions we get under first past the post. Only Australia uses this system, and it's dissolved into a two-party system in which the Greens can't win seats. If electoral reform is ever to be successful,
Merci beaucoup. Prochain, next 4. You have 1 minute. Vous avez 1 minute.
Thank you. Jordan O'Brien from Fredericton, Lincoln. Our party's position for a long time has been in favor of professional representation. I would urge us, if we're going to take a position on electoral reform, for that to be the system we prefer. I would carry on from the gentleman's point in a different way. It is proven in Australia, which is a similar country with a similar system of parliament. Proportional representation, the old joke say, is for losers, and Liberals are not losers. And I would say that it is a very complex system to be serious. There's different forms. Alternate vote creates 2 tiers of MPs, some of which represent ridings, some of which represent parties. It would distort our system. Single transferable vote creates huge ridings, and you lose the local interest. So if we're going to vote for electoral reform, it should be for this motion, which has actually created a diversity in Australia. It's not just a two-party system. Thank you.
Merci. And the last intervention against, please start.
Thank you. My name is Robert. Is there an echo? No, okay. Anyhow, my name is Robert Hadgley, and I'm from the constituency of Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. That's where we are right now. I am against this motion because in our system there is already a bias in favor of larger parties, an overrepresentation of them, and the converse underrepresentation of other parties. 50% plus one would be exaggerating this tendency. It would make it very difficult for any party other than the very large ones to get any representation. So I urge you, please, to vote against this. It would make our system even more unfair than it is now and even more unrepresentative than it is now. Thank you.
Merci. Alors,
Point of order.
nous, Mr. Siegel, we are short on time.
I'm going to be real
and
quick.
I really need to go to the vote now.
Is there any way to sever the last sentence?
No, there is
Okay.
no change. Thank you very much. Alors, nous allons maintenant voter pour ou contre la résolution. So those that are for, please lift your red card. Ceux qui sont pour. Ceux qui sont contre, against. Abstention. La résolution est rejetée. The resolution has not passed.
Okay, so we will now move to Resolution 35158, Safeguarding and Enhancing Canadian Democracy. If we could get the mover of the resolution. I believe that's Cindy Ianson.
If you have a resolution on the floor, we really need you to be ready. We're not having enough time to do
I'm
this.
here.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Cindy Ianson. I'm the chair of the Niagara on the Lake Niagara Falls Riding Association. This was a policy that was fast-tracked through Ontario. Canadian democracy is based on values of transparency, inclusion, accountability. Recent events such as misinformation, declining voter turnout, and underrepresentation of marginalized communities, as well as mixed trust of public institutions, threaten democracy. Indigenous people, the original stewards of the land, continue to face systemic barriers to fully participating in the democratic process. We need to do better and prioritize the recommendations of Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We endorse a whole society approach to safeguarding democracy that includes municipalities, media, and academia. We would like to see nonpartisan education about rights, responsibilities, and institutions with a focus on youth, newcomers, and marginalized people. We support electoral reform and measures that support fair and inclusive electoral systems and practices. Measures to combat disinformation and support open government practices are also critical to supporting and enhancing democracy. It's important that we have a 21st century vision for our country that clearly differentiates Canada from the United States. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a seconder for the motion?
My seconder went to the seniors' lunch. Is there anyone else? Thank you.
We could have another seconder.
My name is Sharon Somerville. I'm from Dufferin-Caledon, and I second this resolution.
Thank you very much. Okay, est-ce qu'il y a 50 personnes qui veulent débattre sur résolution? I do not see 50. All in favor? Okay. Contre? Okay, motion is adopted.
Okay, we will now move on to Resolution 59428, restricting the use of the notwithstanding clause. I would invite the mover to come forward, identify yourself, and start your 2 minutes. And just as a quick reminder to folks, we're really running short on time, so you don't need to use the entire time allotment, but please go ahead.
My name is Jess Sal. I'm South Surrey, White Rock, BC. The notwithstanding clause allows governments to knowingly violate some of our fundamental rights, freedom of expression, religion, equality, and basic legal protections. The notwithstanding clause overrides the Charter rights, therefore weakening it and enabling discrimination against minorities. It undermines judicial review and the rule of law. Section 33 erodes the very protection the Charter was meant to ensure. While Section 33 declarations do expire after 5 years, it is not a sufficient safeguard because governments can reenact them repeatedly. This creates the appearance of accountability without real protection. In practice, reenactment may become routine rather than exceptional, normalizing Charter overrides. It places Canada outside international human rights norms. The notwithstanding clause may be legal, but legality is not legitimacy. A constitutional system that allows governments to suspend fundamental rights, especially preemptively, indefinitely, fails the very purpose of a charter. Section 33 shifts power away from the rights and toward convenience, away from protection and toward politics. The clause is rarely used against powerful groups. It is most often used against groups with little political leverage, religious minorities, LGBTQ+ people, and workers. Democracy is not just majority rule, it includes protecting minorities from majority oppression. The Charter exists precisely because majorities don't always protect minorities. Government invokes Section 33 before courts even rule, shielding laws from judicial scrutiny entirely. Using Section 33, a court ruling isn't democratic, courage is constitutional avoidance. This prevents evidence-based review, public reasoning, and legal justification. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this?
Yes, I'm Chris Shields from the beautiful and sunny riding of South Surrey, White Rock, where we have the greatest MP, Ernie Klassen,
Okay.
and an LGBTQ
Okay, so
advocate.
you're the seconder.
And I second
Thank you.
it. I second it. Thank you.
Is there any interest in? Not that I have anything against Ernie, great guy. Is there any interest in debating this? Please raise your card. Yep. Okay, so we do. So I will start at the microphone on your left, my right. You have 1 minute to speak in favor of it. Please start by identifying yourself.
Mokam Singh Malik, Surrey Center. Fellow delegates, I'm a third-generation Canadian. I was born in the same hospital as my parents. I don't consider myself anything but a Canadian. Yet stepping off of the flight here to Montreal, I was reminded that I am not equal in my own country. For the first time in my life this morning, I was refused entry into this building for carrying a kirpan. I had to justify my existence. This was a reminder that fundamental rights are not fundamental across the country. No person in Canada should have to justify their turban, their beard, their religious rights, their fundamental rights. This is a fundamental part of the Canadian experience. What is our party? What are our values if we are going to allow our rights to be violated? This is not a game. This is my rights. This is your rights. This is our country. I encourage you, we must disallow these laws that are violating our rights. I'm in favor. Thank you.
Now, to the no microphone, 1 minute.
Bonjour, je suis Patricia Latanzio, je suis la députée de Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Donc, j'invite, I invite all delegates to vote against this motion for the following reasons. This is a constitutional convention that has been deemed illegally dead. It has not been in use ever since the Second World War and has been regarded as illegitimate and fundamentally violating the principles of federalism. That is, invoking the fact that a prime minister can say that a provincial legislation is not in good order, in good standing. So we know that recently the Attorney General of Canada, the Minister of Justice, has intervened in a case before the Supreme Court on the use and the modalities of the notwithstanding clause. And my opinion is, let's have the Supreme Court do its work and let's stay out of it.
Thank you. And to the yes microphone, 1 minute.
Hello, yes, Michael McDonald, he, him pronouns, Vancouver Centre. Just wanted to comment on this. I am a lawyer and I practice in BC, and I did want to speak about the risk that the Notwithstanding Clause poses for LGBTQ rights. We've seen it used to attack trans rights in Saskatchewan, in Alberta, where the province has banned gender-affirming therapy, even with parental consent for those under the age of 18, and that is abhorrent. We cannot allow that to persist. I would urge the delegates here, with respect to the use of disallowance and reservation, it's a power that the Governor General has, and the reason that it was declared invalid by convention is essentially because you have a situation where you had an unelected Governor General using it. However, they'd only be using it, and we would only introduce this after the Supreme Court decision.
And one more from the no side, please. 1 minute, identify yourself.
Oui, Joël Lightbound, Louis Hébert. Première des choses, je veux dire que je partage l'inconfort de plusieurs libéraux ici avec l'utilisation préventive de la clause dérogatoire. Toutefois, ce qui est suggéré dans cette résolution, ce n'est pas le bon moyen d'arriver à défendre les droits. On est le parti de la Charte, on va défendre les droits bec et ongles, jour après jour, devant les tribunaux, devant la Cour suprême, c'est là qu'on doit le faire. Mais le pouvoir de désaveu qu'on demande d'utiliser aujourd'hui est un pouvoir qui est tombé en désuétude depuis 1943, qui au Québec n'a pas été utilisé depuis 100 ans et qui serait absolument contraire à l'esprit de notre fédération d'utiliser. Donc, j'encourage certainement tous les membres à voter contre, et d'autant plus que c'est un pouvoir qui, à toute fin utile, est inconstitutionnel vu les conventions qui se sont développées au fil du temps. So I strongly urge delegates to vote against this resolution. We are the party of the Charter. We will always defend rights. We'll do it before the Supreme Court. Thank you. Bravo.
Okay, I will now call the vote on this. All those in favor of the resolution, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. And any abstentions? And so the nays have it. The resolution is not adopted.
OK, nous sommes rendus à la 22e résolution, résolution numéro 71101, réforme électorale. Passage à un système de représentation proportionnelle. Est-ce que je peux avoir la proposeure au micro, s'il vous plaît? Vous avez 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is proportional. Sorry, I'm a little short. Hi, my name is Sumana Gupta, and I am the policy chair for the Women's Liberal Club of the riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, and Richmond Hill. I'm here to talk to you today about proportional representation. It is time to update our 159-year-old electoral system that exacerbates polarization across our political parties and stokes division across our country. Instead, we need a system that promotes Canadian unity and operates off the important principles of accountability and fairness. It is time to catch up with the majority how Western democracies govern today and have been doing so successfully for almost 100 years. In doing so, we can create a stronger democracy that ensures that women, youth, and other underrepresented groups are in government. It is time to stop wasting millions and millions of taxpayer dollars on divisive elections and political flip-flops. It is time to end strategic voting. All votes matter, and all Canadians deserve to be represented in Parliament in accordance with how they voted. Young people are severely affected by strategic voting and are accordingly disenchanted by the insufficiencies of our voting system. Enacting proportional representation will enable young people to vote in droves for what they truly believe in. It is time for Canadians to learn about proportional representation systems, evaluate how the majority of the democratic world govern, and design a made-in-Canada PR system that is well adapted for the large and demographically diverse country that we are. In brief, this resolution calls on our party to move towards a proportional representation electoral system for Canada. It reiterates the call to establish a citizens' assembly to determine what this might look like with the aim of developing a multi-party consensus with change based on the citizens' assembly's recommendations. It is time for Canadian parties to cooperate to create a strong future for us all. Proportional representation is simply about civil rights. We just want
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que nous avons un co-motionnaire pour cette résolution? Do we have a seconder? Go ahead. Your name and riding.
My name is Vix Roy from the UBC Young Liberals in Vancouver Quadra. I support proportional representation and second the resolution.
Thank you. Okay, let's see if we have a debate on this one. Do I have 50 cards to show that we want a debate on this issue? Clairement, je vois 50. Alors, nous allons commencer avec les pour et ensuite les contre. On my right, please start. You have a minute to discuss for the resolution.
My name is Maria Mina. I'm a former MP from Toronto. I support this motion because it is time that we have proper representation. Think of the last of the election when Harper won, how horrible it was. Think of this election we had with a massive majority, which can happen. Liberals aren't going to govern forever. The reality is we cannot afford to first past the post in this situation creates sort of a dictatorial situation, democratically. We need every part of the country represented. In Ontario, Doug Ford won with 25%, and it has a massive majority 3 times in a row. This kind of stuff cannot go on. It's not democracy. We need to at least look at it. Thank you.
Merci. Allez-y, monsieur. Vous pouvez parler contre cette résolution. Vous avez 1 minute.
Paul Willow from Grand Prairie, Alberta. The litany of messes caused by proportional representation is a long one. PR rewards narrow, single-issue parties who can't win a majority of votes in their communities with power, so that they can use such power to hold the majority hostage while squeezing out concessions that only appeal to a tiny fraction of the population. Parties with such narrow interests have absolutely nothing in common with other special interests or the national interests, making for a series of isolated buy-offs as the only way for a country to govern itself at all. PR is used extensively in continental Europe and in Israel and has caused the following lamentable outcomes. 1, no government in Belgium for 18 months as the parties in parliament had no shared basis to form a government. There are also other examples of extended delays, such as in Germany recently. Instability and corruption. PR has reigned in Italy, resulting in 60 governments in 75 years, opening the nation to rampant corruption and buying off to gain support of tiny mining.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, Monsieur Lavergne, vous avez 1 minute pour parler en faveur.
Merci, Réal Lavergne, Ottawa-Vernier. Only 3 countries still use first past the post: the UK, the US, and Canada. The US is in a terrible mess, and in the UK, there is a risk of reform, an extreme right political party forming a majority government with as little as 35% of the popular vote. We should not wait until our democracy suffers a similar fate before joining the 80% of OECD countries that made the transition to proportional representation 100 years or so ago. Comparative research shows, this is an empirical issue, shows that proportional representation countries outperform first past the post countries on every indicator related to overall quality of democracy rule and better policy on all fronts. It's time for us to catch up to the rest of the world, the developed world. As for the timing, the best time to bring in electoral reform is when you can. After that, it's too late.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lavergne. Alors, Monsieur Graham, vous pouvez parler pour 1 minute contre.
Allô, David Graham, ancien député de Laurentides-Labelle, résident actuel de Moncton-Dieppe. This resolution calls for the creation of a citizens' assembly to begin PR. I would say, first of all, that we already have a citizens' assembly. Permanently, it's a form of the House of Commons. If we do not believe the House has the credibility to do this kind of work, then we have to solve that problem. And if we do not believe they have the independence to do this work, then why are we here? If members of parliament cannot be trusted to govern our country, then what are we doing here as a convention to organize to get these members of parliament in place? If we want to bring in proportional representation, we are trading representation for proportionality. Yes, we'll have a wider diversity of numbers for the parties, but the individual representation, what the people here are doing in their ridings, will no longer matter. Ask Marilyn and Chris and Matt and Laurie where they would be today.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, maintenant, maintenant, on va voter pour la résolution. Ceux et celles qui sont pour, those that are for this resolution. Ceux qui sont contre, against. I think we need to count. So, we are going to start over and we are going to count. Nous allons recommencer et on a besoin de compter. Ceux et celles qui sont pour, those that are for, please lift your hands. Veuillez garder vos mains hautes pour qu'on puisse prendre le compte. Gardez vos mains levées. Keep your hands up, please. Okay, as the volunteers walk back to their station, now I would like to have those that are against, ceux qui sont contre, levez vos mains. Gardez vos mains levées. Please leave your hands up. This is against. Ceci est contre.
The democracy, misinformation. Yeah.
Gardez vos mains levées. Keep your hands up. OK, les abstentions, abstentions? Thank you. We are going to wait for the result. Nous attendons les résultats. Merci de votre patience. Thank you for your patience. We're almost done. We have
Two more.
two more after this. We're running late, but this is so important that we thought it was good to continue. Je pense que c'est important que nous continuons. Cette session est tellement importante. Vous avez travaillé fort, donc on veut s'assurer que toutes les résolutions soient débattues ou discutées. hard work. Seriously, you work so hard. I know. I know. Well, you have to be proud of what you did. I am. Participation.
No, it's phenomenal.
I hope they have a calculator. Nous attendons toujours les résultats des votes. Alors, we're still waiting for results. Thank you for your patience. Merci pour votre patience. Ça devrait arriver bientôt. OK, alors nous avons les résultats. In favor 235, en faveur 235, opposed 315, opposé 315. The resolution is dismissed. La résolution est rejetée.
Okay, so we are going to go to the second last resolution, and that is Resolution 47226. That is combattre la désinformation et la mésinformation. So we have the mover. That is Doug Nixon. Doug, all right?
My name is Douglas Nixon. Combating disinformation and misinformation. The policy's resolution recommends that the federal government collect information from experts regarding the sources and threats to our democracy resulting from dis and misinformation, as well as to collect advice from these experts regarding potential solutions to these threats. The policy document defines what disinformation and misinformation are. It also talks about the motives of those engaging in the production and spreading of dis and misinformation and the lack of accountability for their actions. It concludes with the observation that there are even elected officials who are engaged in this activity. The problem of dis and misinformation is multifaceted, likely requiring numerous actions to defend against it. That is why the proposed resolution does not identify a solution, but rather recommends a process that would lead to the identification of several actions that could be taken by government to protect our democracy. I will finish with a quote. As one expert, Professor Timothy Caulfield, has said, quote, "Misinformation is a defining issue of our time. Misinformation is killing people. It's destroying our democracy. It's leading to stigma and discrimination." End quote. I move that this resolution be adopted.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Yes.
Okay.
Peggy Hutchison, Bruce Grayo and Sound Writing.
Okay.
And I second this motion.
Thank you very much. Is there a wish to debate this resolution? Okay, seeing none, or seeing, well, not 50. All in favor? All opposed? All right, the resolution is adopted.
And we are now on to our final resolution, number 72036, affirming the recognition of Indigenous rights and advancing reconciliation. Do we have the author come forward?
Yes.
Your name
My
and 2
name's
minutes.
Michelle Robinson. I'm from Calgary East, and I'm IPC Operations. I want to acknowledge that we're in Ghana-Salgatari. I'm sorry. I'm saying 2 words at once. I'm grateful for Elder Kevin for guiding this convention in a good way. Masi Cho to the Indigenous communities, Indigenous families, and ancestors for advocating for the 444 recommendations of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, the 94 calls to action for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, The 231 calls to justice from the National Inquiry are elders that created the articles for the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People and the 407 calls to prosperity of the National Indigenous Economic Strategy. Merci. Thank you to the past and present Liberal Party of Canada members, Indigenous Peoples Commission, MPs, staff, and supporters for all the great work you have started on reconciliation. Right now in the news, our government is being called out for not funding Indigenous women's groups, jeopardizing the work for families of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit, underfunding infrastructure on reserve, and more. This policy will continue the work we started on reconciliation between the country and Indigenous peoples. Creating the commission will help us measure our progress. Thinking of generations ahead, this commission will ensure they are supported and do not face barriers of colonization. This will give us and future governments the accountability Indigenous communities and families, the media, non-governing parties, and Canadians are asking for. I hope that you vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this resolution?
Yes, my name is Jordan Duroche. I'm the president of the Sault Ste. Marie Algoma Federal Liberal Association.
Thank you. Is there an interest in debating this resolution? If so, raise your card. Looking for 50. I do not see 50. So I will go to the calling the question. All those in favor of the resolution, all in favor, raise your cards. All those against? Any abstentions? I declare the resolution carried.
All right, well, merci à tous pour votre participation. A big thank you as we wrap up here to the National Policy Committee for their dedication through this process. Thank you to all who authored, spoke to, or debated a resolution. Thank you to all the volunteers and organizers of this policy plenary. And after 5 years in this role, my time's at an end. It's been a true honor, and I'm very grateful for all the conversations and time I've spent working with all of you across this country. So keep up the great work, everyone. Our policy process remains strong and is making a difference. So take care. Bonjour.
Thank you. Nous allons maintenant prendre une courte pause. We will now take a short break. Veuillez prendre place. Le programme est sur le point de commencer. Please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Veuillez accueillir, please welcome, Adam Van Couverden.
Bon après-midi, tout le monde. How we doing out there? Good afternoon, everyone. How we doing? Some energy after all that policy talk? I hope so. It is so good to be here. C'est incroyable d'être ici à Montréal avec notre grande famille libérale. It's incredible to be here in Montreal with our huge and growing Liberal family. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining our sport panel today. Canada truly is a sporting nation, and 2026 is Canada's Year of Sport. Round of applause for Canada's Year of Sport? Sure, why not? We just saw the Milano Cortina Olympic and Paralympic Games this past February and March, and it demonstrated the power and purpose of the movement, with Canadians winning dozens of medals, gold, silver, and bronze on skates, skis, sleds, curling sheets, and snowboards. The Arctic Winter Games this past March in Whitehorse demonstrated the deep culture and resilience and talent that Northerners possess while showcasing their incredible hosts in the Yukon, the Kwanlin First Nation, and the Tan Kwachan Council. And in just 2 months, Canada will host 13 matches of the world's biggest event this year. That's the 2026 FIFA Men's World Cup. As Alphonso Davies and Jonathan David prepare to take Canada to new soccer heights. Et cet été, Montréal fêtera le 5e anniversaire de son accueil des Jeux olympiques d'été et accueillera le championnat du monde de cyclisme, où Magdalene Valliere de Sherbrooke, notre championne du monde, défendra son titre. Canada will also host World Championships of wheelchair basketball and seated volleyball as we continue to emphasize that Canada is the greatest sport hosting nation on earth. And not only do we have the best events, we have the best athletes. And our panel today will emphasize the power of sport to build up our nation, to keep Canadians happy, healthy, connected, and safe. And as our leader, Prime Minister Mark Carney, I'm so sorry. As our leader, the Right Honourable Mark Carney, has underscored, sport strengthens our economy and creates the kinds of jobs that young people want. Sport supports our international and diplomatic ambitions, and it's a natural promoter of peace, equity, and diversity. Sport reveals character. It teaches us life skills like how to win with grace and how to lose with dignity, all while helping to raise the next generation of Canadian leaders. Sport is Canada's ultimate nation-building project, and as we revamp Canada's sports system, I've invited 7 of Canada's greatest champions to share their stories and insights with Liberals from across Canada. So please join me in welcoming our incredible panel of Canadian World Cup, Stanley Cup, Olympic, and Paralympic champions. First, we've got Rosie McLennan, twice Pan Am champion, twice world champion, twice Olympic champion, the only athlete in her sport to defend an Olympic gold medal and Canada's flag bearer at the Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro, Rosie McLennan. Next, the captain of Canada's para-ice hockey team, the pride and joy of Forest, Ontario, 4-time Olympic, Paralympic medalist and 3-time world champion, one of Canada's most celebrated Paralympic athletes, Tyler McGregor. In Milano Cortina and long track speed skating, we saw Isabel Weideman rewrite history, winning her 4th Olympic medal and 2nd gold, making Canada the first team ever to defend an Olympic gold medal in team pursuit. She was Canada's flag bearer in 2022 at the Winter Olympic closing ceremonies. Ottawa's Isabel Weideman. Notre prochaine panéliste est une championne de 4 fois de Coupe du Monde de ski acrobatique, gagnant de médaille de bronze aux Jeux olympiques 2022. De hors des pistes, il est tout aussi impressionnant. Elle est étudiante de génie aérospatial. Une fervente défenseur du climat a été présentée à l'Agence spatiale canadienne pour l'amérissage de notre astronaute hier. Joignez-vous et moi de souhaiter la bienvenue et un joyeux anniversaire à Marianne Thénault. We have Olympic, Paralympic, and World Cup champions. How about a Stanley Cup champion over his 17-year NHL career with the Penguins, Flames, Bruins, and captain of the Edmonton Oilers? He gained a reputation as Canada's and the league's most intellectual player. He now works for the National Hockey League and social impact. Andrew Ference. Felicia George is truly in a league of her own. After sprinting and hurdling on the track in 2012 and 2016 at the Summer Olympics, she embraced bobsleigh at the 2018 Pyeongchang Olympics, winning a bronze medal. She is Canada's first Black female Winter and Summer Olympian. And if that wasn't enough, she's a poet, a storyteller, a broadcaster, and a motivational speaker prepared to be inspired by Felicia George. Nous accueillons maintenant un athlète qui remporte 20 médailles paralympiques. Il a participé à 5 Jeux paralympiques et porté le drapeau du Canada lors de la cérémonie de clôture des Jeux de Londres en 2012. Il est membre de l'Ordre du Canada et chevalier de l'Ordre national de Québec, commentateur paralympique et conférencier motivateur. Il a également créé sa propre fondation pour soutenir des étudiants athlètes handicapés. Veuillez accueillir le légendaire Benoit Huot. So as we sit down, can I get a Go Canada Go from the crowd? 1, 2, 3. So good. Thanks, everybody. So we're going to start off with a story from each about their journey as an athlete, what brought them here today, how they managed to be such incredible champions, and I'm going to ask that first question to my friend Rosie McLennan. Rosie, tell us how you got started in the sport of trampoline.
Thank you, Adam. So I was a small town kid. I was the youngest of 4, followed my siblings everywhere. Sport was a way that we connected with each other. But I was really a kid that felt like I didn't belong. I felt anxious. I didn't know how I fit in. And it wasn't until I found the sport of trampoline that I really found my place. It gave me community. It gave me confidence. It gave me courage to pursue my dreams. And it's what led me to the Olympics. But it didn't just make me an athlete, it ultimately made me who I am today. And now I'm also a proud new mom, and I'm excited to see what the sports system has in store for him.
Thanks, Rosie. Tyler?
I had a hockey stick in my hand basically as soon as I could walk, and I played many sports as a young kid, but the opportunity to just go to the rink and make friendships and have the opportunity to learn how to work in a team, I fell in love with that, and I wanted to play in the NHL. I wanted to play for Team Canada. And so as I progressed through my hockey career, when I was 15 years old, I fractured my tibia fibula in a hockey game. Started the recovery process and was later diagnosed with spindle cell sarcoma, a form of bone cancer, very similar to what Terry Fox had. And so started a chemotherapy protocol, had my left leg amputated above the knee. And I think what's important to note is that what prepared me for the fight of my life was the habits and the strength that was instilled in my body as a result of a life in sport. I was strong, I was courageous, I was resilient, and what prepared me for that fight was all of those things that I built through sport, in addition to the community and the care and the kindness of all of the people I met as a result of that. And that led me to find a way to continue my hockey dreams on this Paralympic path, which has led to 4 Paralympic Games now, having the opportunity to represent our beautiful nation around the world, but in particular being able to compete here at home.
Thank you, Tyler. And I want to welcome Tyler to elected life because he was recently elected to the International Paralympic Committee's Athletes Commission. Isabel, you're next.
Is this?
Okay. I started speed skating when I was 13 years old. I was not a talented kid in sport. I was far too tall to play just about anything. And I really fell in love with the joy, I guess, that sport brings. I didn't grow up skating, and so speed skating was my first introduction to sport outside of high school or outside of elementary school, and I fell in love with it. But I'm very much the product of a community grassroots sports program. My parents didn't have a lot of money growing up, and I had 2 younger siblings, and speed skating was about the only thing that offered a free sport program. And so, my brother and I both got involved in speed skating because it was offered by the community, and it was volunteer run. Coaches were all volunteer, coaches were parents or people in the community that felt really passionate about sport. And I feel very fortunate that my journey has led me to the Olympics. But I'm very much a product of grassroots, community, volunteer run sport.
Free sport for all. Marianne, parlez-vous de notre parcours?
Donc moi, je viens de Sherbrooke, Québec. Mes parents m'ont inscrit à mes premiers cours de gymnastique. Je devais avoir 3 ans. La gymnastique, ça a été ma première passion. J'y ai appris toutes les valeurs sportives que je transporte avec moi aujourd'hui, l'éthique de travail, la discipline, la persévérance, faire face aux obstacles au quotidien. Puis quand je suis arrivée à la fin de mon parcours au secondaire, j'ai fait un camp d'identification de talent et j'ai été recrutée en ski acrobatique. Moi qui n'étais pas une skieuse du tout. Et j'ai commencé le ski acrobatique, en fait, grâce à ce programme-là, grâce à cet entraîneur qui a vu en moi un potentiel que je ne savais pas que j'avais. Et quelques années plus tard, en fait, 4 ans plus tard, je participais à mes premiers Jeux olympiques où j'ai remporté une médaille de bronze pour le Canada. Merci. Et donc, en ski acrobatique, j'ai trouvé ma place, j'ai trouvé une communauté, puis j'ai trouvé une place où je pouvais faire mes acrobaties sur la plus grande scène mondiale, puis que je pouvais inspirer les plus jeunes aussi à poursuivre leurs acrobaties, autant en gymnastique qu'en trampoline qu'en ski acrobatique. Et donc, c'est un honneur pour moi d'être ici aujourd'hui.
Excellent, merci beaucoup. Andrew.
Well, I'm a 0-time Olympian, but I think I played every sport. I was the neighborhood bum drop champion on the trampoline. Did many sports, but I had access to every sport, really. I ended up being probably best at hockey, which ended up turning into a long career and everything that brings with it. But sport brought me everything. It's brought me my career post-hockey, now 9 years working for the NHL, helping other kids play the sport as well by developing youth programs. So really, sport has been my life, and I'm so fortunate for it. But truly, like everything that I've learned, the opportunities it's given me playing in Canada and giving me the platform to chase other things that I'm in love with: sustainability, pride, helping other people in their communities. So sport is my life, and I thank you for the invite here, because every single Canadian kid should be able to play as many sports and have the experience that I did growing up.
Thanks very much, Andrew. We all love the NHL, and all that is good in the NHL rests on this man's shoulders. You're doing a great job over there, and we appreciate your work very, very much. Felicia, you're over in Milano Cortina as a broadcaster, and you've done so much more before that. Tell us about your journey.
So my journey in sports started with a 2-hour bus ride as a 15-year-old going from Markham to Toronto Track and Field Center. And at first, I wasn't really chasing excellence as much as I was just I found a place that I felt like I was home. And every time I stood between 2 white lines, I felt like I belong here, and I felt like I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. And I got to train with amazing young women who are focused and disciplined, and they taught me what it meant to be a leader before I even knew what that meant. And so that feeling of belonging for me that I found in sport, it was like the foundation for everything, and it gave me the courage to spread my wings and to leave home and to pursue a university education. It carried me into a stadium with 80,000 people for my first Olympics in London. For me, it carried me through injuries, getting ready for my second Olympics in Rio. It helped me have the courage to take this big leap of faith to do a crazy thing, to leave track and field and to do bobsleigh, becoming the first Canadian Black woman to compete in the Summer and Winter Olympics. And ultimately, making my little 15-year-old self super proud by winning a bronze medal. So for me, sport has been about teaching me how to be courageous, teaching me how to take risks, teaching me how to stretch beyond what I think is capable. But even more than that, sport has been about connection, like feeling connected to my team, to other athletes, to my community, to my country, to the world. And I'm just so grateful for all those opportunities that it provided me.
Oh, thanks, Felicia. The stories you told over in Milano Cortino are absolutely incredible. Congrats on your work with the CBC. We all hope it continues. Benoît, notre champion local de Montréal, monsieur, donnez-vous l'inspiration.
Ben, j'ai grandi pas très loin d'ici, puis comme bien des Montréalais, j'étais un fan du Canadien. Yeah? Et mon héros, quand j'ai grandi, c'était Patrick Roy, qui vient tout juste de perdre son emploi à New York, d'ailleurs. Et il gagnait des Coupes Stanley pour les Canadiens. Et je vais voir mes parents, je dis « Maman, papa, j'ai envie de jouer au hockey et devenir le prochain Patrick Roy. » Et j'avais 6 ans. Puis là, ma mère a dit « Ben, c'est un beau projet, Benoît, c'est un bel objectif, mais comme une bonne maman, elle voulait me protéger. Je suis né avec une malformation à mon pied droit qui m'a transporté aux Jeux paralympiques plus tard dans ma vie. C'est un pied beau. Et ma mère a dit « Peut-être que tu vas avoir la difficulté à patiner à cause de ton pied. » Et là, je dis « Non, j'avais une tête de cochon. » Tu sais, je dis « Non, vous allez voir, ça va bien aller. » Et j'ai embarqué ça à la glace. Puis mon rêve de devenir le prochain Patrick Roy est finalement juste un rêve. Ça a été difficile pour moi de poursuivre. Puis ça a été difficile également, tu sais, quand tu es un enfant et que tu réalises que tu es différent et que tu n'auras peut-être pas nécessairement le même parcours, le cheminement qu'un enfant normal. Et c'est là que je l'ai constaté lorsque je n'ai pas pu jouer au hockey. Alors, le sentiment d'appartenance, le sentiment d'intégration à une équipe, ça a été assez exigeant. J'ai essayé différents sports et en 1992, c'est la première fois que j'avais conscience de ce que c'était les Jeux olympiques. Et you're going to recognize the name. Mark Tewksbury wins gold medal for Canada in 1992 à Barcelone. Et ça m'avait tellement inspiré, je me suis dit, ben, je vais tenter ma chance. Et là, c'était un sport individuel, donc je sentais que je pouvais aller à mon propre rythme dans la piscine. Et j'ai essayé la natation et ça a fonctionné. Puis j'avais pas des grandes ambitions, tu sais, je m'étais pas dit je vais devenir le prochain Mark Tewksbury, mais j'étais juste heureux enfin d'avoir trouvé un sport qui fonctionnait pour moi. Et c'est drôle, hein? Dans mon parcours, moi, l'influence d'avoir des modèles. Hein, on les a vus, hein? We saw Tyler winning silver a couple weeks ago. Isabelle winning gold, Marion participating at her second Olympic Games. On a besoin des modèles pour notre jeunesse. Moi, ça m'a influencé. L'importance du sport, this is all how it started for me 30 years ago.
Wow, thank you so much, Benoit. I'm glad you mentioned Mark Tewksbury as an inspiration to all of us, and I think oftentimes we forget that Olympians, Paralympians, athletes of all types are inspired people as much as they are inspirational people. And I want to give 2 people shouts out who are in the room because there are many, many Olympians among us. We have Olympic champion wrestler Erica Wiebe out there representing the Canadian Olympic Committee here today, right there. Recently engaged. Congratulations, Erica. We love you. We've also got my colleague, Peter Fonseca, the Member of Parliament for Mississauga, East Cooksville. Ran the marathon in 1996, one of the most humble guys you've ever met. And each and every one of us were inspired kids one day when we, decided that we wanted to do a sport at a high level. We wanted to pursue our dreams. Those were all built on the foundations of other people's achievements. And I know that's true for you, Rosie. So when we think about Canadian stories and building on the legends of Canadian athletics, what do you think about when you think about being a big part of that?
I mean, I don't know if I think about being a big part of that, but I do think about the impact that others have had on me, and I think a lot about what's at risk if we don't support the system. I think the through line you heard from every single one of the people on this panel is, one, we started at like any other Canadians growing up, looking at athletes ahead of us, being inspired by their story, and then having an opportunity to participate. I think that's the key, having the opportunity to participate. And I think why I'm so passionate about that and like why it's so important is sport helped me manage anxiety. Sport helped with my mental health and well-being. Looking at the epidemic of mental health challenges that the youth are facing across the country, looking at the physical inactivity trends across the country, we're sitting on the most under-leveraged tool that can address these huge issues. So I'm really excited to build a system that's better, for the youth, the next generation, and that now includes my son. I have a whole new perspective on the sports system than I did when I was growing up.
I love when you talk about sport as an under-leveraged tool, because while that addresses like a potential problem, it also underscores a great opportunity. One for jobs, one for our economy, one for tourism, but also one for opportunity for young people, one to help our communities grow in the right way, that we know the power of sport can definitely like include everybody in that way. Tyler, your commercial has caused all of us to cry. The Air Canada story of your journey to sport, but I know there's just so much more that you want to say about the impact that sport has had on your life and the potential for it to impact so many other youth. Thank you for telling that story, though. It was an emotional and like super inspiring thing, and wanted to give you the opportunity to expand.
You know what I think was an important part of that story? I was diagnosed the week before the Vancouver Olympic Games, and when you talk about the importance of sport and the impact that it can have, I think it's so important in building a national identity. Those games in particular were so important in terms of connecting our country, of uniting us as Canadians, and we experience that every major event that happens, which I think are so important to invest in. But for a kid that was just diagnosed with cancer, sport provided me with hope, with belief that I would still live a phenomenal life, whether that was in sport or out of it. And so I think it's such an important part of who we are as Canadians. I think nothing does a better job of representing our Canadian values than sport in its purest form. And I think we should invest in that as much as we possibly can. And that's at every level, because when you really go back and look at youth sports and allowing youth the opportunity to participate, whether they become Olympians, Paralympians, professional hockey players, professional athletes, it equips them with the tools to live a healthy life, to learn and understand how to work together, how to be part of something that is bigger than themselves. And it creates healthy, strong human beings that make up communities from coast to coast to coast across our country. And I think that's incredibly valuable.
Wow, thank you, Tyler. Amazing. Isabel, I didn't know that you're the product of free sport. I am the product of free sport. I love that story. I don't want to pigeonhole you. You don't have to talk about free sport, but that just meant so much to me. So that journey has been a long one for you. And as the first Canadian to ever defend the gold medal in your event, first ever person in speed skating to defend that Olympic gold medal. I cried so much watching your race, and you've got an amazing story. So why don't you share a little bit more about that journey?
Yeah, I think I feel so impassioned to talk about free sport. I think sport breaks barriers. Sport brings peoples together, communities together, countries together. Like, we see that at the Olympics, but then to go back into the community and really see like how much performance on the world stage means to people is really, really powerful. And I think I'd like to reinforce that I was not this talented kid in sport. Like, I really grew up with a deep love for it, but I didn't have a lot of promise as like a 6-year-old in sport. And speed skating was something that was a very long journey for me. Like, I climbed that ladder really, really slowly. And I had the opportunity to take my time and to make friends and to find the joy of sport because of the system in Canada. And so I feel very, very grateful to have been a part of that. And I think I'd like to jump on what Benoit was saying about role models and leaders in sport. And I grew up watching this legacy of women in speed skating, like Christina Groves and Claire Hughes and Cindy Klassen. Like, those are the women that were on my wall growing up. And I'm not sure if I had this like insane Olympic dream, because I just really was not this kid that showed a lot of promise in sport, I think. But to know that, you know, these were women that had done the impossible and that there was a path to get there. And, you know, if I really loved what I was doing, I could follow what they had done. And so, yeah, that was seeing that was possible meant so much to me as a kid. Yeah.
Wow. And looking around the room, we see so many Canadian flags. And, you know, when we think of Olympians, Paralympians, we think of that representation and how much that matters. And over the last couple of weeks, we've been watching the Canadian flag go to new places, like behind the moon. And that's pretty cool. We saw Jeremy Hansen and Prime Minister Mark Carney on the phone the other day talking about that experience, and I know that Marion got to experience that firsthand at the Canadian Space Agency yesterday. Everyone's more than an athlete, but as it connects to this incredible experience, you've got some amazing insight to share on that. Representation dans l'espace à les Jeux olympiques, comment trouvez-vous dire sur ça?
Premièrement, c'était un honneur d'être à l'Agence spatiale canadienne hier pour assister à ça. J'ai ressenti hier soir les Olympiques de la science. C'était un peu la performance ultime d'années de travail, une histoire de collaboration, une histoire de défis relevés. Ben, j'ai ressenti la même chose aux Jeux olympiques. J'ai ressenti la même chose hier soir, puis j'étais fière d'être canadienne, comme aux Jeux olympiques. Puis d'ailleurs, c'est le point que j'aimerais amener aussi, parce que comme on l'a vu ici, le sport nous amène tellement individuellement, mais aussi en tant que communauté. Mais aussi, je pense que le sport peut être un moteur d'engagement social. Parce qu'en tant que sportif, tu apprends à aimer quelque chose avec passion. Tu fais partie d'une communauté, puis on a envie de protéger qu'est-ce qu'on aime. Moi, personnellement, le sport m'a amené vers l'engagement environnemental. Je me promène partout à travers le monde, dans les montagnes. Je suis en connexion avec la neige, le vent, la température. Ces conditions-là ont un impact direct sur ma performance sportive. Et donc, quand ces conditions-là changent, deviennent plus aléatoires, quand je suis aux premières loges des changements climatiques, bien, je me sens concernée, puis je me sens responsable un peu de partager ce message-là. Et je deviens plus engagée, que ce soit pour l'environnement, que ce soit pour la santé mentale, que ce soit pour les sports paralympiques. On a besoin de gens qui sont aux premières loges de ces enjeux-là, qui viennent le partager avec leur communauté. Et je pense que le sport peut être une très belle façon de faire ça.
Excellent. Merci. Andrew, you wrote a blog recently about prevention, about health, about participation, and how all of those things are connected. I grabbed the link and I shared it with everybody I know because it was brilliant. It was great insight into the life of a high-performance athlete that finds their joy in health and physical activity. It's not hardcore training as much as it used to be, maybe, but it's important that we all stay active. So why don't you give us a snapshot of that blog, and I encourage everybody to Google it and read it if they're interested.
Yeah, well, I like I said, I had a great career, 17 years playing, and you're kind of in the mix of it. And honestly, you're training, and you're playing, and you're getting ready for competition, and you can get lost up in the moment of it, right? And so post-career, now working for the league and working in social impact and player participation and getting kids involved in sport, I've been a lot more philosophical about sport, about what's the point? Like, why are we all doing this? And it comes in many forms, right? The value of sport for health is number one, no doubt about it, especially in Canada with universal health care. Sport is health, sport is medicine, period. But the softer side of sports as well, too, I've had the luck, I have an incredible job. I get parts of my job where I get to take the Stanley Cup across Canada. I've been to every province and territory, you get into little communities. And when we talked, about doing this panel, I was fresh off a trip to Tumbler Ridge. I was up there last weekend for Craft Hockeyville. They were finalists in that competition. Craft Hockeyville, I guess, is a great example. We get all these applications from communities that need infrastructure upgrades. They can win $250K in upgrades, leveraged against government money, hopefully, to help with that. So in one sense, it shows the need across Canada for funding infrastructure in our sport and the importance of that. But going to Tumbler Ridge, that's when you get into the real value of a community center and sport for a community. It was tough. There was a lot of tears, there was a lot of hugs, but there was tons of street hockey, and there was all the adults coming together and conversing with each other. There's the kids being kids for a day when they really needed it. So sport brought people together for that. It was incredible to see. It opened people up. I had so many kids tell me their stories about their years that they've gone through, about how important it was to get back and play with their hockey team and finish off their season and play for their friends. How important that weekend was for them to bring a community together underneath the hockey rink. And so when we think about sport, it's bigger, right? It's more than just throwing a puck out there and trying to score a goal. It is about community building. It's about nation building. And when you even think about the infrastructure itself, talking to the kids that are graduating from Tumbler Ridge this year, this is their grad year. they're having prom at the hockey rink. You know, they're coming together and they're excited. And these are places where people come together, where there's farmers markets and classes and yoga class or whatever it is. But we come together for sports as an activity, but also as hubs in our community. And so, yeah, the federal role in sports, it's that. It's giving kids opportunity to experience what we all did as kids, but it is also to support the places in our communities that make us a community, where people can come together and do community things.
Well, you're touching on two things that are really important. One, just infrastructure and building more infrastructure, and that's why I'm so heartened and thrilled by our approach to building way more infrastructure with Canadian steel, lumber, and aluminum, and that'll include sport, physical activity, community infrastructure from coast to coast to coast. But you also touched on the healing aspects of sport and being together, and through tough times and good times, you know, we do physical activity as medicine. And other people use arts and culture. And I've been watching Felicia's post-Olympic journey for the last couple of years. And Felicia, you've you know, transitioned into a poet and a spoken word artist, somebody who uses word and spoken written and written language for that process. I won't call it a healing process, but I'll tell you it's helped me through my transition to not being a full-time athlete anymore. But why don't you tell us all a little bit about that and how that community has opened their arms to you?
Yeah, I mean, to me, ultimately, I see the value in inspiration, and I think we've all kind of spoken about that. I see sport as a space for inspiration. And for me, my dad was an immigrant. He came here from Grenada, and he was looking for opportunities for his children. And sport felt like a space that was an open door. And I think a lot of the times when we realize when we don't have those open doors, you know, you stay in the house, you stay in your screens, you know, you're not trying to do a thing. And we've all spoken about inspiration here. I remember watching Perdita Felicienne win world championship, become a world champion. And to me, coming from Markham and seeing someone from Pickering, I was like, oh my gosh, this is a possibility for me. It was an open door of something that I could do. And that really thrust me into this world of healthy habits, social cohesion. I had this whole community of people that are surrounded with me, learning how to push myself beyond boundaries. And so to me, it was, I didn't just want to be myself anymore. I wanted to become the best version of myself. I wanted to be the best that I could be. And to me, that's really what I see sport as inspiring people to do. And I know we're talking a lot about, you know, youth access, but I remember being in Europe as well and getting ready for a big meet and seeing some like 70-year-olds on the side training. And I thought, that's so cool. Like, to me, sport is about, it's your lifetime. It is a culture. And this idea of you don't just stop when you graduate from high school. Why are we not encouraging Canadians to be engaged in sport throughout their lifetime? Because we all can be engaged and benefiting from it. So ultimately, I see it as sport is creating a culture where we're encouraging people to continually try to be the best versions of themselves. And I think that's a beautiful part about sport.
Awesome. Benoît, vous avez une nouvelle carrière dans une nouvelle entreprise. Comment le sport est un outil pour construire un meilleur Canada?
Oui, bien, c'est... lorsque j'ai débuté dans le sport, en 2000, à mes premiers Jeux à Sydney, j'avais un peu de frustration comme athlète paralympique parce que je constatais que peu de Canadiens avaient l'opportunité de voir les athlètes paralympiques en action. Et donc, j'en ai fait un peu un cheval de bataille. Je me suis dit, comment on peut faire pour qu'on inspire la prochaine génération de personnes en situation de handicap, pour les inciter également à participer dans le sport, à leur offrir de meilleures possibilités. Et bon, j'ai eu l'opportunité d'avoir une longue carrière dans la piscine. Et j'ai souhaité augmenter, donc c'est un peu un objectif parallèle au sport, d'augmenter la visibilité du sport et la crédibilité également du mouvement paralympique. Alors, ça a été oui, la priorité d'être un athlète. Et aujourd'hui, bien, on est extrêmement privilégié dans le sport paralympique parce que tous les Canadiens ont vu Tyler remporter sa médaille d'argent il y a 3 semaines. C'est en direct sur la majorité des plateformes, autant sur ToutTV que sur CBT Gem. Mais ce n'était pas le cas il n'y a pas si longtemps. Et aujourd'hui, bon, je ne suis plus dans la piscine pour compétitionner, mais comme Adam l'a dit, we bought a Canadian Tire. Okay? So we own a store here in Montreal and we invest into the community. Alors, on investit dans la communauté canadienne pour leur donner l'opportunité aux jeunes, bien sûr, de pratiquer dans le sport. Alors, c'est une continuité et c'est une belle opportunité. Puis, there's no better store than Canadian Tire to, to do so. Alors, ça a été vraiment ça. Alors, même si on est en affaires, c'est dans le monde parallèle, on fait en sorte qu'on veut soutenir la relève et bien sûr offrir les différentes possibilités aux Canadiens de s'investir dans le sport. Puis aujourd'hui, j'en suis extrêmement fier parce que les Canadiens peuvent voir les performances des athlètes paralympiques et il y a très peu de nuances, très peu de différences entre l'athlète olympique, l'athlète professionnel et l'athlète paralympique. Quelques années plus tard. On est vraiment, on se sent, si on veut, une certaine équité. Voilà.
Merci, Benoit. So we just finished a great policy conversation with lots of brainstorms and great ideas from Canadians. So I didn't want to miss the opportunity to ask these great Canadians what their ideas were all about and share them with you for a stronger sport system in Canada that achieves all of the goals on an incremental level that we were just talking about. More inspiration, better health, a stronger economy with the power and purpose of sport. So I would love to hear all of your ideas, a little bit about policy conversation perhaps, and I think we should interject a little bit. Feel free to engage in each other's ideas and conversations. We've got about 15 minutes left, and I wish we had an hour because these guys are a font of inspiration and wisdom. So Rosie, the chair of the Athletes Commission, the Canadian Olympic Committee, we talk about sport policy often. So how can we, with Prime Minister Mark Carney, build a stronger sports system?
So I think, for me, physical literacy and sport shouldn't be a privilege. It shouldn't be held for the few that can afford it. It should be a promise to every single kid across this country. Because we already know that by investing in sport, we're getting so much more out of it. Yes, we can talk about podium performances for a long time. And yes, that is something that we were really incredibly privileged to be able to achieve. But the value of sport isn't weighed in gold medals. I think it's in the improvements in mental health. It's the longitudinal physical outcomes that come with physical activity every day. It's that social connection that it builds. It's creating the community. I think that a system that's underfunded is a system that's going to fail kids across this country.
I want to say that again. I want to say what Rosie just said again, that it should not be a privilege to compete in sport and to participate in physical activity in our country. And we need to create a system that's more inclusive and offers that occasion to more young people, because it is health equity. And exactly as you put it, Rosie, I always find you so insightful. Thank you very much. And Tyler, what do you got for us?
Well, I'm in full agreement, and I completely agree. And I think part of that, the one word I'll latch onto there is inclusive. And I think when you talk about creating a sports system that's inclusive of everyone, we live in a country that is very big, full of small communities from coast to coast to coast, and especially coming from a Paralympic background, in order to have a system that is welcome to everyone, inclusive of everyone, so that everybody has the opportunity to go to that community center, to go to that community facility, we need to have an investment in infrastructure. And I know that's been mentioned, but within that, inclusive design and accessibility has to be at the forefront of that decision making. And I know Rick Hansen was here earlier this weekend to speak more eloquently on that, I'm sure, than I can. But we need to invest in spaces that everyone is welcome and everybody is able to participate, so everyone has access to those opportunities that sport can provide. I also think, just before I wrap up here, I think, and Adam, you touched on this a little bit, but sport is so underutilized as an economic driver in Canada. And I think there is a real opportunity to leverage that moving forward, to utilize the power of sport in Canada as an economic driver.
Thanks, Tyler. Isabel?
Yeah, I want to jump on to what you've both said, because we have many Olympic medals, world championship medals up here, but I think sport is so much more about participation. And I've always viewed sport as this kind of tree where high performance is one branch of it, and we've had the opportunity to kind of go down that road and explore that, but there are so many other ways to participate or to be involved in sport, and maybe even sport isn't totally the right word that encompasses it, but just physical activity. We have a right to have access to that, and participation should be free. Participation in any level should be accessible to anybody who wants to enjoy that. And coming from the system of of free sport in my community that was volunteer run, I feel like that is really underutilized, and that anybody at any age from any background should have access to that.
Thanks, Isabelle. Marianne, vous avez la parole.
Oui, ben moi, j'aimerais illustrer justement avec un exemple tout ce qu'on dit depuis tantôt. On dit que le système est sous-financé, mais qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Parce qu'en fait, on voit les Jeux olympiques, on nous voit performer, puis nos performances sont vraiment glorifiées. La raison pour qu'on est capable de faire ça, c'est qu'on a des gens autour de nous qui sont tellement passionnés, sont tellement engagés et sont habitués de faire beaucoup avec peu. Notre système tient sur pas grand-chose. En ski acrobatique, par exemple, nous avons un centre d'entraînement au Canada qui est présentement dans un état assez désuet. Puis on ne sait pas combien d'années encore on va pouvoir sauter à ce centre d'entraînement-là avant qu'il doive être détruit et reconstruit. Mais on n'a pas l'argent pour le reconstruire. Sans ce centre d'entraînement-là au Canada, le sport n'existe plus parce que l'équipe nationale peut... après dépenser de l'argent en billets d'avion et en hôtel à l'étranger pour aller s'entraîner à l'étranger, mais la communauté, les jeunes n'ont pas l'accès à cette trempe-d'eau-là alors. Et donc, il y a les infrastructures au Canada qui sont extrêmement importantes pour assurer la survie de ces sports. Il y a des grands sports, il y a aussi des plus petits sports, comme le mien, par exemple, mais il y a aussi les gens. Nous, on a beaucoup d'athlètes qui veulent faire du ski acrobatique. Il y a un engouement en ce moment. On a vraiment une belle communauté, mais on manque de financement pour les entraîneurs, par exemple. Donc, on doit faire des sélections pour l'équipe et ça, c'est plus élitiste. Ça devient moins accessible d'accéder aux compétitions auxquelles on peut participer, autant régionales, provinciales, nord-américains et internationales. Donc, un système qui est sous-financé, c'est un système justement qui devient moins accessible et ce financement-là, en fait, va bénéficier surtout le grassroots, comme vous dites, donc les plus jeunes qui vont permettre dans quelques années de devenir des athlètes olympiques comme nous, on voit en ce moment. Mais c'est vraiment juste parce qu'on est créatif qu'on est capable de le faire en sorte que ça fonctionne en ce moment.
Excellent. Andrew, what are your instructions as team captain of the Edmonton Oilers for a stronger sports system?
Well, we're close to the home of the Montreal Canadiens here, and hockey is such a big sport here in Canada. But I'm not going to make the assumption that everybody in the room knows about the stereotype of hockey goalies. So the stereotype is hockey goalies are, in the most generous terms, not normal.
Different?
And I've never wanted a stereotype to be more true because we happen to have a Harvard hockey goalie here. And I think what needs to happen in this country, yes, in many items, I don't think the country wants normal things anymore. We need extraordinary things. And the sports system needs extraordinary change. We've been measuring the success of our sports program on medals at a national level, but also at a provincial level, and the funding structure of those. For context, I've sat on the boards at Alberta Sport and Sport BC as well, and so I see the KPIs and how these things are measured. How many medals did we win? At the Olympics, we do the same thing. We count them up, and then we somehow attribute that to the health of our entire sports system. It's crazy. We have to stop measuring the success of our sports system based on medals. We need to start asking the appropriate questions because sport is health, sport is medicine. How many kids are playing sport? How many adults are playing sport in Canada? We have universal health care. I love it. I want to speak for everybody. I love the fact that Canada has universal health care. When we invest in sports, it's a direct investment in not draining our healthcare system. That is why the federal government puts money into sport. I care that my neighbors play sport. We should be measuring how many kids in Flin Flon are playing sports, and Tumbler Ridge, and all these small communities, not how many medals did we win. So let's start with the measurement, and let's start with the narrative of why we're investing in sport. It's for our own good. It's for country building and for universal health care. That's why.
I think I speak for all of us when I acknowledge how appropriate your reputation as the most intellectual NHLer of all time is. Thank you, Andrew. Felicia, where are we headed?
Well, I'm going to take Isabel's metaphor of sport being a tree. I'm going to steal from that. And I just have this idea of like, there's three different branches. We have high performance, youth participation, and lifelong experiences within sport. And so I ultimately feel like investing into high performance athletes is not just investing into us going to the Olympics or World Championships, but you're investing into leaders and mentors who can then come back into the community and help fuel that participation in sports and then helping people to stay into it. So I ultimately see, let's invest in our athletes who are showing promise. How can we have centralized high-performance hubs so we're sharing resources and we're creating the best that the athletes can be? Again, I said firsthand how when I felt supported and connected to something bigger than myself, I felt like I was flying. I felt like it catapulted me into a whole new stratosphere. So I want to see our national athletes having that type of support and ultimately creating intentional pathways for them to, when you're done sport, coming back into the community, inspiring the youth to stay into sport, and inspiring all of Canadians to see the benefits of the health and the medicine that sport can provide for us.
Thanks, Felicia. Benoît, mon ami, le mot final.
Oui, alors, on a beaucoup parlé, Andrew, il a bien mentionné l'importance d'investir dans la base, dans le système sportif canadien, mais juste en concluant, faire un petit angle lorsqu'on parle de parasport. Moi, je le vois en trois axes. Bien sûr, on a discuté de l'accessibilité universelle, nos infrastructures, mais nos équipements également. Tu sais, moi, c'était simple. Je faisais de la natation. Ça me prenait un speedo pour aller dans la piscine. Hein? On s'entend dessus que c'est relativement facile d'accès. Ça prend par contre la piscine. Mais un sport, comme exemple la luge à Tyler, il faut trouver des luges pour nos jeunes. L'accessibilité n'est pas si simple. Le fauteuil roulant également. Et le troisième axe, c'est le transport adapté. Comment on déplace nos athlètes sur les lieux d'entraînement, les lieux de compétition, lorsqu'on est à mobilité réduite. Alors, c'est des éléments, des enjeux qu'on doit songer lorsqu'on investit dans le sport pour assurer une pérennité à long terme.
Excellent. Wow. I would like to just re-emphasize something that has been repeated a couple of times, that the success and the impact and the necessity of the Canadian sports system is not measured in gold. It's measured in happy kids, engaged families, connected communities, and lower healthcare costs as a result of a more physically active society. Guys, I asked my 7 friends to come to Montreal and share with them their wisdom, their insight, and their perspective. And truly, it is the most valuable natural resource on the planet to have you here in front of Liberals from across the country sharing your stories with us. We'll create stronger policy, stronger approaches, and I just cannot thank you guys enough. We have les champions olympiques, champions paralympiques, champions de Coupe du Monde, les champions Coupe Stanley, telling us here that the success of our sports system is not measured by those successes, but more by how it has an impact on next generations of Canadians, and I could not agree more. Your perspectives, your insights today have been incredibly valuable. As my friends, I can't thank you enough for saying yes to the invitation. This has been an honor and a privilege, and I want to thank everybody for packing the room today. Thanks to you guys. And if I could, it was pretty great to hear Go Canada Go at the beginning, so can we do one more to get us off stage here? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Go Canada, go!
Merci tout le monde.
Veuillez accueillir le député de Calgary Confederation. Please welcome the Member of Parliament for Calgary Confederation, Corey Hogan.
Bonjour tout le monde. Ça me fait plaisir d'être ici à Montréal avec vous. I'm Corey Hogan, Member of Parliament for Calgary Confederation, and I have to say, I haven't seen this many Liberals in one place since I left Calgary on Wednesday. So yes, the times, they are a-changing. Last election, the Liberal Party earned our highest vote share in Calgary ever. In 2025, roughly 4 in 10 Calgarians voted Liberal. Absolutely, let's applaud that. And you know what? Momentum has only grown since then. That's in no small part because we have a leader like Mark Carney, who has captured Canadians' imaginations with a vision to strengthen Canada's place in the world, strengthen our independence, modernize and green our economy, and make sure Canadian prosperity is expanded and shared. All of that will take building at a speed and scale not seen in generations, and that is the topic of this final panel. Bâtir plus grand et plus vite, ça va nous demander d'agir comme une seule économie canadienne. Ça va prendre de nouvelles options de transport, des nouvelles routes, des nouveaux ports, des nouveaux chemins de fer. Ça va prendre les travailleurs et les syndicats. Ça va prendre le talent d'un océan à l'autre jusqu'à l'Arctique et partout entre les deux. Ça va prendre le partenariat avec les provinces, les peuples autochtones, les sociétés civiles et les entreprises. On n'a pas à choisir entre des normes élevées et des résultats concrets. Il nous faut les deux. Les Canadiens et les Canadiennes exigent les deux. Because Canadians want a country that builds homes people can afford, builds clean energy and conventional energy, builds ports, rail, roads, supply chains, builds mines, mills, factories, and farms, builds opportunities in every region of this country, and builds partnerships with workers and Indigenous communities, builds prosperity. Des approbations rapides, mais de normes solides. De la croissance, mais de l'équité. De l'ambition, mais de la responsabilité. De la création de richesses, sans laisser personne derrière. Veuillez vous joindre à moi pour accueillir notre table ronde. I'm going to introduce our panel. John Zaricelli, Member of Parliament for Etobicoke North. He'll be taking the stage in a minute. Eleanor Olszewski, Edmonton Centre. Steve McKinnon, Gatineau. Keith McDonald, Malpeque. Dominic LeBlanc, Beauséjour. And we're going to kick off with some remarks from Dom LeBlanc. Thank you, everybody. Merci à tous.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Thank you, Corey. What a privilege it is for us to serve in the House of Commons with such a terrific representative for the great city of Calgary. Bonjour à vous tous et à toutes. Je suis tellement heureux de vous voir ici à Montréal en si grand nombre. Merci pour votre appui au Parti libéral. Merci pour votre appui au Premier ministre Carney et à notre équipe en ce moment si important. As Liberals, we gather here in Montreal at this moment with a clear purpose. It's to build Canada strong, stronger economically, stronger socially, and stronger together. In the face of uncertainty, the Liberal government and Prime Minister Carney are determined to make Canada the strongest economy in the G7 because we know that Canada has the talent, it has the workers, and it has the innovative spirit to succeed. Dans l'incertitude ambiante, notre gouvernement se concentre, comme on a dit à maintes reprises, sur ce que nous pouvons contrôler. Bâtir une seule économie canadienne en éliminant les obstacles au commerce interne et en accélérant la construction de projets d'intérêt national. Dès notre élection, il y a un an, nous nous sommes mis au travail. Un des premiers gestes que nous avons posés, c'est d'éliminer toutes les barrières fédérales au commerce interne, car nous croyons que nous avons tous et nous avons tout à gagner en étant notre meilleur client. De plus, on a mis sur pied le Bureau de grands projets, un nouvel organisme au gouvernement avec le mandat direct du Premier ministre de faire progresser rapidement des projets transformateurs pour notre pays. The Major Projects Office, based in Calgary, is leading this effort across our government to implement the Prime Minister's commitment and the commitment that all of us ran on in the last election to build major projects at a speed and a scale that we haven't seen for generations. Des mines, des ports, des lignes de transmission électrique, des projets qui, au total, et ça jusqu'au présent, représentent 126 milliards de dollars de nouveaux investissements et appuient 60 000 carrières bien rémunérées. D'ailleurs, le premier ministre a procédé jeudi, il y a 2 jours, à la première pelletée de terre du projet de Contrecœur, à une quarantaine de kilomètres d'ici, mais c'est bien ça, à une quarantaine de kilomètres d'ici, une expansion majeure du port de Montréal qui permettra aux exportateurs canadiens de faire affaire avec de nouveaux clients aux 4 coins du monde. These projects will help our country and Canadian workers realize our potential as an energy superpower, in conventional energy, in renewable energy, create new trade and economic corridors, and make Canada a more resilient country. So, my friends, that was a commitment we made to Canadians a year ago, to build a more resilient economy, to diversify our trading relationships with reliable partners around the world. And that's exactly what your government and your Prime Minister have been doing. So let me thank all of you for your commitment to making this possible, for your commitment to our party, to our vision, and to the work that we're doing together. You are at the very heart of all of this work, and the communities that you represent here at this convention in Montreal, from coast to coast to coast, will benefit from this work. Avec ça, je vous remercie profondément, and as Corey said, I'm looking forward to the conversation that we're about to have, and I would invite my colleagues, Steve, Heath, Eleanor, and John, to join us on stage. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very, very much.
All right, Montreal, give it up for Dominic LeBlanc. What a speech. What a leader. Are you excited, guys? Amazing. So let's get into this. Dominic, that was a great introduction to a really important topic. It's really significant that we are doubling down, building big projects, doubling down with the largest infrastructure investment in Canadian history, using Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, Canadian unionized workers. That's right. So look, let's get into this first question. Let's get into the discussion here. So Steve, this is for you. How are we going to be delivering on our promise to build big and build fast and build bold?
Merci. Bonjour Montréal. Merci John. Quel plaisir d'être ici avec nos collègues, le comité pour bâtir le Canada encore plus fort. Et nous sommes évidemment, moi et Dominique, très impliqués avec mes collègues dans le processus. On se rencontre de façon assez régulière, de façon hebdomadaire, pour évaluer l'éventail de grands projets. Dominique en a mentionné une coupe contre-cœur. Avec le premier ministre, on a été très contents d'ouvrir le chantier de l'expansion du port de Montréal cette semaine. Et Dominique et moi pouvons nous engager qu'il y en aura bien d'autres projets majeurs du Canada. On a été élus sur une plateforme pour bâtir le Canada fort, mais qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire qu'on doit diversifier nos corridors commerciaux afin d'atteindre de nouveaux marchés. Des marchés en Asie, des marchés en Europe, des marchés à travers le monde pour ne pas nécessairement trop se fier et se baser sur les exportations vers les États-Unis. C'est pour ça qu'on a besoin de capacité en transport. On va bâtir notre capacité, on va bâtir très fort en ressources, on va bâtir notre capacité et on va continuer de bâtir plus rapidement tout en respectant nos règles et nos consignes environnementaux et continuer de faire du chemin et créer des bons emplois dont vous venez de parler, John.
Yeah, fantastic. Keith, you want to get in on this?
Yeah, you know what? What a pleasure to be here today and to look out at this crowd. Unbelievable. The atmosphere is wonderful. Electric. But let me say this. You know what? We've been doing things with this government and this prime minister to get our country ahead, to get it on track, to do some utmost important relevant issues, to create bigger, broader projects. I'm the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, and let me tell you, farmers across this country, every time I meet with them, they're building more confidence. They're building more confidence because of what we're trying to do as a government. We're ensuring that their products are getting to market, diversifying our trade, being realistic about the promises that we make to these individuals, creating sustainability. We don't have to say farmers are resilient. We just came through 5 miserable years of tough times for farmers. They're looking at us for leadership, and when you have leadership with our Prime Minister, he is making bold decisions. He's a visionary, and he is a leader that of second to none in this country and maybe in our history, and we're looking forward to going ahead.
Eleanor, let's get you in on this.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Do you know,
Give it out for Eleanor. Let's go. Yeah, let's give it out.
You know, it goes without saying that the concept of unity is so important for us at this point in time. And to have a strong and unified Canada, all of the regions of our country have to be strong and unified as well. So I'd like to talk for just a minute about the MOU that was signed between our government and the province of Alberta. You know, this is really a historic agreement, and it helps mend some past grievances between the levels of government. And I think it's a prime example of our government working as hard as it can, even with partners that can be difficult, so that we move ahead and we get the job done. So why is this MOU so important? Well, for one thing, it'll create the largest carbon capture storage project in the world. And absolutely. And so CO2 from 20 different oil field facilities will be moved and stored south in the province of Alberta. And in it, that will remove thousands of metric tons of emissions from our oil and gas. And in addition to that, we're going to be creating a new pipeline to the West Coast, which will provide oil and gas to Asia as well. So this is fundamentally important. And, you know, the MOU's not just about pipeline either. You know, the MOU talks about it talks about electrical grids. It talks about clean energy like nuclear. It talks about new transmission lines to connect the Western provinces. And so I think this signing, as I say, of the MOU is historic. And it's such a good example of what different levels of government can accomplish together when we put aside notions of jurisdiction and we just work for what's in the best interests of all Canadians. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Dominic, we're going to come to you in a minute, but we've been hearing a little bit about the Alto project, and I know, Steve, this is a passion for you. You're fighting for it. Bâtir fort pour ce projet. Do you want to talk about it a little bit?
I do. High-speed rail, who's for that? Now, all of you get a chance right now to send Pierre Poilievre a message. Dominic knows. He spends all his time in the House of Commons saying we can't get anything done. And the first chance he has to support getting something done, he says we're going to cancel it. So send right now, Pierre Poilievre, a message. Everyone say it. High-speed rail. High-speed rail. Pierre Poilievre, no. That's exactly right. Why? Because we're going to create 51,000 skilled trades jobs. We're going to use Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, Canadian lumber, Canadian savoir-faire, des ingénieurs canadiens, une technologie de pointe. Nous allons bâtir un corridor, un tracé de 1000 km allant de Québec à Toronto qui va changer la donne pour notre économie et on ne s'arrête pas là. On poursuit jusque dans le sud-ouest de l'Ontario après. On évalue en Alberta après. On évalue cette technologie-là à la grandeur du Canada. On est capable de le faire. Le train à grande vitesse au Canada. Et on va dire à Pierre Poilievre, gardez-nous faire, gardez-nous aller.
Can you feel that passion? We are ready and we are building. That is what this team is bringing. And I can feel that energy. I can feel that excitement. Dominic, do you want to get in on this conversation?
So, John, thanks. And I think it's important perhaps for our friends to see is how the Prime Minister's direction and the mandate we got from Canadians a year ago translates every day and every week into the work that all of us do. Steve referred to a weekly meeting that he and I have with a couple of other cabinet colleagues. Tim Hodgson, our Natural Resources and Energy Minister, participates. We work obviously very closely with Julie DeBrusen and other colleagues. The idea is to say to ourselves across the government, why does it have to take 2 years, 3 years to get these major projects done if we can find a way to do, as Steve said, exactly the work that Canadians expect us to do, consulting Indigenous rights holders, respecting our commitments to the highest environmental standards. But we can do that in a way that's collaborative with provinces and territories, that's not duplicative. One of the things that I'm very happy about, c'est que nous avons signé avec des provinces déjà, il y a d'autres qui s'en viennent, des ententes pour s'assurer qu'on a un projet, une évaluation. One project, one evaluation. What that means is instead of doing things sequentially, waiting for one review to be done before you can look at another one, how can we collaborate with scientists in provincial governments, with civil society? How can we work ahead of schedule with Indigenous rights holders, ensure that they can participate as equity participants in many of these projects? That's a way we think that we can do these major projects at a speed and at a scale we haven't seen before, but while respecting all of our commitments to Indigenous rights holders, to environmental protections, and to working with our partners in the Federation, the provinces and the territories that are lining up to do these projects with us.
And I think that's an excellent segue, Dominic, because it's really about focusing on what we can control. This is such an important time in our history, and we want to build. And I think we need to remember, though, that it's not building for the sake of building. It's building for the future of Canada. It's about the future of our families and about our workers. And I think that's the next topic that we're going to turn to. Heath, why don't you kick us off here? This is about how are we going to make sure that these major projects, the infrastructure that we're building, how is this going to benefit families? How is this going to benefit Canadians? How is this going to benefit provinces? How is this going to benefit cities? What do you have to say to that?
Well, I think, thanks, Jody, and Dom hit it on the head. We're moving at a speed that is unknown to governments and bureaucracy, by the way, and it's extremely important for us to continue that. But building confidence, having a leader and having leadership with confidence of Mr. Carney and doing what he's doing allows us as policymakers and ministers to address major concerns relevant to investments. And let me say this, when I say build confidence, I mean investments, foreign national investment, investments here at home, investments by our province, investment by our businesses, small, medium enterprises, build up confidence. We take away the uncertainty. We show them exactly our path forward and our vision. And I think that's John. I think, you know what? There's 17 youth delegates registered for this today. Every time. Yeah, let's go. 1,700. And every time we make a decision as policymakers, we're making generational decisions. Let me say this. Politicians come and go. Next year, the year after, there could be different politicians sitting up here. So we as policymakers need to act in their best interest for future generations as quickly as we can. And I think that's exactly the direction and the mandate that Dom talked about that our leader has chosen. We are moving very quickly. It's not easy, let me tell you, to keep up to him. But we are doing our best, and we're going to lead this country, the G7 nation, as Dom talked about. We are going to lead the G7 nation in economic value, not before too long, with some of these major projects.
Eleanor, same question. How are we going to ensure that the work we're doing to build big infrastructure, how is that going to benefit workers? How is that going to benefit families?
Well, you know, we were talking about major projects and how that might infiltrate into people in communities. And I think one of the things we need to remember is that 99% of business done in this country is done by small and medium enterprises. And so, absolutely. And so, you know, one of the federal groups that plays a really important role with respect to small and medium businesses are the the regional development agencies. We call them RDAs. And so one of my portfolios is I'm the Minister for Prairie's Economic Development. And that's one of 7 RDAs. And those RDAs, part of what we do is we work with local businesses and we innovate and we help them grow their businesses so that they can compete. And so just with respect to the prairies, because that's what I want to focus on, Prairies Can actually added in the last year 12,600 jobs. It strengthened 8,500 small and medium businesses. It helped business create $1.3 billion in revenue and added $1 billion to export growth. And so these RDAs that are positioned across the country to work with small and medium enterprises, they're fundamentally important because they'll help support the major projects. We can't forget that for every major project there'll be supply chains all the way down the trail, and that local businesses and communities will be provided with great paying jobs. So I think that's really important.
Okay, fantastique. À vous, Steve, que penses-tu?
Moi, je pense que les PME vont être la clé des projets majeurs. Ce sont les chaînes d'approvisionnement. On n'a qu'à penser. Prenons l'exemple d'Alto, encore une fois. À chaque tronçon, à chaque segment du train à grande vitesse, on va avoir besoin de quoi? De petites shops de soudure, de traiteurs, de résidences temporaires, de gens qui font des clôtures, des gens qui font des électriciens. Donc, on va avoir besoin de tout le monde. Donc, c'est-à-dire les travailleurs des métiers, mais aussi les PME, tout le long du tracé du train à grande vitesse ici au Canada. Ça, c'est certain. Mais on doit aussi acheter canadien. On doit aussi faire en sorte que nos politiques sont orientées vers nos innovateurs, nos PME, ces gens qui se lèvent chaque matin, qui bâtissent des entreprises, créent des emplois et payent des impôts au Canada. C'est ça qu'il faut récompenser. M. Carney a été on ne peut plus clair. On doit acheter canadien, récompenser nos preneurs de risques et faire en sorte que tout le pays embarque dans notre grand projet. Mais je veux aussi ajouter, I just want to add one thing. How great is it? You had Corey Hogan introduce this panel and Eleanor Oshevsky, Liberals in Alberta. They rule. After the next election, we're going to have far more Liberals from Alberta standing up on this stage. And someday we're going to build high-speed rail in Alberta, Eleanor.
Dominic, you want to get on this?
So my colleagues, John, spoke about the importance of ensuring that the major projects agenda of the government benefits workers, businesses, small businesses, medium-sized businesses. Eleanor mentioned it, I'll say it again. I'm from Atlantic Canada, like Heath. Now, Steve McKinnon pretends to be a big shot from l'Outaouais in Quebec, from Gatineau, but Steve McKinnon's actually from Prince Edward Island and went to the University of Moncton, so there you go. But one of the challenges, John, for all of us, and this is true of the women and men who work with us in the caucus every day, is how can we ensure that these major projects, our commitment to build at a scale and speed that we haven't seen before, benefits every region of the country and different sectors of the economy. So you have to be careful. Some people will reduce that conversation to one sector of the economy or to one particular region of the country. I don't happen to believe that's accurate. If you look at the conversations that all of us have, including those that the Prime Minister leads, it's very much focused on renewable energy projects in Atlantic Canada. Super exciting offshore wind potential off the coast of Nova Scotia, which will ensure, for example, that our ability to transmit electricity across Atlantic Canada and into provinces like Quebec and beyond is enhanced. So all of this is part of a continuum of building an economy that benefits workers, of course, Canadian businesses, absolutely, but does so in a way that every economy across the country is strengthened. Because if we're all trying to figure out ways to be less dependent on one trading partner, let's start by being more dependent on each other across the country. That's exactly what we're doing.
Now, I noticed, Dominic, you forgot one important region, and that's the region I'm from, the region of Toronto. So who's from Toronto? Anyway, I know Heath wants to get in on this conversation.
You know what? It's a good point, Dom. You know, you guys, we just turned the sods at Port of Montreal. Let me tell you, Port of Montreal, even though it's in Montreal, it services Eastern Canada. 40 million tons of grain went through there last year, a 20% increase. Farmers across this country, when we build those infrastructure projects, it's so important that we take into consideration all levels, every type of small and medium enterprises, including agriculture and agri-food. And another thing, internal trade is extremely important, and a lot of work has gone into it, and it'll continue. But let me say, we are so fortunate to live in this country and to have the leadership that we have. It's just, Johnny, I love it here.
Who loves Canada? Me too. Me too. Okay, so I'm looking at the time here, so we're going to go into our final question, and then we're going to have some wrap-up thoughts here. So look, as we are trying to diversify trade, diversify our trade relationships, what role does the strategic infrastructure investments that we're making strengthen? How does this strengthen our position in the world? Dominic, I'll go to you first.
So I'll be very brief because my colleagues will have probably more precise examples than I will. John, if we say we want to trade with new trading partners around the world, you've seen the Prime Minister's success in his travels at getting countries to commit to investing in Canada. They too are finding they're too dependent on one particular economy and are looking to diversify. Guess what? Canada's there. Countries and businesses around the world want to do more work with Canada, more business with Canada. That's good to create jobs in Canada, economic prosperity in Canada. But the basic infrastructure to make that commerce possible needs to be improved. So we've talked about Contrecoeur in Montreal. Steve and I are working on projects in Atlantic Canada at ports like in St. John, New Brunswick, northern New Brunswick, in Belledune. But there's rail infrastructure that can be upgraded. So, and the interesting thing, John, I'll finish with this, is it's not only about using public money, Government of Canada, taxpayers' money, it's about incentivizing and attracting private investments that will make these projects possible. So that Canadians, and there's no better person to go around the world and to tell these big sovereign wealth funds, big multinational companies that Canada's a great place to do business. There's nobody better to do that around the world at this moment than Prime Minister Carney.
That's right. Let's hear it for our Prime Minister. How proud are we of him? Steve, get in on this.
So it starts with ports. On a vu Contrecoeur, on a débuté le chantier. Dominic mentioned St. John, an incredible transformation of the port in that port city. Next stop is Vancouver. Who's here from British Columbia? Vancouver, Canada's most important port, and we are going to be investing in the Port of Vancouver and the Vancouver-Fraser Port Authority, that is for sure. But I want to end on this note, John, if I might. Look at this room from all across the country. They will tell you it can't be done. Friends, all of you, 4,500, 5,000 Liberals strong. Go back home, tell them it can be done. We can build Canada bigger, stronger, faster, better, give jobs for our kids, make a happy life here, make a good quality of life here with good paychecks and with solid union jobs. We can do that. They'll tell you it can't be done. It can. And go out there and sell that message of hope and Mark Carney's plan all over this great country. Vive le Canada!
And now we know why. Now we know why our House Leader and our Minister of Transportation, now we know why every time he stands up in the House of Commons, the Conservatives shake in their boots. They're scared of our House Leader, ladies and gentlemen. Eleanor, get in on this.
Well, the only ports that exist aren't just the ones that Steve's talked about.
Right.
So honestly, the prairies have incredible goods and services to sell that the world wants. And absolutely, everything from agriculture and energy, critical minerals, but obviously if we don't have a way of getting those products to market, that we're not going to be very successful. And so one of the projects I think that's going to be key to the prairies involves the Port of Churchill. Absolutely. And it's the Prairies Arctic Corridor for Trade. And that project, Prairies Can has been supporting that project, working with the Arctic Gateway Group for the past couple of years. And we're also supporting the overall project, which will include the Port of Churchill, the associated rail line, Centerport, which is the largest inland port, absolutely actually in the continent of North America, and the airport as well, which is a major cargo hub. And so developing that entire trade corridor will mean it'll just add change in a fundamental way the products that we can get to market from the prairies. Thank you.
Manitoba. Anybody here from Manitoba? Our president's from Manitoba.
Okay, Heath, over to you.
Look, you know what? $100 billion in exports. We want to get those to markets, to new markets, to existing markets. We need infrastructure, and we get that. Dom and I were in Mexico. We were told we'd never get access to the potatoes. It took the Americans 21 years. We did it in 8 months. We went to China to renegotiate, to reopen the market in China for canola, a $4 billion industry for the prairies, mainly. We were told by the Conservatives we'd never get it done. It's done. While we were in China, we got a beef deal. It's done. Seafood, it's done. We're not done. I can tell you that. We're not done. We're working extremely hard. Agriculture and agri-food in this country is 9%, 7% of our GDP. It's 1 in 9 jobs. If we're going to lead the country and the G7 and economics, we can't go without agriculture and agri-food We can't go without export. We can't go without processing more in this country. We can't go without building our infrastructure out like we're doing today, thanks to the Transport Minister and the Prime Minister.
Okay, folks, what an exciting panel. We have 1 minute left here, so we're going to do quick lightning round. Final thoughts. Dominic, to you.
I think, John, what you're seeing my colleagues and our colleagues talk about today is exactly the commitment we made to Canadians 1 year ago. So we should all be very confident that the government is respecting the commitment we made to Canadians. My colleagues have identified the work we're doing, et moi je suis tout à fait convaincu qu'on est en train de changer l'économie canadienne pour la rendre plus résiliente, exactement ce que nous sommes engagés à faire devant les Canadiens il y a un an.
Eleanor, quick.
I'm just going to echo what Dom said. I know I'm a little bit of a nerd, and I actually went back to our platform from a year ago, and I was blown away by the number of things that the Prime Minister said that this government would do, and the number of things that we've actually completed or are en route to completing. And honestly, I'm a proud Albertan. I'm so proud to be a part of this government, a part of this cabinet minister, and just a part of what we're doing to change Canada at just a monumental hinge point in Canadian history.
Okay, Heath, tight. Final thoughts. Steve.
Thank you so much. You know what? Thank you to everyone that's here today. We can't do our job without you. We need your support continuously. We also need our colleagues' support who are out in the audience today. Phenomenal colleagues. Our caucus is unbelievable from coast to coast to coast, and we thank them as well. We have places to go and places and things to do, and we're going to get it done with the leadership of our Prime Minister. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I can't wait for his speech.
Mesdames et messieurs, quand nous sommes en temps de grande crise, de grands défis, les Canadiens, depuis le début des temps, ont tourné vers le Parti libéral du Canada. Et aujourd'hui, la preuve est dans cette salle que nous sommes capables. Nous sommes en train d'implanter, comme Eleanor l'a dit, un programme et on s'est engagé solennellement devant les Canadiens de bâtir un pays plus fort. C'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Friends, we are building the country stronger. Canadians look to Liberals when it is times of great challenge. We accept the challenge. On behalf of all of you, let's go and get the work done. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What an exciting panel. Thank you to all. Long live Canada. Thank you.
I've tried to cut these corners, try to take the easy way out. I kept on falling short of something. I could have gave up then, but then again I couldn't have, 'cause I've traveled all this way for something. I take it in, but don't look down. 'Cause I'm on top of the world, hey. I'm on top of the world, hey. Been waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, hey. Been holding in for a while, hey. Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. I'm on top of the world. I'm on top of the world, hey. I'm on top of the world, hey. Been waiting on this for a while now. Paying my dues to the dirt. I've been waiting to smile, hey. Been holding in for a while, hey. Take you with me if I can. Been dreaming of this since a child. And I know it's hard when you're falling down, and it's a long way up when you make the ground. But get up now, get up now. And I know it's hard when you're falling down. Just a young gun with a quick fuse. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder. Thunder, 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 feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds. Thunder, 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 feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Somebody save your soul, cause you've been sinning in the city. I know too many troubles, all these lovers got you losing control. You like a drug to me, a luxury, my sugar and gold. I want the good life every good night, you're a hot one to hold. Cause you don't even know. I can make your hands clap. Said I can make your hands clap. We could be screaming till the sun comes out. And when we wake, we'd be the only sound. Get on my knees and say a prayer, change round. But I can make your hands clap. But I can make your hands clap. But I can make your hands clap. want to do. I am leaving, and this is starting to feel like it's right before my eyes, and I can taste it. It's my sweet beginning. And I can tell just what you want. You don't want to be alone. You don't want to be alone. And I can say it's what you know, but you known it the whole time. Yeah, you known it the whole time. Maybe next year I'll have no time to think about the questions to address. Am I the one to try to stop the fire? I wouldn't test you, I'm not the best you could have attained. Why try anything? I will get there. Just remember, I know that I can tell just what you want. You don't want to be alone. You don't want to be alone. And I can say it's what you know, but you known it the whole time. Yeah, you known it the whole time. I can tell just what you want. You don't want to be alone. You don't want to be alone. And I can say it's what you know, but you known it the whole time. Yeah, you known it the whole time. So sentimental, not sentimental, no romantic, not disgusting yet. Darling, I'm down and lonely. When with a fortune and only, I've been looking for something else. Chocolate, let's go slowly, discouraged, distant from other interests. On your favorite weekend, and this love for gentlemen only. That's with a fortune and only. No, I gotta be someone else. These days it comes and goes. A list of mania. Think less but see it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily offended. Know how to let it go. From a mess to the masses. A list of mania. Think less but see it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily offended. Know how to let it go. From a mess to the masses. Follow misguided, stand still. Discuss, discouraged. On this precious weekend, and in this love for gentlemen only. Wealthiest gentlemen only. But now that you're lonely, chocolate, let's go slowly, discouraged. We'll burn the pictures instead. When it's all over, we can barely discuss for 1 minute only. Not with a fortune and only. Thought it could have been something else. These days it comes and goes. A list of mania. Think less but see it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily offended. Know how to let it go. From a mess to the masses. A list of mania. Think less but see it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily To me she'd say, everything you want's a dream away. Under this pressure, under this weight, we are diamonds, and I feel my heart beating. I feel my heart underneath my skin. I feel my heart beating. You make me feel like I'm alive again. Alive again. Oh, you make me feel like I'm alive again. Said I can't go on, not in this way. I'm a dream that died by light of day. Gonna hold up half the sky and say, only I own me. And I feel my heart beating. I feel my heart underneath my skin. Oh, I can feel my heart beating. 'Cause you make me feel like I'm alive again. Alive again. Oh, you make me feel like I'm alive again. Turn your magic on, and you she'd say, everything you want's a dream away. Under this pressure, under this weight, we are diamonds taking shape. We are diamonds taking shape. If we've only got this life, this adventure, oh, that I. If we've only got this life, you get me through. If we've only got this life, and this adventure, oh, that I wanna share it with you, with you. See you, I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood. us rushing on. I don't need no reason, don't need control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop, stop, stop. Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move where you already know, so just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel the good, good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. Come on, all those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling, so just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling, yeah. So keep dancing. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. 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 Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel the good, good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. Come on, all those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody sing. I can't stop the feeling.
minutes. The program will begin in 10 minutes.
Il y a beaucoup de bruit dans la salle en ce moment, alors c'est vraiment nécessaire que vous soyez proches.
Chers libéraux, veuillez prendre place. Nous commencerons bientôt. Liberals, please take your seats. We will begin shortly. Chers libéraux, veuillez prendre place. Nous commencerons bientôt. Liberals, please take your seats. We will begin shortly. veuillez accueillir de nouveau vos co-présidents du Congrès. Liberals, please welcome your convention co-chairs back to the stage.
At the front, Bonsoir, Montréal. Good evening, Montreal. How are you all doing tonight? Chers amis libéraux, êtes-vous prêts? Are you ready to welcome Mark Carney?
Wow, wow, mais avant ça, je dois vous demander des questions. Est-ce que vous avez passé un excellent week-end? On est à Montréal. Est-ce que vous avez profité de la belle ville de Montréal? On a fait beaucoup de conversations.
Well, Marjorie, this has been an incredible convention. It's been a record-breaking convention. And let me say, it's been such a pleasure working with you and Sachet as our co-chairs. Let's hear it for them.
And for you.
And for me. Thank you so much, Terry. And, you know, one of the favorite parts of the convention, we had some excellent keynotes. I think my favorite one was Rick Hansen on the first night. What does everybody think? Marjorie, what was your favorite?
Oh, you know me, I was on the floor. Et j'ai fait beaucoup de conversations avec beaucoup de personnes. You know, I'm a people person. Donc, comme vous savez, j'ai rencontré de nouveaux militants et j'étais très, très heureuse de vous accueillir à la convention. Alors, merci beaucoup pour votre présence et pour votre participation.
And Marjorie Sachet, you know that 50% of our attendees are new to a convention, their first convention. Let's hear it from our first-timers.
And won't be there last.
Yes, exactly. And we had the largest contingent of youth here at any time, at any convention.
Yes, I think quite 900.
Right. And folks, we had the most amazing volunteers, those folks with the blue badges. Let's show our appreciation for our amazing volunteers. I know we're ready to hear from our Carney, right? But we've got one more special guest. It's one of our incredible candidates in Terrebonne. I couldn't... Whoa! Please help me welcome the incredible Tatiana Auguste. Let's hug her.
Bonsoir, chers libéraux! Hey! Merci beaucoup pour cet accueil. C'est vraiment un plaisir d'être de retour parmi vous ce soir à Montréal. Comme vous le savez, l'élection partielle en Terrebonne est dans seulement 2 jours. Dans cette dernière fin de semaine de campagne, seulement un événement aussi important que celui-ci pouvait m'éloigner de Terrebonne. Mais vous inquiétez pas, je retourne tout de suite faire du porte-à-porte. Parce que nous savons que pour gagner Terrebonne, c'est une porte à la fois, un appel à la fois, une conversation à la fois et j'ose dire un vote à la fois. Donc, chers militants, je vous invite à vous joindre à moi et à mes incroyables bénévoles sur le terrain à Terrebonne parce que c'est ensemble que nous allons gagner Terrebonne. Avec Mark Carney, nous bâtirons un Québec fort et un Canada fort. For more than a year, Mark Carney has inspired Canadians with his plan to build Canada strong. During this time, I've gotten to know our leader, Mark Carney, and his wife, Diana. I've been inspired by their positive message of unity in a world that is increasingly divided. Diana a travaillé sans relâche pour transmettre ce message partout au Canada. Tout au long de la campagne nationale, elle a fait du porte-à-porte. Elle a noué des liens avec les libéraux lors d'événements partisans et à rencontrer des Canadiens lors d'événements organisés à Nepean et dans tout le pays. Ce qui caractérise vraiment Diana, c'est sa façon d'être présente pour les Canadiens et de les écouter avec empathie, sincérité. C'est une femme rassembleuse. She represents the very best of the Liberal Party. So please join me in welcoming Diana Fox Carney.
Merci, merci infiniment. Merci Tatiana pour cette présentation. Tu représentes ce que notre équipe a de meilleur. Le travail acharné, la détermination et la conviction. Tu mènes une campagne exceptionnelle à Terrebonne. Tu peux entendre que toute cette salle est derrière toi alors que tu te prépares à remporter la victoire lundi. Merci à toutes et à tous qui avez fait le voyage des 4 coins de ce grand pays pour être avec nous ces derniers jours. Thank you to all volunteers and constituency workers. You make the Liberal Party the broad and effective political force that we need in these troubling times. Last year, I had the privilege of meeting many of you in Nepean and other ridings. You knocked on so many doors, made so many phone calls, and donated so generously to your local candidates. You were the power behind our campaign. And thank you to all Canadians for the support you have given to my husband and myself over the past 12 months. J'en suis profondément reconnaissante. Tant de personnes m'ont approché pour me remercier pour le travail que notre famille fait pour soutenir mon mari dans son rôle. Je peux vous dire que j'ai mené quelques recherches informelles au fil des mois. Mes conclusions sont sans équivoque. Les conjoints de personnalités politiques dans d'autres pays ne reçoivent pas ce genre de commentaires ni ce type de remerciements. Les Canadiens sont, comme le monde entier le sait, d'une gentillesse remarquable. C'est vrai. Cela nous facilite tellement la tâche à tous les deux. On election night, I expressed my gratitude to Canadians for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, strong country. That's a vision that has, thanks to you, started to become a reality. It is a vision that has been recognized the world over. My husband and I have been stopped on the streets of Mumbai, Sydney, London, and Paris, and of course, throughout Canada, by people from all backgrounds, seeking to thank Canada for our country's global leadership. and for providing a beacon of hope and a pathway forward in a confounding world. I have been told of university students already being required to read my husband's now quite famous Davos speech. Of intergenerational dinner table conversations being sparked by its contents, of new possibilities opening up in its wake, of Canada being the nation that is helping to define and shape a new world order. And more than a few people have told me that they can now sleep at night knowing that Mark is leading our country. I just wish that applied to me too. In our house, Mark as Prime Minister has meant a little less sleep, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Je suis, bien sûr, exceptionnellement fière de me tenir aux côtés de mon mari, alors que lui et son gouvernement tracent le chemin dans un monde de plus en plus incertain. Et nous avons tous les deux l'immense privilège de rencontrer des Canadiens et des Canadiennes dans les villes et les communautés du partout au pays. As we all know, Canada is a vast land. But what I see is that the same message resonates throughout the country: unity, strength, and pragmatism. Everywhere I go, I have been able to connect with people who are seeking and helping to build a better future for themselves and their children. So much of this is rooted in community. A community of female hockey players in Cape Breton with a sparkling new arena for their games. Un projet de logement à Ottawa, tissé entre des communautés de différentes croyances autour d'un engagement commun d'entraide. A community in deep mourning in Tumbler Ridge, where in the face of the worst kind of tragedy, people stood together, knowing that the whole of Canada was standing with them. This spirit of community represents the very best of Canada. Which brings me to Mark. As many of you know, Mark and I have been married for more than 30 years. Nous nous sommes rencontrés à l'université en Angleterre. Nous faisions tous les deux des études en économie. Nous jouions tous les deux au hockey. Et tous les deux, nous voulions changer le monde. What distinguished Mark then, and what continues to distinguish him now, is the depth with which he cares for his country. I told the story during the campaign of our first date, how he shared his commitment to return to Canada and work in the public service. Over the past 3 decades of marriage, we have continued that conversation in multiple locations and over many cups of coffee. Depuis l'an dernier, cette conversation a changé, car Mark a eu l'immense privilège de pouvoir transformer ses convictions en action, en travaillant chaque jour à rendre ce grand pays encore meilleur. En repensant à ces premières années, j'ai compris dès le début que Marc était un homme doté d'une capacité de travail quasi infinie, d'une conviction profonde sur ce qui est juste et ce qui ne l'est pas, et surtout d'une mémoire prodigieuse. So, what more have I learned over the years, and what new can I tell you about him? You know he works hard. You know he thinks hard. You know he inspires confidence. You know he has a great smile and an even better wink. You know he's principled. You know he has a cat named Nico. But as his wife, I see up close the extent of his tenacity and how that shapes him every day. Caring as he does about this country and about fulfilling the promise that is Canada is more than a full-time job. It is what gets him out of bed every day, what connects him to all Canadians, and what sets him apart. I'm lucky to be married to a man of such conviction. We are lucky to have a person of such conviction leading our country. And the world is lucky to have someone speaking up for a future that works for the many, not for the fortunate few. Avec votre soutien, votre travail acharné, votre confiance et votre engagement, nous pouvons faire de cette vision une réalité. Ladies and gentlemen, my husband, your leader of the Liberal Party, and our Prime Minister, Mark Carney.
Pourquoi je suis libéral? Pourquoi nous sommes libéraux? On reste guidés par nos valeurs, par cette voix qui nous rappelle d'être là pour notre communauté, d'être là pour les uns et les autres, parce qu'on est tous ensemble là-dedans.
I have seen this movie before. The Americans are going to get weaker. We are going to stand by our workers. We are standing by our companies. We are going to stay strong and get stronger.
This budget, 75% of the measures are for our sovereignty, to protect our borders, to protect our communities, to protect our way of life.
Nous miserons sur le Canada et sur tous les Canadiens. C'est notre pays, c'est votre avenir. Nous allons vous en donner le contrôle.
Elbows up, baby. Elbows up.
Monsieur Carney, est-ce qu'on va devenir le 51e État des États-Unis?
Jamais.
Well, it sounds like damning with faint praise, but I think you're reasonable. We need more adults, dude.
Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. Ce sont les Canadiens qui décideront de ce qui se passe ici.
If the United States no longer wants to lead, Canada will.
Nous acceptons le monde tel qu'il est, sans attendre passivement qu'il devienne tel que nous le souhaitons.
Nous avons supprimé tous les obstacles fédéraux au commerce interprovincial, car il est temps de bâtir une seule économie canadienne.
It's not just what we build, it is how we build. We will build inclusively, and only inclusively in full partnership with Métis, Inuit, and First Nations.
NATO confirmed that Canada has achieved its 2% defense expenditure target half a decade ahead of its original schedule.
On va protéger le régime canadien de soins dentaires, qui permettent enfin à plus de 5 millions de Canadiens d'avoir accès à des soins dentaires abordables. Et on va rendre permanent le programme national d'alimentation scolaire, qui aide 400 000 enfants à recevoir chaque jour des repas sains. Canada's groceries and essentials benefit. This will deliver hundreds of dollars more into the bank accounts of more than 12 million Canadians. We are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are building that strength at home. Nous pouvons nous donner beaucoup plus que d'autres ne pourront jamais nous prendre. I will work day and night with one purpose, which is to build a stronger Canada for everyone. Pierre, who's ready to stand up for Canada with me?
Veuillez accueillir le chef du Parti libéral du Canada et notre premier ministre. Please welcome the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada and our Prime Minister, Mark Carney.
Ici la terre est sombre, ici la pluie de noir. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse trembler ensemble. Ici le jour vient pas, dans la nuit des perdus. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse crier tout bas. Ici la terre est sombre, ici la pluie de noir. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse trembler ensemble. Ici le jour vient pas, dans la nuit des perdus. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse crier tout bas. Ici la terre est sombre, ici la pluie de noir. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse trembler ensemble. Ici le jour vient pas, dans la nuit des perdus. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse crier tout bas. Ici la terre est sombre, ici la pluie de noir. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse trembler ensemble. Ici le jour vient pas, dans la nuit des perdus. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse crier tout bas. Ici la terre est sombre, ici la pluie de noir. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse trembler ensemble. Ici le jour vient pas, dans la nuit des perdus. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse crier tout bas. Ici la terre est sombre, ici la pluie de noir. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse trembler ensemble. Ici le jour vient pas, dans la nuit des perdus. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse crier tout bas. Ici la terre est sombre, ici la pluie de noir. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse trembler ensemble. Ici le jour vient pas, dans la nuit des perdus. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse crier tout bas. Ici la terre est sombre, ici la pluie de noir. Raconte-moi qu'on puisse trembler ensemble. Ici le jour vient pas,
Merci. Oh mon Dieu, merci tout le monde. Woo. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Diana. I owe you everything. I told you all those years ago we'd go places together, and this room is one of the best. Quelle salle. This room, the people in this room is remarkable. Remarkable because of what you did. Remarkable because of what we will do together. Yeah. It wasn't that long ago. Many of you were there in January. It was minus 20. Doors weren't opening, and you knocked anyways. You were there. You answered the phone at midnight because it couldn't wait till the morning. Vous étiez là, à mobiliser vos voisins, vos collègues, vos amis. You were there, driving 3 hours in April rain to make sure that every poll had a scrutineer. You showed up. You showed up again and again for a better future for all Canadians. You showed up because you are all in for Canada. Partout au pays, sur les fermes familiales, dans les écoles, les usines, les commerces, les gens parlent de la même chose. Ils arrivent à la même conclusion. Ça vaut la peine de se battre pour le Canada. A year ago, just over a year ago, in the midst of a blizzard, we started down the road to make the best country in the world even better. We should be under no illusions. The path we've chosen is hard. There will be headwinds, black ice, steep climbs along the way. We'll have to be pragmatic and determined to keep moving forward. But this is the journey that we must make. Because we are meeting in the middle of a transformation that will define our country for generations. And Canadians sense it. Au cours de la dernière année, 300 000 nouvelles personnes se sont inscrites au Parti libéral. Les Canadiens et Canadiennes qui avaient voté pour d'autres partis dans le passé nous font maintenant confiance pour l'avenir. Et ce, dans toutes les provinces et territoires du Canada. Toutes les provinces et territoires du Canada. Les députés ont changé de camp pour rejoindre notre équipe parce qu'ils comprennent l'importance qui est en jeu. Ils ont la conviction qu'ensemble, nous pouvons mieux y arriver. Et en même temps, les premiers ministres de toutes les allégeances collaborent avec nous et entre autres. Les Canadiens s'unissent pour bâtir un Canada fort. Ça, c'est la vérité. The world's changing. Not gradually, but suddenly. Yes, some are still in denial. Rather than starting on this journey, they're waiting for the past to return. No. But hope is not a plan, and nostalgia is not a strategy. And if we stand still during this rupture, we will surrender our future to others. My friends, technological change is accelerating. We can either shape our future with AI or let it control our destiny. The foundations of the international order, the order which Canada helped build and from which we have benefited for so long, that order is crumbling. Bon nombre de nos anciennes forces qui reposaient sur nos liens étroits avec les États-Unis sont devenues nos faiblesses. Nous avons compris ces changements très tôt. D'autres pays commencent à peine à en mesurer la portée. Et si nous avons dépassé le choc initial de cette trahison, nous ne devons jamais en oublier les leçons. Nous devons prendre soin de nous-mêmes. Exact. Exact. Et nous devons nous entraider. Mes chers amis, la route devant nous ne sera pas toujours facile, mais notre pays en sortira plus fort et plus juste si nous restons unis tous ensemble. No, this is not the time for politics as usual, for petty differences, for political point scoring. United, we will build Canada strong. A Canada for all, a Canada strong that no one can ever take away. I feel that strength. I feel that strength in this room. I feel that strength. I feel that strength. As Diana mentioned, we feel that strength across this great country. At this decisive moment, Canadians are demonstrating just how strong we are. You know, it started quietly. People choosing a wine from the Okanagan over one from California. Anyone had any bourbon recently? No, I don't think so, no. Sorry. A family planning a vacation to Prince Edward Island instead of booking flights to Florida. Canadians are rediscovering our country. The Cabot Trail in October. The Columbia Icefield in June. Le Festival international de jazz à Montréal en juillet. The prairies at harvest where the sky goes on forever. You know, Canada's tourism sector had a record-breaking summer, 50,000 more train rides, 13% more visits to our national parks, 15% more visits to our national museums. Small individual acts of solidarity, but repeated millions of times. And together, they make a statement. We are the masters of our destiny. C'est vrai. Absolument. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous, sans doute, sans exception. Of everything Canadians have done this past year, the most moving has been how we've looked out for each other, including amidst the worst tragedies. Think of the good people of Tumbler Ridge. When the unimaginable happened, first responders were at the school within 2 minutes. Teachers shielded their children. Neighbors held each other for comfort. Right after the shooting, Jim Caruso packed his bags, traveled over 1,000 kilometers to support families. And Jim said, I want to hug people, pray for them, and most importantly, cry with them. That's Canada. Looking out for each other, standing together when things get tough so that they can get better. I'm right there with you. Canada's new government is right there with you, inspired by hard-working, always caring Canadians. From now on, for example, with our new Buy Canadian policy, when the federal government spends, we will select Canadian suppliers by default. The days of our military sending 70 cents of every dollar to the United States are over. We are going to build Canada strong with Canada Steel, Canadian aluminum, Canadian lumber, Canadian workers. Hey. Nous le ferons d'abord dans nos communautés, en construisant des logements abordables, accessibles et durables, en construisant de nouveaux hôpitaux, des infrastructures de transport en commun, des installations récréatives et des centres des arts. Car un Canada fort, ça veut dire une Surrey fort, un Nepean fort et un Sherbrooke fort. We are building big things again by removing all federal barriers to internal trade and fast-tracking projects that will connect, diversify, and propel our great country. We've already announced 14 nation-building initiatives supporting over 500,000 jobs and over $100 billion in new investment. We're realizing Canada's full potential, our full potential in clean and conventional energy to power Canadian homes, Canadian businesses, and Canadian sovereignty. And we're using those resources to ensure affordable energy for Canadians today and a competitive economy for our kids tomorrow. We're creating new trade corridors from the Mackenzie Valley to Contrecoeur to Churchill to make Canada more connected, more independent, and more prosperous. And there's going to be a lot of trade going through those corridors because we have struck 20 new economic and security partnerships on 4 continents in just a year. We are on track. We are on track to double our non-U.S. exports over the next decade. That is $300 billion. $300 billion in new orders for Canadian resources, Canadian goods, Canadian expertise. And at the same time, our new defense industrial strategy will catalyze $500 billion of investment to build Canadian industry from aerospace to AI, creating over 125,000 new jobs in the process. But we've started right. We've just implemented the largest pay increase for the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces. That's right. We've implemented that increase so that their compensation matches the weight of their responsibilities. And Canadians, young Canadians are already responding to the call to serve. Recruitment is up 13% since last June. From the coalition of the willing to defend Ukraine, to work, we will not rest. To working with Nordic countries and the UK to protect our Arctic, we are defending Canada and Canadian values with reliable partners. It's a more dangerous and divided world. That's the reality. So we are no longer relying just on the strength of our values. We are also building the value of our strength. And as we do, we're reviving the ambitious spirit that built Canada. Our country was forged by Indigenous peoples and voyageurs who mapped this continent. Think about it. They mapped this continent and they built vast trading networks from coast to coast to coast before the Americans had even left St. Louis. À la fin de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, les Canadiens se sont rassemblés pour réaliser de grandes choses. Bâtir de nouveaux quartiers pour les centaines de milliers d'anciens combattants de retour au pays. Construire de nouvelles universités pour lancer de nouvelles carrières. Relier notre territoire grâce à la voie maritime de Saint-Laurent et à la transcanadienne. Et avec Expo 67, inspirer le monde entier. My friends, we used to explore in this country. Now, we're charting new courses again. We used to build in this country. Now, we are building big, building fast, building bold again. We used to take risks in this country, and now we're going to the moon. Just the other day, speaking from integrity deep in space, Canada's astronaut, Jeremy Hansen. Jeremy Hansen advised us that as a country, we have to be willing to take risks. Recognize that sometimes we will have setbacks, but push through them and, in his words, ultimately know that we are going to persist and we will win. Yes, a united, ambitious, and confident Canada is once again taking risks to build a Canada that works for all. Now, let me put that in context. About a year ago, I received a letter from an old friend, Bob Zettel, who wrote, and I quote, "Right now, everyone sees the main threat as the Trump tariffs. But the challenge is greater. The challenge will be, as it's always been, to foster unity and the common good. End quote. Bob's right. Canadians are being called to serve, but not against something, for each other. And that is why you're here. Because you believe, like I believe, that Canada is only strong when it works for everyone. That's our objective. And that's our heritage. After all, Canada is a nation forged through accommodation, not assimilation, through partnership, not domination. The founding insight of our country is that unity does not require uniformity. This is neither a myth nor a miracle, but a series of choices made imperfectly across generations. Pragmatic decisions that have become a moral conviction. That our differences are a strength to be nurtured, not a risk to be managed. And so, each generation has chosen to widen the circle, and we Liberals stand in that tradition. Wilfrid Laurier, who governed a country that had once conquered his people, built a federation strong enough to hold both. Louis Saint-Laurent, who built a connected and confident Canada through massive infrastructure projects and our country's first independent foreign policy. Lester Pearson. Yeah. Took that long. We definitely have an independent foreign policy now. Because it's based on our values in a world that is losing theirs. Think of Lester Pearson, who demonstrated that true security is social through public pensions and public health care. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who enshrined the very architecture of a just society. Jean Chrétien. Jean Chrétien. Absolument. Jean Chrétien, who kept Canada united, sovereign, and free. And Paul Martin, who combined social innovation, sustainable healthcare, and sound fiscal management. And Justin Trudeau. Justin. They didn't give me enough time to list. But from, in many ways, this is the essence, in my view. Justin Trudeau widened the scope of our inclusive society by lifting, think about it, by lifting almost 1 million Canadian children out of poverty. He walked the path of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And he built a true compact with future generations. Now we stand in that tradition with the same conviction that the greatest country on earth can become even greater still. Mes chers amis, la force économique est essentielle pour notre mission. Parce que nous ne pouvons pas partager ce que nous n'avons pas. Nous ne pouvons pas être forts à l'étranger si nous sommes faibles chez nous. Et nous ne pouvons pas bâtir un avenir meilleur si nous ne sommes pas aux commandes de notre présent. Oui. Une économie forte crée des emplois bien payés. Elle nous donne les moyens de prendre soin les unes des autres. Elle nous rend plus autonomes. Alors, nous bâtissons une économie forte pour offrir des soins de santé de qualité aux Canadiens et Canadiennes, pour offrir un régime de pension sur lequel nos aînés comptent, pour offrir des services de garde qui aident les jeunes familles à joindre les deux bouts, pour offrir... Il n'y en a plus. Pour offrir un programme de soins dentaires, un programme d'assurance médicaments, et un programme national d'alimentation scolaire. Et pour assurer le dynamisme et la diversité de notre secteur culturel. As liberals, we're passionate about building a strong economy as a means to a just society. Hear, hear. A just society anchored in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, where women always have the right to choose. Where you can believe what you want to believe, where you can love who you want to love, where everyone can be their entire selves and all have a chance to thrive. As liberals, we believe in a just society where we take care of the vulnerable, where we pull together to make life more affordable today and better tomorrow. Now, we know that Canadians are under pressure from everyday expenses. That's why we're making government more productive through tough but responsible choices that will save taxpayers $60 billion. It's why we cut taxes for 22 million middle-class Canadians. It's why we launched the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit to support 12 million Canadians who need it the most. It's why we're boosting competition for your hard-earned dollar in telecom, in banking, at grocery stores, so Canadians get lower prices, better products, more choices. Et nous bâtissons un Canada fort de la bonne façon. Nous bâtissons un Canada fort en solidarité, en créant de bons emplois syndiqués. Nous bâtissons un Canada fort de manière inclusive, en partenariat étroit avec les Premières Nations, les Inuits et les Métis. Nous bâtissons de façon durable parce que la réduction des émissions n'est pas seulement un devoir moral, elle est aussi un impératif économique. Nous bâtissons de façon durable en préservant l'immense patrimoine naturel du Canada. Grâce à nos engagements historiques pour protéger nos lacs, nos forêts, nos océans et notre faune. Et nous bâtissons de façon durable en veillant à ce que les plus grands projets d'intérêt national profitent à l'ensemble des Canadiens, à nos enfants, à leurs enfants. Now, when we build physically, as I just said, we're building inclusively, sustainably, and in solidarity. And these same values must hold when we build virtually, because AI, artificial intelligence, the defining technology of our era, is arriving. And the question is not whether AI will transform our lives, it will. The question is whether it will improve the lives of all Canadians or benefit only some. Our goal is AI for all. AI governed by Canadian values, AI accountable to Canadians, AI that serves Canadians. AI for all can make the jobs of Canadian workers more interesting and more rewarding. And done right, and we must do this right. AI in healthcare can mean shorter wait times and better service. AI in education can meet every child where they are. And AI in government can mean a government that works better for you. My dear friends, this great country has been built by ordinary Canadians making bold choices and doing extraordinary things, like the people in this room who show up, like the people watching who never give up, people who believe in the promise of Canada. You know, it was just a year ago that Canadians were asked a fundamental question. Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada? You were, and you certainly are. You are. Et tous les Canadiens le sont. Tous les Canadiens le sont en achetant des produits canadiens, en découvrant le Canada, en faisant preuve de solidarité face à une crise dont ils ne sont pas responsables par des actions que personne n'exige, mais que tout le monde ressent. Friends, we are recommitting today to a simple mission in that same spirit, to build a Canada that's not just strong, but good. A Canada that's not just prosperous, but fair. A Canada not just for some most of the time, but for all of the time. Le Canada est plus qu'une nation. Il est formé d'un ensemble d'idéaux sacrés reposant sur des fondements concrets. Nous savons que nous ne sommes pas parfaits, mais nous nous efforçons toujours d'agir pour le mieux. Nous agissons parce que c'est juste, pas parce que c'est facile. Nous considérons la bienveillance comme une vertu, pas comme une faiblesse. You know, we remember On September 11th, 2001, the people of Gander welcomed thousands of stranded passengers into their homes. They welcomed into their homes without question, without hesitation, without asking for anything in return. And last year, I went there and I sat down with two of the heroes of that moment, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. Yeah. And they showed me a thank you card from a young girl named Ellie. And she'd written, and I quote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." Yeah. Yeah. That phrase, Ellie's phrase, captures what Canadians instinctively know. That virtue is like a muscle. It grows with exercise. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And when we are all in for Canada, we will build Canada strong for all. Merci beaucoup et vive le Canada!
libéraux. Dans quelques minutes, nous continuerons avec les résultats des élections pour le Conseil national et les commissions. Liberals, in a few minutes, we will continue with the election results for the National Board and Commission.